Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and off we go. It is an it was an interesting weekend reading a lot of the D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley quotes and seeing their press conference. Lance and I were not here on Friday, so we didn't talk about it, but it was kind of eye-opening, and there was an ESPN story, as a matter of fact, that got into why Bobby Slowik is no longer with us here in the city of Houston. Apparently, he didn't have a lot of ringing endorsements. D'Amico said that he went around to players and asked them about Bobby Slowik, and he didn't get any ringing endorsements for – I don't know that he didn't get any, but he didn't get a bunch of ringing endorsements for Bobby Slowik. One player said, I don't think we knew who the F we were, which tells you one thing immediately, that was not C.J. Stroud that was quoted, because C.J. would never say we didn't know who the F we were, right?
No, I think I think we've talked about this. This is definitely a lot of this is player driven, is what we found out. They kind of let that slip through a lot of the quotes and everything that have come out. I don't think this is a D'Amico deal. As a matter of fact, I mean, in the article, it basically says it's not. He basically checked in on people and checked around people. I think Slowik had an issue with some of the players in the locker room, maybe the ownership too. I don't know that for a fact, but I do know the ownership gave him a raise last year, and I don't think they thought they got their money's worth. But we've gone down this road. It is interesting to talk about, and now that we're starting to have some of the things that maybe we kind of believed were true confirmed. I think it's a matter of Slowik is going to be the one that's talked about most, because he's the offense coordinator, but and play caller. But there was a serious offensive line issue, and the coach needed to be changed. But frankly, some of the players need to be changed. They got a cancer in the locker room. They've got positions that I think they'll cap cut the right guard. They've got some changes to be made. There's guys up front who aren't doing their job. So some of those same guys who didn't give ringing endorsements probably don't deserve ringing endorsements from anyone else, if you really want to know the truth. So CJ's got to play better this year. Nick Caley's got to do his job, obviously, as always. Nick Caley talked about the fact that he's not going to fit. He's not going to try to pound a square peg into a round hole. He talked about he's going to play to the strengths of his players. That, to me, and then D'Amico Ryans had something else that he said about John. D'Amico had a quote where he said something to the effect of, that I have to read what the quote was, but you could tell it was pretty easy to read between the lines that those were comments on Slowik.
Well, and listen, I mean, we make fun of halftime adjustments, but there were no adjustments. As a matter of fact, when you go 5 straight weeks when you don't score a second half touchdown, you go, well, those guys are catching up to you, and you ain't doing anything about it. You can't go 5 straight weeks and not score a second half touchdown. That's just too terrible. D'Amico did talk about the offensive line and how the offensive line wasn't doing its job. And, even Titus Howard said the quarterback's getting hit too much. So, listen, it's not all on Bobby. You're absolutely right. This offensive line has got to block better. They got to coach him up better. They've got to block better. CJ's got to throw the ball better. They've got to figure out wide receivers.
There's a lot going on here.
They got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, it's not like there's a lot of people who try to, and this is pretty much, and this isn't really just Texas thing. This is almost a life thing where everyone in life, instead of looking at all instead of taking a macro view of what the issues are, people like to micro view it because it makes them feel better. Like, well, if they just change this, everything gets better. And that's rarely the case in life. I don't care if it's your economy, if it's your core, your offense, if it's your defense. You typically have several factors at play. And the idea that if you're really open-minded, you don't even have to be open-minded about it. If you're not closed-minded about it, you recognize, man, this offensive line didn't pick up stunts well. Man, some of these guys aren't laterally quick enough to get, to handle twists. They physically aren't getting it done. Man, what's happening with why aren't they exploiting the quick throws and the seams? That'd be a Slowik thing. This is CJ's just missing open throws. We talk about it every week, John. So this is not new to us. I mean, we talked about what I thought was just pretty standard you think it's kind of standard, easy to recognize things, and then you realize people have their own little personal agendas on Twitter, and you start seeing people say things like, it's not CJ can't complete that pass because it's the offensive line. Like, but I just watched him like have all the time in the world to throw, and he missed a throw that he made all the time last year. And you start seeing you got two different realities going on here. What's actually happening on the field and the way people try to parse it so it fits their little narratives. I don't care about a freaking narrative. I just want the Texans to be efficient. I want them to be good. I want them to be dangerous. And I want them to live up to the level that I deserve as a Houston sports fan and that I said that I was going to get last year. They didn't produce it. I got out of DraftKings early on with my stock and lost a ton of money. This is just a bad run for me right now.
Wait a minute. What is, I don't even, what, Dell?
Just the whole thing. Just the whole thing.
DraftKings,
I deserve certain things.
Halftime adjustments.
I deserve certain things.
Stock.
Yes.
I don't get it.
I deserve certain things, and things are not working the way they should work for me.
No one deserves anything. You either get it or you don't.
Yeah.
But I deserve certain things, Dell.
Yeah. Well, all we deserve is
what we get.
That's exactly.
I feel like that's a quote.
And guess who gets Bobby Slowick? Dell.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, Dell gets Bobby Slowick.
I think Bobby Slowick's actually considered a pretty talented coach.
Listen.
I think what we saw is a guy who didn't have enough experience. Frankly.
Listen, you're talking about the narrative. I caught the business from Chris in the Woodlands because I was like, hey, wait a minute, Bobby Slowick isn't that good. What John, you loved him. Yeah, I did love him. And I love Nick Caley right now. But if Nick Caley doesn't perform, guess what?
that's the nature of the business.
He's going to catch it too.
That's the nature of the business.
Why do you love Nick Caley?
I love Nick Caley because he's telling me all the things he's going to do right.
Yeah. Why don't we just go wait and see? We'll see. I mean, we don't know.
We need a Nick Caley hope, like the Shepard Ferry Obama thing, the hope with the blue and the red. Yeah, we need a Nick Ferry looking side. I think they did that with John. Don't we have one with Jed? We have one with John.
One with me.
Yeah, that's right. We got yours. We need that with Nick Caley right now. Looking into the abyss. I feel like it's the abyss sometime watching, not into the future, but into the abyss when I watch some of the pass protection. But I thought it was an interesting, I think it's an interesting dynamic of what we had. I like the things that Caley said. And I do think, look, it's harder for me personally, I'll just admit this, to recognize predictability with this offense because this offense doesn't run the same way Gary Kubiak's did. Like Gary Kubiak's version, which was Mike Shanahan's version of the zone scheme, you run outside zone plays, right? Stretch, some inside zone, but the outside zone is the one that heads towards the tackle's outside hip. And then, you get on that track, and then if you read outside, and if that outside defender is contained, you keep flowing outside and take it wide. If not, you read back inside to the next defender inside, and you start looking for, you look for holes to cut back into. It's a plant and go, one cut and go. That's outside zone, and you run play action off of that, and that's the old school way. But it was super, like, if you stopped it from executing, they didn't have that offense didn't have an answer. Well, Kyle Shanahan really changed that when he got RG3, as he had to incorporate more gun, he incorporated more pistol, and they changed some different things there. And then he also started saying, okay, we can't be this predictable. And Kyle Shanahan really molded and shifted that offense where it doesn't look the same that I recognize from Gary Kubiak. And that's where what's his name, Bobby Slowick learned from. So it's not the standard, like the predictability for me. I'm kind of sometimes a little off with it because I just think of outside zone, play action, the standard Gary Kubiak stuff. But the predictability now could be something as simple as, well, he's not going to exploit, he's not going to exploit the seams, or he's not going to do this, or, his offense isn't going to do this. And sometimes it can be offense. Sometimes it can be what CJ's looking at. But I just know that it just didn't work. It just didn't work this year. We can try to pick at this and that. It doesn't matter. It didn't work, and he's gone, and it's on to the next one. But Nick Caley, I will say I never felt like I felt like it wasn't a consistent. There would be drives, especially in the first year, where you go, man, Bobby Slowick is in his bag now. He's got people reeling. And that's that feeling where play. And you get the feeling the defense isn't catching up with what you're doing, and they're just off. Like they're not in a defensive rhythm because you've just got them. You're hitting them with shot, and they're just a step behind. And I didn't feel like that was the case very often this year. You never felt like for a consistent game that Slowick had guys on the back foot, as we say. And hopefully Nick Caley can do more of that, where they really don't know what the tendencies are going to be.
Well,
Because
there
this could have
were
been tendency
times,
driven.
like Detroit first half.
Yeah, there were times. Yeah,
yeah.
It just
there
didn't. It just didn't. It wasn't like that for a game where he had a whole game like that. I think is a problem.
Right. Well, the second half it couldn't have been worse. The first half couldn't have been better, and the second half couldn't have been worse.
Could have been worse.
And there's even a quote in there after the game. The head coach of the head coach of the Lions says, "Man, our defense. If it wasn't for our defense, we wouldn't." No. Well, CJ made a couple of awful passes, but as CJ admitted afterwards, after this whole thing was over, losing Tank and losing Steph were awful, but having all that pressure, man, that played a big role. Played a big role.
Yeah, it always does with quarterbacks. I mean, it can, if you're not extraordinarily mentally tough, it can cause you to see ghosts. It can cause you to, CJ's one of the big problems with CJ right now is his internal clock is not functioning properly, and he doesn't play in rhythm the way he should, because I think he's anticipating pressure. And when you anticipate, it's like a running back anticipating a hit. You start to gather your feet and slow, and you don't, if you're anticipating something rather than being reactive rather than being proactive makes you a reactive player. Being a reactive player in sports is never good. In baseball, if you're reacting to a pitcher, it's hard. He's now got the advantage. You've got to have some proactivity in you, and you got to have that confidence. And some of that, the first step in restoring CJ's internal clock and confidence is making sure he feels protected, whether it's outwardly or just subconsciously. And that's going to be the job of Cole Popovich, who's the new offensive line coach, who, by the way, was on the staff last year. It's going to be the job of Nick Caley, who is his first year as an offensive coordinator. I mean, it's his first year calling plays. So, and CJ and D'Amico said in the article, he said at the press conference, it was very hard to let Bobby go. Bobby's a really close friend, as you all know. Bobby's a great friend of mine. Nothing but love and admiration for Bobby and what he's done. When I got into coaching, Bobby was the one to help me figure it all out. So, it was one of the reasons I thought there was no way Bobby would go, is D'Amico's not letting him go after one bad year and one good year. There's just no way. But, if you don't have the players on board, this is a league where they make more than you, and it's hard. It's just hard. I mean, that's been happening since Magic Johnson got rid of Paul Westhead. It's been happening a long time.
I don't know that there was an uprising like Magic had, but it was or Michael did.
It was a factor, though.
When Michael got rid of all of his Bulls coaches.
Well, yeah.
But
it was a factor because D'Amico mentioned it at the press conference.
Well, D'Amico lived that whole season watching his quarterback get killed, watching second half suck, watching just his offense not being near what it should have been, and actually the regression of the guy that is the most important guy in the organization, of CJ. And you can't just sit back and watch that and go, it's okay. Listen, I don't know that there is a smarter group of people than our listeners who watch on the video here. I don't know if this comes out of Twitch, or you have to adapt or die. Adapt or die.
Well, that's true. That's true.
It is
sports,
true.
Yeah. It moves too fast not to.
And here's one. Dell sucks.
Dell sucks is what they said.
Right, well, I see these are the smartest people. Gosh. These are really, really the best people that you could possibly have. Here is the best window you could possibly have. Gulf Coast window. Jim Fiume's windows. It just doesn't get any better than the Gulf Coast window. If you're looking for quality, if you're looking for security, if you're looking for privacy, you can't hear. I mean, you're not going to hear, all the stuff that's going on in the streets. If you live close to if you live close to a highway, if you live close to a train track, I mean, Gulf Coast windows are going to shut that down. You're not. You can get double pane, double strength, and you're not hearing a thing out there. Plus, it's a lot harder for the bad guys to get in these windows because they're just so durable. You want to guard against a hurricane. They got hurricane windows. It's any kind of window that you want. But here's the deal. I mean, you're getting the best, period. You're getting the best in service. You're getting the best in quality. You're getting the best warranty. You're getting the best. When you go with Gulf Coast Windows, you're just getting the best. This is not, we're not skimping, we're not saving. We are just going to get the best. So you're building or you're replacing windows. If you're replacing windows, I mean, come on. Don't put something flimsy in there. Put the best. GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454. Tell Jim Fiumi you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How much of the All-Star weekend did you guys watch?
Lance can't hear you. He's talking to Melissa.
Oh,
so I will answer your question. I watched very little. I think I watched the last, I don't know, 8 buckets of the Rising Stars game, and anything else I saw was on clips on Twitter.
Yeah, I was just watching Twitter.
Like the Rising Stars versus whatever All-Star team they had yesterday, the one they played in the semifinal. I do know one thing. Dalton Connect didn't get the memo that you should try defensively. That guy didn't try at all, but that's
you can't come in there as
my
a
one
rookie
takeaway.
and try.
My one takeaway. You're supposed to. Did Adam Silver say he's going to have a conversation?
Yeah, but you can't. If you're him, you can't risk. Look at him. He's the most he shouldn't be it again. Now, I know it's not typical All-Star, it's Rising Stars, but you can't come in there and try too hard if you're just getting in. You're gonna. You know how there's different rules in prison where you can't do certain things. You can't, like, you got to go to the top bunk if you're a new guy, or you got to do this, or you pee sitting down so you don't splash water all over the place. That's kind of the same thing with NBA All-Star Game. You can't try hard and make somebody look bad. Remember when Kobe D'd up LeBron James and LeBron was like, what is happening? And Kobe's like, yeah, I'm just going to take it to you this whole quarter. And LeBron was completely ruined for the rest of the year.
So I heard that LeBron didn't play or something.
Yeah, he's a little banged up. So he broke a streak of 20 straight All-Star games, but I think he's trying to get right. Now that they've got Luka, I think he's like, we need to give this a legit chance. He feels like he's got an actual chance to win at a high level again.
That's fine, but you likely weren't ever going to play.
You don't think so?
So tell people so someone else could have gone.
Yeah.
I don't think he ever was going to play in that game. I don't think he was really taking it to the final hours before he figured he couldn't play.
I don't blame him. This dude is
I'm not blaming him,
is,
but just make the announcement. Hey, I'll be at the festivities to support
came out in
the
morning,
NBA, but I'm not going to play. But you could have let people know a week ago. It's unlikely. I'm dealing with something, and let someone else get in there.
Oh, well, yeah, you could have done that.
Yeah, you could. I bet. It would have been a nice experience for somebody else. But this is like old. I mean, dude, never ever. Everybody else is 1, 2, 3 Cancun. Like, I was thinking, what? All the other guys in the league are all like, yeah, I'm off, I'm out, I'm gone. And here, dude every year has got to be there.
I'm not blaming him for not playing. Just maybe have some foresight. I will say this: our good friend used to be on the show all the time, Brian Geltzeiler. He blames LeBron, Curry, and Durant for the current state of what the All-Star game is. He said,
I don't even remember it.
You mentioned Kobe. Well, he did it over the weekend. You mentioned Kobe. He said those guys were supposed to take the baton from Kobe and make this an event that people cared about. Instead, they have allowed lack of effort to be a big thing. Because Darius Garland even said it I think even either yesterday before the game or Saturday. Hey, I wasn't planning on playing hard, but if Curry plays hard, I'll play hard. So
how did so
they're taking
Jaren
their
Jackson
cues from those
said
guys.
he was going to D people up.
He didn't press
I
anyone.
knew he didn't do all that crap.
The thought from,
I didn't want I made a choice. I had a choice, Del. I had a choice between Saturday Night Live 50-year, like 3-hour show, or NBA All-Star Game. And it was like an easy choice for me. And I got to see Steve Martin. I got to see Eddie Murphy doing an invitation of Tracy Morgan in front of Tracy Morgan. I was like, I can't watch All-Star. And I used to love All-Star basketball games.
Yeah,
just can't anymore.
I had a choice too. I had a choice too, and I watched Four Nations and USA Canada.
Well, that was Saturday night. Yeah, that was.
Well, that's Saturday night.
Well, what did you watch last night?
Oh, last night I was traveling.
Oh, okay.
We were traveling.
Well, this is the issue that Geltzeiler has. You mentioned Four Nations, where U.S. and Canada, they fought each other 3 times within 9 seconds to start the match, or the game, excuse me. And then you look at the 3 stars who you would say the old heads in the NBA, they dropped the ball. Under their watch, this product has become unwatchable.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Is it so much, or is it this time? Because listen, the NFL, the Pro Bowl game got like this, exactly like this. Had to quit it. Had to quit it.
It was a joke.
Because it got just like this. I don't know that these sports are all-star. I don't know that all-star games fit this.
Except that we saw them. Look, the Pro Bowl is a football thing, physicality. You could literally get seriously hurt. Who got seriously hurt in an NBA All-Star game other than when like Kobe broke his nose because Dwayne elbowed him?
Nobody.
I think that never happened. Or was that a regular season game? Either way,
this can't be an excuse. You're right. They play in the Olympics. They play hard in the off season.
Yeah.
At different pickup games. There's no excuses not to play hard.
You don't have to be game 6 of a conference final type effort, but you could try to stay in front of a guy.
You're only going to be in there for sometimes 18 minutes. Play hard for 18 minutes.
There are levels to playing hard. Like we know in the past, the game wasn't physical for 35 of the total minutes, but guys tried to stay in front of each other. People weren't jogging or walking on the floor. Yeah. That's what it had become, and they tried to fix it. So as bad as people are blaming the product, I don't blame Adam Silver for it. I blame the players. You drove them to try to find a way, and that's why you've got Dalton Connect guarding Dame Lillard in a game where Dalton Connect has no business playing in the game.
I don't know because I don't know, but they had a tournament kind of thing going on this year. And did they dangle the carrot like you get if you win it, you get $1 million
I don't
bucks?
remember.
Yeah, there was some
Cardi B
financial.
or
Yes,
something
there was a
you-
financial background there. Yes.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Well, if you win it, you get $1 million bucks or Cardi B or
No,
something.
Stephon
Yeah, I thought
Diggs.
you said Cardi B.
No, they weren't offering up rap stars.
Oh.
That's Stephon Diggs' bag
Well,
anyway.
how hard would they play if Megan Thee Stallion was?
Well, now
I
they
don't
would
know
play
if we
harder,
should
I
be
think.
putting women in position.
Well,
where
he's
their
just asking a
prize is.
question, Del.
I'm
Maybe
asking
he's just
a
asking a
question,
question. It might
not be
Del,
a-
that
it's-
everybody's
Would they
asking.
play harder?
You're the only one asking the question. It's
Answer
not
the question,
It's
Del.
not a great question.
But answer
You
the question.
answer the question.
Is there a question? I think they play harder.
I think they play.
I think
much
it's an
harder.
easy question to answer.
Mm.
I think they play harder.
What
I'm not advocating for offering her up against her will, but I'm just
What
John
it
asked a
sounds-
question and I'm
what it
giving an
sounds
answer.
like.
That's it. Would they play harder if the winner? But wait, the winner isn't one person though, John.
Exactly.
No,
Well, there's
well,
another
I
thing
mean,
there too.
Not
yeah.
yet.
Line them up.
Oh,
Okay.
See, this is why you should have shut it down.
You're right.
immediately.
It's on me.
Yeah.
To me, I got to get guys blocked up better and put,
I don't
put
know.
us in
I don't
position.
know why you
Put us in position not to get our quarterback hit.
Why did you entertain this at all?
Lance
That's
Slowick.
really on. That's on me. That's
Yeah,
Lance Slowick.
Lance
I
Slowick.
completely went into that one unprepared and unable to adjust. I did not make halftime adjustments at all.
What do you think? Did you guys see the video of Cardi B and Steph Diggs
What was it?
from this weekend?
All-Star Weekend? No.
Did you see it?
No, what happened?
I'll share it. It's interesting.
Okay.
It's very interesting. They're getting out of a car, but it's very interesting. Very. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know what the heck they're doing. Maybe you guys can figure it out. But it looks like they're bending over and they're in the car, but they're bending over. And I don't know.
Do you
I'm not
think
sure.
something was happening?
Something was not sexual? No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm
It wasn't
Googling
sexual,
Stephon Diggs,
but
and
I'm
it's already
wondering
starting
if there
to pop
wasn't
up.
some kind of something going on. You'll see it. They both bend over at different times, and
Were they dancing?
no, they were in the car.
Okay.
I'll share the video. It's
You said it's
interesting.
not sexual. Okay.
It's very interesting. Maybe somebody can explain it to me.
Cardi B in these
713-780-3.
pictures is bending over a lot.
Yeah, they're both bending over at
I wonder
different
if her
times.
back hurts. And that's
Why
why
would
she's
her-
doing that? Because it's lower back. I wonder if she's like bending over to stretch lower back. Because this
It
is
could-
She bending
Well,
over
it
at the
could be.
waist or at the knees?
at the
I'm
waist.
not sure if
Oh.
there was a straw involved.
A straw.
I'm
Oh,
not-
wait a minute. Oh, now.
Okay.
Oh,
not
I'm watching the
sure.
video now.
I'm not sure, but you guys maybe can tell me. Maybe you guys can be the judge of
He's
what's
singing.
going on there.
he's-
It looks like it looks interesting.
Lines,
That's all.
dreams
713-780-3776. You know what else is interesting? Having
All the
hair.
while,
Not
I think of
interesting.
you.
You're not interesting if you don't have hair. You're just not as interesting anyway. Okay. And you might be interesting somewhat if you're totally bald, but you're more interesting if you have hair. At least you are to the opposite sex. They love running their hands through your hair. They love that. Okay. Don't let them down. Don't let your significant other down by not having hair to run their hands through. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. If you're looking for the best way to get that hair, Doc Linville is here for you. Either you can, one of two things, you can get the PRP, which is like a fertilizer. It stimulates the growth in your hair. Or you can get the resodding, which is taking the hair, the neografting, taking the hair from the side and the back and putting it on the top of your head. This is the way to do it. And do it now. Don't wait. Please don't wait till you're bald because it's too late. It's too much work. Catch it now while you're starting to recede or while that bald spot is starting to grow in the back. Do it now. Do not wait until. And if listen, you could need Doc Linville at 20, 30, 40, whatever. I mean, I didn't do it until recently, and I wish I had. Boy, I wish I had. Would have been much easier. But here's the deal. You're looking for a great way to get hair. There's one way to get hair. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. She lost her AirPods. That's why.
You made it seem nefarious.
I didn't know. I mean, I was saying, it was like she bends down and then gets up and then he bends down.
Well, but the camera's on the whole time. That
you said there's a straw involved?
Yes. I didn't know. I'm just asking. That's all
Just throwing things out there on people.
So she had lost her AirPods. Okay. All right. That makes sense. All right.
But
you guys immediately went to there was some sex going on.
We asked, is that what you're working off of what you're talking about?
In your tone.
Did you see this? It was.
I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me.
Everything is sex with you too.
Maybe you can tell me what it is. I'm not sure.
You ought to read the comments. The people in the comments of that video are like, "Oh my God, Offset is going to kill this guy." I thought we already knew this was going on, though. This isn't. Why is this something new? It's not new.
Well, the headline on it was, "Oh, this is the guy that when Cardi B was pregnant, she was with Steph."
They're saying some ugly stuff about Diggs in this. Yeah, they're making some comments.
Community D.
Well, they're saying a lot of other stuff.
Okay.
The community, the streets are saying other things about him.
Offset can't be happy. No, can't be happy. So I did learn. Well, we're gonna play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence in about 7 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So get yours ready. One thing I learned is that how about the Rockets are worth $5.7 billion right now?
Yeah,
a top five. A little surprising to me, the Golden State. A lot of it has to do with your stadium deal, whether or not you own your own stadium. If it's new, a lot of it has to do with that. Everybody is part of the NBA's TV package, which is $76 billion over 11 years. So there is that. I mean, that makes it rise. But Tillman just back in 2017 bought it for 2.2, and now they're worth 5.7. Wow, in large part because of his stadium deal. But I'm surprised. Like the Celtics aren't up. The Celtics apparently have a really terrible stadium deal.
Right. They don't own it. Yeah. That's what's terrible, and that's why financially, the idea was that they're starting to lose money. Like everyone said, "What? How's this possible?" They went through and showed it all, as much as they can, and their deal's so bad with the stadium that they're in the money, the outlaying of cash that they're having to give to players is they lost money last year. And that's why they're starting to move certain players is they have to offset that, which did not sit well with their fans, as you can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I would have thought the Lakers were higher. The Lakers were what, third or fourth? Anyway, that's very interesting. That was one thing that I learned this weekend. I also learned that the Cougs, I didn't realize this, the game day hasn't been here for I don't know. I think were they here in 2017 or something? But basketball game day is coming this Saturday for the Cougs game, which is nice. We're going to be here. We got to fill up that. You got to be there in the morning, everybody, and fill up that stadium so that ESPN knows that we are a basketball town. The Cougs, number 6, beat Arizona this weekend, which is a huge win at Arizona. Are you kidding me? Beating the 13th ranked team. The Cougs taking total control of the Big 12. Very nicely done, Cougs.
That was close. That game was like they almost blew it down the stretch with some turnovers. But then you had in Arizona, Houston did a good job of trapping those high screen and rolls up at the top. They thought they were going to get an easy look. And Houston, they actually did get a couple easy looks when Houston didn't rotate. But Houston will not let you get a good look off the dribble. Like you have to move the ball against them. And luckily Arizona missed an open 3 at the end of that game, and then Houston salted it away with some free throws. So that was good. That's a good win, man. Going on the road, and it was very raucous. It was a good win for the Cougs.
Yeah, Cougs 6th now, squarely in I think a number 2 seed. So just keep on going, keep on doing this down the stretch. You don't have to be a 1 seed. You don't have to be a 1 seed. A 2 seed is just as good. So a 2 seed, they've been 1 seed before. I think it puts a little bit more pressure on you. So a 2 seed, I think, is really, really nice. You got almost the same route that a 1 seed does. So very, very well done by the Cougs this weekend. And we got to show up on Saturday, people. Got to show up and show out for ESPN game day coming to the Cougs. So be out there, be early, and get crazy with Jay Billis and the boys out there. We also had Alex Bregman signing this weekend. Hey, what? I mean, honestly, looking at him in a Red Sox jersey, any thoughts?
I don't love it, but that's just because he's been like. How would you like it if your ex-wife, immediately was with like an NFL wide receiver or whatever? Like you'd have some feelings. You'd have some feelings about it initially. It's not great, but it's okay. I'm not mad. There is a whole cottage industry of hate for Alex Bregman now, and it is a weird thing to me because, like, we actively as a team, you make an offer, he didn't take it like most of the players, like Carlos Correa. George didn't even get an offer, but this is pretty standard. We moved Kyle Tucker because he wasn't going to get an offer. I don't know why Bregman catches it because people got in their feelings.
Didn't get an offer.
Yeah, Garrett Cole. So people just get in their feelings because they were.
Charlie Morton didn't get an offer.
No, they just thought Bregman was coming back, so now they're all upset. And that was really just that was Scott Boras manipulating the media. Is all that was. At no point did the Astros address it as though this were something that they were strongly in consideration of. At no point. Dana Brown even said, I owe him a phone call. The door's open. Anything's possible. He just said stuff like that. He never said, we're getting close or we really feel good about this. He never said stuff like that. And yet people took it as a personal affront that Alex Bregman chose someplace else. He went to free agent market. He didn't get the long-term deal he wanted, but he did get $40 million a year guaranteed for 3 years with outs after both years. I can't see him taking the outs. I mean, the only way you take the outs is if you can get a 5-year deal. And that's all. At this point, it's just a length of service deal that Scott Boras is looking for. And notice that Boston said, look, we'll give you more, but we ain't going more than 3 years. You know why? Because you're not sure on Alex Bregman as a hitter. You're just not sure on him right now. He's not been the same guy since 2019. I mean, he's had his moments, and he's exactly what Boston needs to try to get over the top. But Houston made look, I don't think the offer for Kyle Tucker would have been legitimate. That was a pretty legitimate offer to Alex Bregman. Yeah. We knew it wasn't going to get it done was the problem. We knew they wanted $200 million.
Well, I mean, it's more money and more years than he got from Boston, but he did get per year. He got a lot more. A lot of it's deferred, but he did get a lot more.
And he's got outs after every year.
I'm most of these signings, most all of them, there is buyer's remorse at some point. The way that this dude hits in Boston, though, it's too small a sample size.
Houston, though. He's got the bandbox in the left field.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect for him. It is perfect for him. How many times is he going to go off the monster? I mean, he is going to hit line drive after line drive off the monster. It is going to be a good play. Now, he's got to play second base. They're not going to move Devers. They're going to put him at second base. And, I'll move to second base for $40 million a year. But it is there will come a point if he continues. I don't know. Is he going to start slow there too? I don't know. In that ballpark, he might have an easier time. Although it's not much different than Minute Maid. It's not that much different. Whatever the reason is, Alex Bregman early in the season just can't hit. And if he goes on another one where he's hitting 170 or 160 in the beginning of May, that people are going to be pissed. I mean, they're going to be pissed at $40 million. And this is what we did this offseason, Alex Bregman. And look at how he can't play. He did have a message. Del, you got it. He had a message for Houston Astros fans, and how when asked about the difficulty of leaving Houston. I mean, I know a lot of you don't think so. He didn't take $156 million. He got that offer and didn't want that. He wanted more money. Blah 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 blah. But when you spent your whole career here, drafted by this organization, winning championships with this organization, here's what he had to say.
How difficult was it for you at the end to leave an organization that you had been with your entire career?
Oh, definitely difficult. I have so much respect for the organization top to bottom, all the players.
It's short. He had a longer message in the Chronicle,
right?
That he sent out for people to see.
Yeah, he did. He had a really nice goodbye, farewell, love you fans, all that. He did. Not all the fans are reciprocal on that, but he loves the fans, and I'm never going to hold it against him. You know what? His contract was up. He did sign when he was younger. He got that money, but he did stay longer than most guys stay in a place. And he won championships here, and he came up with some big, really, really, really big hits. So, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against him. Of course, I didn't hold it against Beltran either, like the fans did.
No,
I mean, what the hell? Guys,
we
$100 million from the Mets. Go.
Yeah, that was a big deal. It wasn't great to be used as a second, and I think the Astros were used a little bit by Boris trying to get what he wanted, but it's clear the market was not there for.
Well,
he misread the market on Alex Bregman, but he got a CYA 3-year contract. Yep. The $40 million is the CYA, the AAV with the outs year after year. The only reason you put those out, Alex Bregman's not turning down $40 million a year. And he won't get a deal worth $40 million a year moving forward. He's not going to. It has to be about length of service is the only way he can.
Well, now
justify.
At 120 over 3 years, he can take 27 over 4, and or 30 over even less. He could take 26, 27 over 4 and hit the 200 million mark. So, when you get the first 3 are 40, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
But you're saying at the end of that contract.
At the end of when it's all said and done, he's going to play 7 years.
But if he gets out,
$200 million.
But he can't get out. Like, I don't see him getting out unless somebody offers him. 430 is the same money. It doesn't make any sense to get out. So you'd really have to be getting like $35 million a year, and that would be maybe after year 2 you would get out. So I don't know. No hard feelings for me with Alex Bregman. I never really thought it was a fun little thought exercise about what do we do if Alex Bregman comes back, but I just didn't feel like that same, like they don't have the money. They spent the money already. They got guys. Like they already spent it. They were already talking Altuve in left field. Well, we can't talk about it on the air, but you saw what I sent you the other day, didn't you, John?
About?
Never mind. I'll tell you. Okay. I'll text it to you.
All right. All right. We got a break when we come back. Okay. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? What did you learn? There's something that you learned. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. This is one of our favorite segments of the week. 713-780-3776. What did you learn? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. 713-780-3776. Lance, I want to learn about Underdog Fantasy.
Well, then what you need to know is that basketball season, they had All-Star game. They had 4 nations. I kind of faded Justin Thomas. I don't know if that was a good idea to finish in the top 20. I know he was -3 in the 3rd round, or something like that. So I don't think I know I didn't get there with that. But they've got PGA, they've got UFC, they've got bare knuckle fighting, they've got 4 nations, they've got NHL, college basketball, pro basketball. Basically, they have everything. They have a statistics. If you have a statistic for it, Underdog Fantasy can create one and go higher or lower. That's your job, is to pick higher and lower. They have profit boosters. They have discounted picks, discounted statistics where instead of Jimmy Butler having 21.5 points higher or lower, they take it down to 16.5. And there's all these different factors that allow you easier access to money, a better chance to take your basketball knowledge, your sports knowledge, and put it to good use by deciding whether some statistic is going to go higher, if it's going to be higher than that statistic or lower than the one that they have offered. You pick between 2 and 7 players. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. But don't forget, to do this, you need to download the app. You need to use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. This is so much fun to play along with the games while you're watching them and use your sports knowledge for good, not evil, and good is money in your pocket. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org. We literally have 2 lines open, John.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Let's go. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Off to a slow start. You guys are really, really good at this, so let's go.
They're not calling. What is wrong with you? These lines are already – it's like a standing room only concert every single week we play this. And this week they're so tired. Melissa came in here. She was out until like 2:30 hosting parties and stuff yesterday.
Well, there was nothing going. I mean, honestly, this weekend, this was like an all-star weekend.
Well,
basketball
for sports,
is like baseball all-star. I mean, there's literally we had the Cougs play, but that's about it sports-wise. But I'll tell you this. I watched the hockey, and this is what I learned this week in one sentence. If you boo our national anthem, the Kachuk brothers will kick your ass. That's what I learned this weekend.
Yeah.
So don't boo our national anthem.
Did we win that fight, by the way?
Well,
one of the fights I saw was not great for us.
No,
I don't think.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. 3 fights in 9 seconds. Are you kidding me? That is great hockey. That's Eddie Shore hockey right there. All right, that's Eddie Shore hockey.
But it was on. Okay, let's get these calls.
You want to talk about an all-star weekend that's intense? That replaced NHL All-Star Weekend. Wow, that is some. They're playing hard. They want to win that.
Is this the Four Nations segment, or is this the loaded board full of people who want to get in segment?
Oh, is it loaded now? Well, let's go. You said.
Go ahead, Del.
All right, let's go. Start it.
Run the clock.
Let's go with Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that a lion's tongue has spines that can rip off a person's skin in only a few licks.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was the case.
Wow, how about that? Who's next, Del?
JP, what have you learned?
Good morning. I learned that when you volunteer to coach your son's 4- and 5-year-old b-ball game or league, you don't receive a lot of feedback that you tell your buddies. Please say a prayer for me.
Yeah. Any youth sports, you're going to get a lot of feedback.
Oh, a lot of feedback. A lot of feedback. Yep. Who's next, Del?
We go to Corey. Corey, what have you learned?
Hey, guys, after 10 years being married, you can still be thankful for birthdays.
That's nice.
Yeah.
He learned to be thankful for birthdays.
That's good. You know, it doesn't always have to be salacious.
Yeah, no. That's a nice thing that you learned this weekend. That's excellent. Congratulations. It is nice after all these years to have birthdays and people appreciate you. I had that just last week. It was nice.
See?
Who's next, Del?
Red Panda, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned over the weekend that Astro Studio analysis, Mike Stanton's Twitter got hacked.
Ooh,
what happened?
Mike Stanton's Twitter got hacked.
If you missed it, we talked about it on Friday. Well, you guys didn't because you were lazy. But Mike Stanton responded to what appeared to be a fake OnlyFans creator account. And the tweet was something like, "Hey guys, if you respond to this tweet with a hi, I'll send nudies and videos."
What? I don't want that from Mike Stanton.
And Mike Stanton's account said, "Hi."
Oh, Mike Stanton said, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So I'm not sure.
Hacked.
We tried to discuss it and work through it on the show. And I fell on the side of someone took hold of that account. Or Mike Stanton is not internet savvy. Either way.
No, I think it's not.
I'm going to go with someone took hold of that account. So, yeah, that's what he's talking about.
I mean, it's not a big deal.
Hi. Where are my nudies?
Hi. Post a waving hand emoji, and I will send you nudes in your DM.
No?
I mean, it's not. You get you don't even have to even. And Twitter? Are you kidding me? It's like sometimes it's like you porn. If you have the wrong keyword that you put in search, it's amazing some of the stuff that shows up. Like, hey, what does that have to do with what I just searched?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Let's move to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that Draymond Green was not a fan of the new All-Star format and let it be known live on air.
Yeah, he was. That's not exactly great for the league. Draymond is the guy who doesn't care what he says in front of the league. Like, why would you have Draymond involved in anything broadcast-wise?
Right. No, he did not.
He basically laid into the All-Star format, and it's like, and they had Mr. Beast on there. I don't know what they're appealing. I don't think they're appealing to basketball fans necessarily. Everyone thinks they need to appeal to like my kids, so they put Mr. Beast on.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart is an entertainment-based guy, so they're trying to reach out to the All-Star weekend set with Mac McClung won dunk contest again. I learned that people just don't even care that a guy can literally jump over a car, grab a ball off someone's head.
It was a
and
big
dunk
weekend for you guys, at least on Saturday night.
Well, the Whites are having a huge year.
McClung won,
Yeah.
Hero won. You guys are having
the
a
Whites
renaissance.
The Whites are really killing it
McClung's
right
won
now.
now 3 years in a row.
Cooper DeJean intercepted.
Yes, that happened last
Pat
weekend,
Mahomes.
yes.
Well,
Yes.
since January.
Yes, I'm aware.
2025 appears to be the year of white
It's
guys.
the year of the whites.
Yeah,
You
it's
got-
white guys. at
Yeah,
least.
for a decade, you guys stay losing. Look at the comeback.
It's been well, and then we tried to. I was never felt good claiming Luka or
you
or
can't.
Jokic. Like I don't feel like that's us.
They're not white Americans, certainly.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
No, guys, Tom on a mobile here.
Sorry about that, Tom.
Guys, I learned a fun little baseball quip. If there's grass on the field, you play ball.
No, that's not a baseball quip. That's not something we say.
I thought it was if there's grass on the field, she's in play.
What?
Yeah, there's all these.
I thought that was the phrase.
Well, he's
Tom
on a mobile. Yeah,
Mhm.
wasn't sure. Yeah.
Either way, we move. Let's go to Cowboy Trav. What have you learned?
Well, unfortunately, I learned do not listen to Mike Tyson motivational quotes and get on Facebook and call your mother-in-law a liberal, bitch.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not.
Wow.
Why would you do that?
You learned that? You
First of
didn't
all,
know that?
don't do that to your mother-in-law. Secondly, don't do that on Facebook.
No.
That's too predictable to do something like that on Facebook.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Facebook thing that someone would do. That's why people make fun of Facebook.
Right. Don't call your mother.
He learned not to call his mother-in-law the B word.
Yeah, it took you how long to learn
goodness. That? He thought it was fine until he tried it,
and then it didn't work out for him. Imagine that. We got 3 more to get to. Let's go to Ben. Ben, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that always a bridesmaid, never a bride. With Mac McClung, I mean, I think the NBA is still punking this dude. I mean,
one sentence.
You got to learn to keep it concise.
One sentence.
Yeah,
Ben.
You got to learn to keep it concise.
Appreciate it. If you call back next week, make sure it's just one sentence.
You can finish your thought next week.
Yeah, there is this phrase too. It's just different. Your ass is grass, and I'm going to mow it. That means like you're about to get your butt kicked.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways to go about the grass stuff. Let's go to Will. Will, what have you learned?
I learned that even though Scotty Scheffler is still number one, Ludwig Oberg has arrived.
Ludwig Oberg is a really good player.
Is this Will Doctor?
Ludwig Oberg.
What's Will Doctor calling the show?
Yeah.
Will Doctor, because Will Doctor wants to talk golf. That's why.
I know. That's the joke.
That's what he learned.
I know. Will Doctor, who has the Saturday show, he still does that with Charlie Epps? Is he still the co-host with Charlie Epps?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, I come up here on the weekend and work every weekend, and
Will
Will's
here?
right in there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's Will and Abigail and Charlie Epps.
Yeah,
Nice.
You can hear the Charlie Epps golf show.
Abigail's in there?
She's the producer. What, at 8 a.m.? Is that when that show comes
It's pretty
on?
early. Yeah.
Saturdays, 8 a.m., I think. Maybe it's 7. Our
Yeah.
final call. Let's go to Lee. Lee, what have you learned?
Hey there, guys. This weekend I learned that it might be kind of expensive, and it's not at all related to racing, but the president looks pretty good driving around there in the front of the pack at the Daytona 500.
That's a run-on sentence. Was that just one sentence?
I feel like that wasn't a. I know this, and I know this, and ellipses, dash. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I felt like that.
And someone looked great driving in front of the.
Did Trump do that?
I don't know. I didn't see.
I thought he said the president.
President of NASCAR or president of the United States?
No, I just said the president. I'm assuming
there's only one president.
Trump is running
it's more than
pace car.
Was he driving it?
Was he driving the pace car?
When's the last time Trump's from New York? When's the last time he drove? People in New York don't have cars.
He drives his golf cart. That's
he's driven that before.
Yeah.
But like somebody from New
drives
York
it on his own greens.
I've got friends who live in New York and have for years, like Andrew Perloff. And it's like those people don't drive. They don't have cars. They don't drive.
No.
They don't have license in some cases. It's if you're from there, he's like, for what? Why would I have a car here? There's
For
no
who?
reason.
For what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All it's going to do is just sit around and collect
That
dust.
it, Del?
Yeah. Well, it is 8:02. Yeah. That'll be all.
That is all. Well done, people. You got out to a slow start, and you kind of broke the rules a little bit, but well done as always. Congratulations.
So I'm looking it up, and he was in whatever they call his armored car. I'm sure that has a name too. And they drove that around. Oh, that's
the Tesla car.
I don't think so.
What's that big car called? The Monster Mobile?
The Cybertruck?
Yeah, Cybertruck.
He wasn't in a
Was
Cybertruck.
he in that?
No,
Oh, okay.
he was in the armored car that the presidents travel in. And they drove that around Daytona. So I guess that's what he was talking about.
Oh, nice. You know what? I just feel like I wish we could change this thing into everybody starts their call like Tom on a mobile. Hey guys. You know, that's just the best.
By the way, Des said big weekend for Tech. I knew Mac McClung went to Tech. I didn't realize that Oberg went to Tech.
Ludwig Oberg.
That doesn't sound like somebody who played golf in the
Yeah, it
Panhandle.
does. There's a lot of Ludwigs at Tech. Yes, absolutely.
I learned Elon Musk does one hell of an Antonio Cromartie impression.
He's 13. He's got 13
got a lot of
now
kids.
by 4.
And,
he's a 13 by 4 guy.
Oh, are you going to keep that same energy?
Most recently, a conservative influencer that he allegedly
Who,
impregnated.
Ashley?
Isn't he
She's
married?
She's a little upset with him.
Isn't he married?
I don't know if they're married, but he does
He
have
has
a
a
life
partner.
and kids.
Yeah.
He has
a life with someone else.
He has a life with someone else and
And
kids.
he's poking around, shooting stuff.
Well, he's got 13. He's got 13
Shooting
by
stuff.
4.
Poke and shoot.
Shooting stuff.
Oh, he's the Sam. Oh, I see what he is. He's the Sean Kemp of
billionaires.
of cryptocurrency.
Game Day Men's Health, thank you for bringing us What Have You Learned This Weekend in one sentence. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your test. I feel great because of Game Day Men's Health. If you're somebody who wants to feel great, go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Right now, if you're somebody that needs help with your roof, Brinkman Quality Roof is the place to go. BrinkmanQuality.com. We've got rain. We've got snow. We've got hurricanes. I mean, we've got high winds all the time. Have you checked your roof? Have you looked at it? How long have you been living in your house? If you've been there 10, 15 years and you have any issue whatsoever, let's say we have, huge rains and all of a sudden your roof, there's leaks, you ruin your furniture, you flood your house. How are you going to pay? You know what? The insurance company ain't paying. They're not paying because you haven't done anything to make sure that your roof is good. Why don't you get a quality checkup from Brinkman Quality? Let them come to your home. Let them see. Do not use the guy that knocks on your door. Jason Brinkman told me, he said, we get more business from those guys because we got to go and fix what they screwed up. It happens all the time. Brinkman Quality has been around for 50 years. Quality is in the name. Brinkman, BRINKMANN. Make sure that you check your roof. Make sure that you get the certificate that says we did work on our roof. It was fine. You got to pay up, insurance company, because if you don't have that and you've been doing nothing for years, you're not getting paid. brinkmanquality.com. That's brinkmanquality.com. Tell Jason you heard it right here. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us. You get more than one sentence now. If you've got something that you want to talk about from this weekend, you can get in here, and we'll let you say more than one sentence. We'll let you say them more. Big weekend for Whitey, though. Big weekend for Whitey. Okay, so we got Mac McClung. We got the Four Nations. All-Star weekend.
That's a lot
that's
of
all
white.
white.
It's mostly whites.
Yeah, I mean
Ludwig von Olberg.
Can non-whites watch hockey?
Yes.
You can watch.
You can play.
Do
you want to? Are you looking to play?
I remember there was one guy.
There's been more than one.
Yeah, there's been more.
Yeah.
Not in Four Nations though.
No.
Not this time.
Four Nations.
Well, it could have in Canada.
Subban, and you can see Subban
PK.
talking about it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because you said Four
PK's,
Nations was
he's
for
a
whites.
media star now.
He is.
Kevin Weeks, the former goalie, is a personality. I don't know if he's on ESPN or he doesn't.
Any relation to John Weeks?
No, they don't look anything alike. Not at all.
Okay.
John Weeks.
So is Four Nations over?
No, the U.S. are in the final against
Thursday.
Their opponent hasn't been decided yet, but U.S. is in the final.
You're in the final with the win over Canada. Thursday is the championship game, and the U.S. is in it. The other three teams have 2 points.
So so I missed the fights. Just as soon as the puck dropped, somebody was scrapping.
Boom.
So it had to be. They talked about like we got to go.
Well,
You want to go? Yeah, I'll go.
Matthew Tkachuk from
we gonna
Florida, and then there was a Canadian from the Tampa team that fought. I don't know if that was just based off, hey, we're Florida, you're Tampa, let's go. I'm not sure exactly what it was. And then there are 2 other fights too. But
Whatever. I mean, it was fight, 3 in a row. So there was an understanding. Hockey fights it's a very gentlemanly understanding of no one gets sucker punched. You just say we're going to go. You know.
Well, you got to drop the gloves.
Yeah, you drop the gloves. You let each other know that we're fighting. Okay, we're fighting. Okay, let's go. And so there's no sucker punches or anything like that. It's like, hey, as soon as this puck drops, we're going.
We're going. That's all. It's called a line. Frankie told me what it was called. Line. I forget. Line fight, or it's called line something.
How does Frankie
Where
know?
you get to the line and we're going. That's all. Drop the puck and let's go.
Yeah.
Right.
But they had it back to back to back.
Right. 9 seconds, 3 different fights. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
And then it was on to hockey.
Yeah. And then it was on to play, and the U.S. kicked their ass, and you boo our national anthem, and this is what you get. Oh, you can send us terrorists, but we can't send you terrorists. Oh.
Do you think the players cared about it?
I don't
think the players booed the national anthem.
No, the players didn't boo the national anthem.
Oh, okay. Well, they're fighting in.
Then why didn't they go up in the stands and fight people since that's your logic? Why didn't they just go fight a Canadian fan since they're the ones bullying?
Well, after the Canadian fans are liable to jump on the ice and fight anyway.
I know.
Here's the deal is, okay, your people are going to boo our national anthem. Let's go. Yeah.
I don't imagine that's how that broke down.
I'm pretty sure that is. I think we might have got an edict from President Trump. Kick their ass. Okay. And the Kachucks said, okay, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do.
Do you think President Trump knows the Four Nations is going on?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he does. Oh, are you kidding me?
How would he know about
No, I'm not. That's why I asked.
Four Nations is not even in the it's not even in the frontal lobe of sports fans at all, or sports media. How would he know about Four Nations? He was just at a NASCAR event.
When we're beating Canada's ass, he knows.
I'm sure someone will inform him if we win.
He didn't know
the whole
Four
thing,
Nations are.
But I don't think he knew.
I'd
that
never
it
heard
was
of
coming.
Four Nations before this year. Has it been a thing, or is this new?
I think it's the first year of it.
Okay,
it's a new thing. That's why you.
I was going to say I've never even heard of this stuff.
Yeah, and well, I bet you the Kachucks get medals.
Are they inviting people to the White House for Four Nations wins?
Babe, you don't know.
I really don't anymore.
I'm asking.
It's on the table. Yes.
Is this made-for-TV tournament
going
to get themselves invited? Are they going to get invited?
The winner of TGL is going to the White House.
Is that true?
Yes. I saw TGL. Whoever wins TGL. Is TGL like can you win that, or is it just different celebrities like Kevin Hart comes in and tries to get a hole in one?
It's a competition.
So the guys who win TGL get to go to the White House?
Yes. You win TGL, you go to the White House.
So someone rolls in on Saturday and wins a putt tournament at main event. Do they get to go to the White House too?
No, I don't.
Good.
If they're donors.
What's the difference?
If they're donors.
Because at main event, the lights go off. It's glow in the dark putt. What's the difference between that and TGL? Can some 12-year-old who laps the field get invited to the White House if his parents are rich?
Could be. You don't know. I don't know.
TGL.
I don't care. That'd be great.
Have some standards, everyone, for what gets you invited to the White House.
Okay.
Some stupid made-for-TV golf event gets you invited to the White House.
No,
not really.
No.
And no Four Nations didn't get invited.
No, but
Four Nations could.
Might.
It could.
Four Nations might.
It could.
No, they're not inviting TGL. Just okay, Dell. You fell
clear
for
it up.
You got ball sack.
By you. Just clear it up, everyone.
I did it. I created
He
that.
said it. Just clear it up. I don't need.
Yeah. Okay. You got ball sacked, and you.
Is the
believed
WNBA getting invited?
Every winning team
gets. Every winning championship team gets invited to the White House. Is that going to continue?
Yes, absolutely. It's
okay.
going to continue. Yeah,
it should.
I mean, I'm sure Golden State, if they win, they're not going, but yeah,
it should.
Okay.
It should continue on. I mean, that should be the offer. Should be out there. We should.
My
thought is with the WNBA, like will WNBA team get the invite?
If it's Caitlin Clark's team. If the Fever win, they'll get the invite.
Yeah, I don't know.
See, you're not sure now.
Are you sure? I'm sure they'll get invited. Will they go is another question.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
And then
about
if they
that
don't
either.
go, then will they get invited again? I don't know.
Yeah,
if a WNBA team turns down the initial invite, I don't think a WNBA team will get one in the next 3 years following.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Well, it should be. You just get one it's a standing.
You
but
think,
I'm not
you think
sure
things are
gonna,
standard?
I'm not sure that's what's going to happen.
I think pettiness would play a huge
I
part.
don't care who goes to the White House. My dad went there when they won. and he spent time talking to Condoleezza Rice for a little bit, and security detail and all this stuff. But yeah, he said it was pretty cool. Obviously, you're in the White House, so when the Steelers won the Super Bowl, he went, and that's just
neat.
what you do. You dress up and you go and you shake
go,
hands
nice.
and you do all that whole thing. Yeah,
go to the White
and
House.
if you're LSU, you do that GAT dance. If we remember that. In 2019, they had that dance that they did to celebrate. And they had the pretty blonde woman who everyone lost their minds over because she did the dance too. It's only
Livy?
I don't remember. No, not Livy Dunn's. Back in 2019, when LSU won the national title, they had a GAT dance that they did, and it's the first time I've seen a team celebrate a White House appearance by fake like they're brandishing a weapon.
LSU, you can't trust LSU.
They were great, but they were
trust
wild.
people from Louisiana.
No,
it's like a whole Andrew
sing,
Jackson party every single time at the White House of LSU.
Did they sing "S That Tiger D"?
No,
probably.
I mean, not that video didn't come out. I just remember it was a bunch of their guys dancing with the GAT and the finger guns, and then there was one woman who was, I don't know, I think maybe her husband was part of the program. She was there too. It's a very viral, famous video. It's like, hey, guns at the White House. That was LSU's thing.
Fake guns.
Handguns. Fake finger guns at the White House was
finger
LSU's
guns.
thing.
That's what they were. Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776.
So that was
Lance,
the weekend.
Tell everybody about Craig the Surf.
I'll tell you about Craig the Surf. I'll tell you about great offers on great vehicles that are going on right now at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Every month there is a new set of offers on the table. They're called programs. They're available. And right now, I will tell you on the Chevrolet side, one of the hottest vehicles going on right now is the Chevy Equinox. And it's sporty, confident SUV. It looks great and offers long-term dependability. And it's really ideal for any driver out there. Any driver in the family, the Equinox is going to work perfectly for. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton, they have a vast selection of these vehicles to choose from. If you're looking to finance your 2025 Chevy Equinox, well-qualified buyers can get 2.9% APR financing. That's 2.9% financing plus no monthly payments for 3 full months. 90 days, no monthly payments when you finance with GM Financial. Find your new Chevy Equinox at Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Was Eddie Murphy the funniest? Eddie Murphy doing Tracy Morgan?
It's pretty funny, yeah. Tracy was there. They were doing Black Jeopardy. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand why we got to do this. And he goes, wait, do you two, there's a striking similarity between you two. Are you related? And Tracy Morgan goes, no, I don't see it. Just look away.
And he said, yeah, my mom got Samuel L. Jackson was his dad.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Eddie was doing.
No. James Earl Jones.
Eddie was doing Tracy Murphy. And then Eddie did a scared straight. Do you know they pulled a Heidi, right? That Channel 2 was like, F this. It's going into our news coverage. And they just cut out. They didn't even let Saturday Night Live finish. Yeah, they did it, and Detroit did it. They both went to news. They both went to their news at like 10:15 because it was running over by about 15 minutes. And yeah, you should ask Wendy if she would have done that.
Never.
They've said we're out because they still had Paul McCartney and then the cast goodbyes. I don't know how long it lasted, but so you didn't get to see Paul McCartney and cast goodbyes because Channel 2 was like, no, we got money on the line here. We ain't letting this go. But they do move it back for football games.
Yeah, of course they do. But this is a regular network. Well, it's not a regular network show. It was a special. They wouldn't do that for the Oscars. You don't do that for Saturday Night Live 50. I'm sure they're gonna catch hell from NBC for that.
Yeah, people. Really?
Do that. Oh yeah.
Okay, because there's people were pissed on social media. People were pissed off because you didn't get to see the end of it.
No, and I bet their switchboard lit up.
Yeah.
Adam Sandler's song about the 50 years was pretty good too.
It was good, although a lot of it is just inside. Like we don't even know who the people were who he was talking about. Some of it was he was telling you what goes on. Like you can't use Lauren's bathroom, and you go in there and act like you're mad at Lauren, and you're going to tell him off, and then you come back with your head like you lose your confidence when you go in. Like it's basically inside. He was just giving you insight into what goes on with cast members there. It was pretty interesting. It was a song that had no real hook or rhyme or reason. Just played a guitar and said things.
Just told all the people that were there in how many years.
Well, it did that, but it was also a little bit more than that. 50 years of doing this, 30 years of blah, blah, blah. You know how Adam Sandler does.
Yeah. No.
Zach Galifianakis was on there. John Hamm. There was a
Kim Kardashian.
She was in a skit.
She was in the skit. Yeah, Lawrence Welk, which I didn't get. I didn't know her.
Well, that was an old skit with the baby hands.
Yeah,
where Kristen Wiig does baby hands. That's what the whole skit is. But they just said, let's throw Kardashian in there. She looked pretty. She looked okay.
Yeah. She's Kim Kardashian. She looks okay.
Yeah.
That's I think
pretty classic.
She's got a lot of money just off of how she looks. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
That's right. Just off of that.
You see Robert De Niro choke Rachel Dratch, Debbie Downer? Did you see that one?
No.
She was Debbie Downering him. Robert De Niro started to choke her. Because she kept being Debbie Downer on stuff, and all of a sudden he comes over the bar and starts choking her.
Tom Hanks didn't do. I mean, he's getting a lot of crap for his MAGA impression.
What did he do? It was funny. Did you see it?
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I saw it, but I don't know.
The guy comes over and he's like, "Whoa,
a lot of crap." That just because you're a MAGA guy, that means you're a racist. I mean,
he was afraid of the guy coming over to him. It's just a joke. People catch crap for make jokes about everything.
Jack
oh my God, everything is like. How can people not take jokes anymore? It's amazing. Nobody can take a joke anymore at all. No. If you think you're targeted at all, you can't take the joke. Getting your balls busted is part of life.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson was on the first sighting of him in years.
Yeah, I didn't realize that because what's his name shouted him out. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Sandler." And I thought, well, I guess I haven't seen him for a while, but I didn't. Does he not go to Laker games anymore?
Yeah. Well, I don't think he does any public appearances where he speaks or anything.
Yeah.
I think he's been to Lakers game. You know who else made an appearance is Lance McCullers. He hit 89 on the gun.
Oh, I thought he was at SNL 50 doing
he wasn't
Maven Coffee stuff.
Well, you know what? If he could have, I'm sure he would have had Maven Coffee for everybody.
He hit 89. That's a wow.
89 on the gun. How about that?
He's getting into Bob Nepper territory.
He better bring it a little harder going forward, but it's early. Okay. I don't think we've started yet, right? We haven't.
What do you think he needs to get up to? 94? He used to throw harder than that, but realistically, if you can get movement on your fastball, if you have control of your breaking ball, you have placement on your fastball, I mean, what does he need to get to? 40? I mean, 94?
That would be nice. I think I don't know that he'll hit that. Do you?
I mean, it's 5 miles an hour. Is he not going to get? Well, he ain't getting anybody out at 89.
No. That's no, that is not. He's got to get way higher. He's got to get higher than that. But I don't know if he hits it. You think he hits? Okay. What's top he hits this year?
Well, I mean, I hope 95. I hope 95 or 96 like he used to. I mean, it's been or you're just basically telling me his arm is ruined forever if he can't. I mean, he's had off for damn near 3 years. So I don't, I mean, 2.5 years. Can he not? Is there nothing to get him back? Is the arm just ruined? I mean, there's plenty of time to get the arm back and get his health right. And the Astros aren't playing him at the beginning. They said he's not going to be there for opening day, and we're in February right now. So we still have a whole thing of spring training to go. Like, we haven't even started spring training.
No,
can he not get his? So then you're telling me
a month and a half. They don't start for a month and a half, and he's hitting 89. Why can't he be here for the start?
But they're already telling you he's not. That's how far off. That's why I'm not. That's why I don't worry too much about it being 89 now, because that tells me there's a lot of time to build up his arm strength. Because maybe he just hasn't been throwing at all, and it's just atrophy.
No. I'm thrilled that he hit 89. I'm the opposite of you.
That's a good. Okay. I didn't know you were being serious.
No,
I didn't know that was I didn't know that was a big thing for you that he hit 89 on the gun.
Dude,
I thought you were joking.
I didn't think he could hump it up there at 84, 84. No, and if he can throw 89, he's throwing hard. I mean, he's got a lot more ways. He's got a ways to go. But man, oh man, are you kidding me? He's got a month and a half to get ready, and he's hitting 89 now. That's pretty good. But he's still not going to be ready in a month and a half. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why if he can throw now, I guess they got to see, okay, now give him a rest, shut it down, ice it for 3-4 days, make sure that there's no twinges or anything else. He feels one twinge, and this thing is over. He's going to go 5 years without pitching
if he goes out again, you might as well just retire, although you're not going to, because, what you do is you take a buyout from the Astros. I mean, I guess you could just keep.
What buyout? They got to pay off the 85.
Well, but can't you? But they could potentially come to an injury settlement, right?
Well,
they could do that. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
Is maybe look, we'll give it to you now, and let's just call it quits.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that would have an impact on their. They may not want to do something like that because insurance will pay a certain amount, if not all of it, for him not playing. They have the arm insured. Like, it may be one of those things. So why would we pay it out in advance when insurance
they're going to say, oh no, he's still got time to get out there. We're not paying off the rest of this contract when he can rehab and get back out there. No, that's what they might say. This isn't he's not a season. It's not a career-ending thing, although it almost already is. I mean, the Astros have been screwed on this deal, waiting for him. I don't know how that works. Maybe. No, I don't. I think it's got to be a career-ending thing for them to collect on the insurance policy. I don't know.
Well, each year they get a collect. When you don't play for the year, that's your insurance collects. You don't have to pay it. I don't know. I don't know if you don't have to pay all of it or part of it, but yeah, if injury renders you, that's what insurance is for. If injury renders you unable to pitch, you get the insurance kicks in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's a career thing or I don't know. You may be right. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that because I've always assumed that it was a career-ending injury. Anthony Kim couldn't collect. You don't collect on those insurance policies unless it's
well, that's
career-ending.
golf. I remember the talk about. I remember us having this conversation about that it was covered for Justin Verlander when he didn't pitch.
Yeah, for the year, I don't know. You may be right. I don't know. I always assumed that it was just career ending. Time to talk about ProDunk.com. That's career starting. ProDunk.com is if you're looking for the best way to get those kids outside and playing. And listen, Dad, you got a little girl, you got a young boy. They want to. There's money out there for these kids. There really is. I mean, if they can sharpshoot. Did you see little Reed Shepherd out there playing with all those big guys? I mean, what do you see, Lil Reed? Well, Lil Reed, your kid could be Lil Reed too. Your kid could, if he can shoot like Lil Reed, guess what? There's money in them there hills, and you can collect it. But you got to get them out on the driveway. And if you got a 10-foot goal and they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, they can't reach that goal. They want to lower it, Dad. They want to shoot. They want to dunk. They want to be able to make baskets. So you raise and lower the goal with the Pro Dunk button, push of a button, and it's that cool. It's that great. We've been talking about Pro Dunk forever. It's the best goal you could possibly get. The installation is second to none. I love the product is second to none. Your wife, everybody will love it. But the kids love it because you can raise and lower the goal, and it is perfect. You're looking for the best goal for your kids. They want to play, Dad. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
Let's talk about John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, there's only one phone call to make. The first one may be to 911, but the second one better be to John Daspit at 713. Call now, because from the outset, They will make sure that everything is done the right way. You get to the doctors, you get to the orthopedic surgeons, you get the MRIs and the CAT scans and the x-rays. If you have an injury that's severe, or you fear that it may be relatively severe, you have pain, and they want to check that pain out and just make sure it's not, is it muscle tightness? Is it soreness? Is there a small fracture? What's going on there? Have there been torn ligaments or tendons? You need to get it looked at. And John Daspit and his group of lawyers are great at making sure that every stone is unturned to make sure that you are not responsible for the medical bills, for your time missed from work, for medical, for rehab that you may have to have, for surgeries. All of this needs to be covered, and you need to be properly compensated for the pain and suffering that you're going to suffer through. Hopefully, it's a relatively short-term thing that goes away. But I was doing a rehab stint over at Plex one time, and golly, one of the listeners, he got hit by a car, and his knee is a mess. And it was several years ago it happened. And he just said, this is what it's going to be like for the rest of his life. And for things like that, you got to have someone like John Daspit on your side to fight for you, and that's what he does. And I don't care where you work, they look at that as well, and they can help you if there's negligence at the workplace that has caused injury. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL now.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You any thoughts on anything that went on this weekend or anything? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-37. We weren't here on Friday. Del, what did we miss on? What did we miss? Oh, wait, I know what we're missing. We're missing Ship Talk. Right now, it's Ship Talk time.
That's right.
That's what we're missing. We're missing Dell telling us what ship went down.
Well, we'll start with NBA All-Star Weekend at the Edwards. Great player. Has some off-the-court things that you may or may not know about. You have to be locked in on the internet. Just know the man is not looking to have children with women besides his girlfriend. You can look further into that if you want. It's happened to him a couple times where women have said, hey, you're the father of my child. He's like, I don't want that kid. You can get into the text out there if you want to. Well, he was asked about potentially being the face of the league. I'm not sure the league wants him to be that, considering, but here's what he had to say about it.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. You can and will be that guy.
Well, I'm capable of being that guy, but I don't want to be that guy. Put it like that. I want to be the guy to just show up and hoop and just kill dudes and go home.
No interest in being the guy they highlight. Mm-hmm. I don't think the NBA is going to look at his social media activity and go, you're our guy.
But he doesn't want to go viral either.
Well, he's got to stop texting women then, because they save, screenshot, and put them out there for send the video. And there's that thing too.
I just feel like it should be easier than all that for those guys.
Well, he has a girl, and I think they have a family, but then he's got these extras.
When you did phone calls, it was harder to record phone calls back in the day.
Yeah,
text is easy to record.
Don't FaceTime and say send a video. Don't, and the video is in reference to proof that she took a pill to get rid of a pregnancy. So or other things. So I don't think the league will point to him, but he is one of those guys you can go, he should be our face, but he doesn't want any part of it. Let's move to other things that happened All-Star Weekend. Draymond was not happy with the Rising Stars being part of the All-Star game. One of the teams involved. Here's Draymond on what he thinks is absurd.
And this goes, I'm coaching some team, and she's right. Some team that no one wants to see.
Oh, man.
I had to work so hard to play on Sunday night of All-Star Weekend. And because ratings are down, because the game's bad, we're bringing in Rising Stars. That's not a fix. I never played in the Rising Stars game. My first 2 years, I didn't touch that game. And these guys get to touch the All-Star floor on Sunday night? Like when the floor is the floor? In America, the president has Air Force One, right?
Yeah.
They have several of those planes. It's only Air Force One if the president's on it. That's the All-Star floor. You have the court, you have the events. It's a nice looking court. When All-Stars are on the court, now it's the All-Star court. Those guys did not make the All-Star team. To be playing in the All-Star game and you did not make the All-Star team is absurd.
He's got a point.
Well, there's a counterpoint.
Yeah, let's hear Chuck.
And it comes from Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley points to Draymond's generation for the reason they're doing all this.
You know, I know that, there's some skeptics, even in our staff, about the format of this game. However, the only thing that's questionable is that, the young guys get to play Sunday. But in terms of play, Chuck had it said it best. You said there's a reason why this game.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with Draymond a lot. It's listen, we're trying to win the thing. I use the analogy like when your kids mess up the house, you make them clean it up and they complain, and they mess the game up. That's why we're trying kamikaze stuff out here right now. So his generation messed the game up. So don't act like he's mad because they're trying to use rookies, and we're doing every type of trick to make this weekend exciting.
Yeah, I see both sides. Yeah.
That was one where I'm like, I'm on the both sides this one.
Yeah.
There's good points made on both sides.
There's good points.
They're good points.
You know what? It's not just black and white. There's a gray area here.
Well, but he was like, those aren't all-stars, but All-Star Weekend is well, you have to go back a little ways to go find competitive All-Star games. This is not something that's a 5-year problem. This has been going on a long time. These games have not been competitive for well over a decade, longer than that. So it's kind of weird to hear people acting like this is just something that's kind of started happening. These games haven't been competitive for a long time. And I used to tape NBA All-Star games back in the day when I was, in high school and on VHS and all that. And I'd go back and rewatch them. And I remember when the game was I think it was in New Orleans, where Rolando Blackman made 2 big free throws for the Western Conference at the end of the game. And everyone was so hyped up. It was so intense. What used to happen was the game was free flowing for about the first 3.5 quarters. And then it started to tighten up. And the fourth quarter, it was on. It was now it was free flowing. It didn't mean that you could throw the ball off the backboard and everyone would stand around while you grabbed it and reverse dunked. You couldn't do that, but everything was fast breaks. Everything was going to the basket. It was just fast and free flowing, but it wasn't like there was no defense played. There was defense played, but you weren't trapping high screen and rolls and stuff like that. You just played, you were playing at about 85 to 90%, but it was still a fun game. And really, it was about who could make cool passes, because it was Magic Johnson on the court, and everyone wanted to make passes like Magic. Well, then in the fourth quarter, though, all bets were off, and it was a real game where the best players in the world were scrapping against each other, going hard. That was awesome. I mean, can you imagine how awesome this would be, John, if all this talent that's out there on the court right now played hard against each other? It'd be incredible. Mm-hmm. All-Star game, what we love about baseball All-Star game is Paul Skeens can have a stretch where he faces Aaron Judge and Jordan and Juan Soto, or something. That wouldn't be Juan Soto, but you know what I mean? Well, yeah, it could be now. He could face Judge, Soto. Coming up next in the next inning, you're not going to want to miss this. And Paul Skeens will be walking onto the field out of the bullpen, and you see next up Judge, Alvarez, Soto. Are you kidding me? Because every one of those, Skeens is going to do everything he can to punch them out, and every one of those hitters is going to try to take him yard. I mean, that's just how it's going to be. And you live.
It's built different. Yeah, because it's one-on-one.
Yeah.
And and you got pride, and no pitcher's just going to lob it up there for some guy.
No, but there's no defensive pride in the NBA. It's not like there's any defensive pride in the All-Star game.
Not in the Pro Bowl, not in the NBA All-Star game. There was just no pride whatsoever in playing defense. None.
No. And so, the football you understand, because especially, once who was the player that got hurt from the Patriots, the running back, Robert Edwards, right?
Yeah, but that was
on a beach. That was on a beach.
Football, yeah.
But once he tore his knee up, it seemed like everyone was like, oh, this could screw up people's careers, and we're not even in the game. We're on a beach. We're in the sand. It wasn't even in a football game. But everything got real serious after a player was lost for the next year at an all-star game. It all got real serious. In football, I don't think ever competed nearly as hard after that. Not like they were balling out, but you understand it. Like, for what? You're in physical sport. The season's over, and now you expect us to actually play hard for a game where somebody could get injured, miss the next year? No way. Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
All right. You got
ahead,
something, John? All right. For our final
go
option, it's a choice for you guys. You can either hear a coach ranting in a post-game presser or the mystery box item. Mystery box item. And if you pick the mystery box item, I'll give you the context for it so you know what it is, but it's up to you. You got the coach.
Mystery box.
Mystery
box.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go now.
C box.
Okay, so the
All right,
context.
Del, I'm going to take the box, please.
So the context is, John, you may not know this, maybe you do. This is more of a Gen Z thing now, where Gen Z, and I don't want to make this gender specific, but mostly the things that go viral are women. They sit in their cars and they break down and cry about things that most people think are normal things that happen to them. And they film themselves doing it for whatever reason. They want to be filmed crying. So this comedian, a woman as well, took that to task. Here it is.
Honestly, if you're a young person traveling by yourself, just be so careful. I just went under a bridge, and the troll stopped me. He didn't stop anyone else. And of course, he asked me, do I have my magic beans with me? Of course, it's one fucking day. I leave the house without magic beans. I say, no, can I do a riddle instead? Yes, okay, I do the riddle. Fine. And then I'm walking away, and he calls after me like, one more thing. And I'm like, what? And he goes, dragon. And I go, dragon what? And he goes, dragging these nuts across your face. To speak to me that way, with that crass vulgarity, when not only am I a lady, I'm the lady with the swagger and heart of an entrepreneur, and I will not be addressed in that fashion.
What was this girl? What was she doing? It's funny, but who is she?
I was telling you.
She's a comedian?
Yeah, she's a comedian. The context is, as I said, like, millennial, more Gen Z women will film themselves crying in their cars about random stuff that happens to them.
You get upset at Gen Z women taping in the car.
I think it's all the same. That's my biggest issue. If there is some uniqueness to it, I wouldn't mind it so much. But they all say the same things. All do the same things. All the same angle in the car. But this is. I think her name's Tina Colada. She's a comedian. So that was the mystery box.
That's pretty good.
The other one was Micah Shrewsbury, the Notre Dame coach, yelling about how people are doubting them.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We'll doubt you when it comes March. When it comes down,
they're not making it to the tournament, so people are right to doubt them.
Okay, then we don't care about you.
Can you say dragging these nuts?
Why not?
You just said it a second time.
You just said it too. Why not?
Can you get across what?
You heard her.
I mean,
you heard what the troll under the bridge said.
Yeah, the troll under the bridge got her. Dragon what?
Dragon tease.
I gotta try dragging on my wife today.
Crush your
See
face.
if I can get it.
All right. I like her. Time to talk about, my man, Ken Jones. You think I haven't been calling him? We're working on a house here in California, and he can't do California because he doesn't have a license here. So all I'm doing is I'm getting some advice for him about what we're doing, and he's like, and he's so good. He called 3 different places for me, and I'm not even a client of his. Okay, this guy is going to work his ass off. I promise you. If you're buying a house, this guy's going to work his ass off to make sure that you get as much off as you possibly can, the best interest rate he can possibly get you. He is going to do the best. He is going to work hard to get save you money. I've got testimonials of guys, and I can't talk about how much they save because you might not save that. So everybody's different, and everybody, whether or not you're a veteran or whether or not you're a first-time home buyer or how old you are or what, there's all kinds of different stuff that he can try to save you money on. Well, it was all of them. Every single one of them said, wow, I mean, I didn't know this. I wouldn't have saved this without him. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money here. We're talking about not only on the day of signing, but the life of the contract, okay, of that mortgage. So if you're buying a home, you need a broker. And the broker is Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. All right, 975loans.com. You do not know any of this stuff. He knows all of it. 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you'd like to get into here, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We started the show with the Texans, all right, and the Nick Caley. And I saw you retweeted, and you really liked that Nick Caley is not going to he's not going to try to put a
I didn't
square peg in
retweet
a round hole.
I'm the one who created that post.
I wrote what a lot of people had.
A lot of people retweeted it, maybe, but all I did was
a lot of people were happy about that comment.
Well, I just took the quote from D'Amico and then from Nick Caley and said, this is pretty obvious that this is, a philosophical thing that is basically a callback to Bobby Slowick. D'Amico mentioned that he loved that Nick Caley was familiar with multiple schemes. I mean, that's just telling you zone scheme, gap scheme, different types of getting to different types of runs, a different way maybe of setting protections, allowing quarterbacks to set protections. I think probably a greater flexibility is what he was getting at. And Nick Caley basically told you, I'm not gonna try to. Now I don't know who do you think he's referring to when he talks about I'm not gonna try to take a square peg and pound it into a round hole. I'm trying to think, the one draft pick that I thought was a weird draft pick at the time. Now, both tackles were already here when Bobby Slowick got here. The right guard, Shaq Mason, came along with Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans. And from a time frame standpoint, you would think that Nick Caserio and Bobby Slowick would have been on the same page of Shaq Mason being a good fit, right? But that's not schematically. I don't see where there's an issue. The only one that I can think of was Juice Scruggs, who I thought was a gap scheme, like more power player. I didn't really think he was good at zone. I didn't think he was quick enough to get up to the second level where he needed to.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, but and he was drafted while Slowick was here, but he's also not been on the field that much. So, like, I was trying to think of what are they doing? Like I don't know who the players are where you're trying to ask players to do something that they can't do. I wasn't really sure what that is, unless it's just basically saying this offensive line can't zone block. Other than that, I don't know what the square peg and round hole, like who looked like they were incapable of doing something on this offense, other than unless he's just talking about Dalton Schultz and ever asking him to block. Like, maybe you say, look, why are we doing that? That's not fair to Dalton. You can't ask Dalton to ever chip or block or have any physical contact with a player in the running game or in pass protection.
Are we asking John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson to clear out a zone? Because,
good. That's what they have to do, because clearing out zones is what they're good for.
Well, not for
separating.
Are you sending them on a straight up the field, because they're not going to draw a safety? They're just going to have that corner with them.
Yeah.
I mean, fast guys like Tyreek Hill. Oh, speaking of Tyreek Hill, who you got? Noah Lyles or Tyreek Hill?
Noah Lyles. Although Noah Lyles is he's a build-up speed guy.
Yeah.
Tyreek is an instant speed guy. Is it a 60 or 40? If it's a 60,
there's different odds on all of them.
And by the way, they were both track guys. Now one is a world-class, Olympic sprinter, but Tyreek was a very good track guy at Oklahoma State.
So here are the odds. In 100 or more, Noah Lyles is minus 1,000. Tyreek Hill is plus 550.
Yes.
In 61 to 99, Noah Lyles is minus 300. Tyreek Hill plus 200.
Okay, that makes sense.
59 or fewer, Noah Lyles minus 130. Tyreek Hill minus 110.
Yeah.
Noah's the favorite in all of them, but the shorter the race, the better chance Tyreek has.
So on a 40-yard dash, I would say, and Tyreek has played a little while now, you can probably find somebody faster. Like Xavier Worthy is probably faster than Tyreek. But if it's Tyreek versus Noah Lyles, I watched Show Speed, the guy who's the streamer. He almost beat Noah Lyles in I don't know if it was a 40 or a 60. He almost beat Noah Lyles. This is a streamer, but this guy clearly is fast. Like, it's in his nickname, and he's really athletic. He's really fast, but he almost beat an Olympian in a sprint. So the longer it goes, and now Noah Lyles is going to be training hard for something like this. He's not going to want to get embarrassed. Yeah. In a 60-yard dash, Lyles would catch Tyreek. A 40 might be a coin flip.
Yeah,
but remember now, a 40-yard dash at the combine is where you decide where the gun is, right? You're in your stance, you have your arm up, and then you explode out when you're ready, and they start the clock when you go. In this kind of race, where you're head on head, you're off at the starter's pistol. So that's a big, that's also a little bit of a factor there.
Well, Tyreek's got to start every play right on time, but Noah Lyles has to start at the gun every time.
Well, you don't have to always start on time. We got a left tackle that kind of start when he wants.
He just started a little early.
Yeah.
All right, back to, okay, so how is it going to be?
Well, don't we have to break
noticeable
it now, John?
Differences are we going to see with Nick Caley?
Can't we talk about that on the other side?
Yeah, we can. We absolutely can, because it's 9:01 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We will talk, if we remember, we'll do that. But right now we're talking about Zadig Jewelers. That's what we're talking about.
Zadig Jewelers, I hope you took my advice. I hope you took my advice on Valentine's Day. If you did not, or if you maybe said, Lance, I'm good on Valentine's Day, but what's next up? Mother's Day. You got Mother's Day coming up. You got anniversaries coming up. You've got birthdays coming up. There's always something. You got maybe you want to get married. Maybe you're somebody who's listening. You say, you know what? It's time for me to tie the knot and lock in. Well, if that's the case, then Zadig Jewelers is the perfect spot for you because they have diamond engagement rings that are going to set it off. I mean, you are going to have something that she remembers forever. You want that. I remember the time that I, got engaged to my wife, and that's a memory that you'll never forget. And Zadig can make it a memory that is 10 times as special with not just the engagement ring itself, but they take you through the entire process. They have an entire upstairs. They have 2-story facility, and the upstairs is dedicated to the bridal process. And so they really help you from start to finish. And everything about Zadig Jewelers, I mean, it's just such class, such elegance, such style. When you step into the 28,000 square foot location, you're blown away instantly. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. For any special occasion, if you want jewelry that is going to completely pop and blow her away for the occasion, make sure you go to Zadig Jewelers.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 3 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We want to apologize for not being here on Friday. I hope you all had a
I offer no apologies.
Well, you were late.
I offer no
I
apologies.
had to take the day off.
I had to work.
Yeah, well, I mean.
And then I went and saw my son become a firefighter. So
you did?
Yeah, I had a busy day. Drake I had to leave for the Woodlands at 1 o'clock to get there by 2 or whatever. Well, what time was it? I had to get there by 2 or 3. I can't remember, but yeah, I had to get out to the Woodlands to go. So yeah, I took a day off just so I had a rollover day coming anyway. So
He's a fireman in the Woodlands now?
No, I can't remember where the ceremony happened at, I can't remember what county he's in, but I don't know if it's Montgomery or Brazoria. One of those two. I think maybe Brazoria. I don't know now.
Uh-huh.
But he's been working there for the last couple weeks, but it became official. He got pinned, he got his badge pinned, he got his helmet with his name, and his wife did that, and his 2 little daughters were there, his newborn, and also Addison. And so, yeah, it was a nice ceremony. Me and Nicole and the kids were there, except for Maddie couldn't be there. She was at one of her school things, but it was a nice event. So I did that, worked on Friday until 9 o'clock when I got finished at night, because I had to take a little.
Man.
And it's
so your day off was just
my day off was working more.
Wow.
I just got to start at 8 instead of 7.
Yeah, Josh.
What'd you do?
That's just.
Yeah, and Valentine's Day does not exist in my dojo. Me and the wife, it's almost now she's become combative about not doing anything on Valentine's Day, like it's some badge of honor.
Yeah, no. We went to see Frankie. We had not seen her apartment in New York, so we went to New York.
What'd you do? Did you do anything?
We went to dinners. We went to 2 plays. Oh, we went to see Oh Mary. It was hilarious. And then I saw, Stephanie Stiles went to Episcopal High School, and she was the lead in Urinetown. And it's not you're in town, it's urine, like the P.
Is it?
Urinetown. And
is it about the French Quarter?
It's not about the French Quarter. It's about there's no water in the world anymore, so they charge you to pee. And it was good, really good. She was spectacular.
Is that off Broadway?
Great. Yeah, it was at the New York City Center.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was big.
Off Broadway plays are, I think the wife and I are going to go in May after draft's over, and we're going to Glengarry Glen Ross. Bob Odenkirk is going to be in that, and
there's a lot of yelling in that.
Kieran McCulkin from Succession, and I had opening day tickets, for March, but we can't get there, so I'm selling those. But I'm really, really looking forward to that, because I love Glengarry Glen Ross. It's a great movie, but it was adapted off of a play. It's initially a play, so they're bringing it back to New York for Broadway. So going to see that. I'm telling you now, I'm glad Solis told me about this. Colin from Accounts, I cannot stress strongly enough how much you'd love that show, John. It is such a good show. Season 2 ends up being better than season 1, and season 1 was good, but it's an interesting premise where a guy runs into a dog. This girl, they don't know each other. This guy and the girl's walking across the crosswalk, and she's having a good day, and she kind of makes eye contact with this guy who's in the car, and she's just kind of feeling herself a little bit. So she turns and pulls her shirt aside and flashes nip to him. She just gives him a little flash, and he's like, oh, he completely is shocked and starts to drive. And this dog who we see escape, this dog escape from his from the gate early at the very beginning of the show. The dog starts crossing the crosswalk. He hits the dog, hurts the dog, and so immediately it's like he was distracted because she gave him the nip shot, and then the two of them feel terrible, and they end up taking this dog who has to have $12,000 worth of. They can either do that or put the dog down. I'm telling you, this guy clearly has a Ricky Gervais thing, because a lot of it has that same level of comedy, and there is some stuff that is, woo. There is the biggest cringe I've seen on TV maybe in years to end season 2, in years. And he doesn't handle things well, which makes it more cringy. It's got that David Brent kind of Office, BBC Office vibe. So Colin from Accounts, it's on Prime. And 2 seasons.
It's on Prime? I got to watch it.
It's on Prime. Right. Season 3 is coming up. I don't know when season 3 is coming up. And I didn't get a start. I'm up on Severance, and I didn't get to watch just started just yesterday. What started just yesterday, Del? Another one.
White Lotus.
White Lotus came back. Yeah. Do we have any? Is it?
I haven't seen it.
Is it in Italy with that one girl?
No.
With
then forget it.
With those two. But
but the one was.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know, someplace, some European destination.
Yeah, we'll give it a twirl, see what happens. Alexandra Diodora, is that her name? Was in season
Alexandra
1.
Daddario,
whatever. Yeah, Mike White knows what he's doing. And it's not the former Jets quarterback. We're talking about Mike White, the director of White Lotus. He knows how to cast.
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. I mean,
he hires good casting agents.
Yes, he does. Yes. Casting is kind of a big deal.
So we'll get to the Nick Caley thing here in a second. I do want to clean something up. So major league players, so teams can get covered to about 70% of their contracts. So if Lance McCullers, now I'm not sure now, they also have different types of coverage for in-game and out of game. So a player typically like a Justin Verlander, probably 70% of his contract when he didn't play would have been covered, and the Astros would have been responsible for 30%. However, on a guy like Lance McCullers, who you and I were talking about, with his injury history, it's like with anything in insurance. Those premiums are going to be really high on Lance McCullers. So there's no guarantee the Astros took out insurance on Lance McCullers. And I say that because the Angels never took out an insurance policy on Anthony Rendon. I'm reading here that Rendon, when he signed a $245 million deal, Angels ownership, and this is their policy across the board, is they don't take insurance out on guys. And at the time, he was not considered, injury prone, or I guess we knew he didn't love baseball, but we didn't know he hated it back then. And Artie Moreno did not get any insurance on him, so they are on the hook for 100% of this contract. The Angels.
Wow.
They never got insurance on him or any of their other contracts.
That is so bad. Wow.
And if I remember correctly, Jeff Bagwell, there was insurance on his shoulder back when they had in the early 2000s when he had his issue. I'm almost positive they had insurance on Verlander. And the McCullers thing, my guess is they would have insurance, but you just never know because the premium might have been a lot higher because of his injury history.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a shame for the Angels. Goodness gracious, he's out again.
I mean,
he decided to try to work through it, and then right before spring training starts.
He tried to work through it. Pujols was a disastrous contract. Yes. Not through injury, just because he couldn't play anymore. Trout has been either MVP or can't play. It's one or the other. He either can't play or he's an MVP. But it's not really worked out. And now Rendon is going to go down as one of the most frustrating. Like, he's the poster boy for organizations trying to roll back guaranteed contracts. He's the poster boy for organizations trying to roll back guaranteed contracts, or for sure to get insurance on those contracts.
It's just crazy. All right, we'll come back with the Nick Caley. How is this offense going to be different than the last offense that we watched the last couple of years? Right now, though, I'm talking about Chastain Ford. I'm talking about the new year. We're already going through February. We're midway through February now, and those 2024s are still on the lot. They got to go. They got to go. They have unbelievable deals right now for you. They got STXs, they've got EVs, they've got hybrids, they've got everything you could possibly want. They've got starter cars, they've got luxury cars. I mean, they've got. But what do you want? What is it that you're looking for in a car? I want the nicest car I can get, and I want to spend as little as possible. All right? That's what I want when I buy a car. All right? I want the best that I can get and what suits my eye. I got the F-150. I got the Lightning, and I love it. It's my favorite car ever. And I got it at the price that I had to have it at. What do your payments have to be? And I got them there. And if you're looking for that kind of service, you're looking for that kind of dealership that is going to put you first, not making as much money as they possibly can, making sure that your payments are what you can handle as opposed to choking on them every month, Chastain Ford is for you. Okay, they're not going to upsell you. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They just don't do it. They're going to give you everything they possibly can as far as rebates go. They're going to do the best job that they can every single time to make sure that you're going to come back. They got more repeat business than they got new business. You know what that means? People love doing business with Chastain Ford because they go back. I have been 4 times. You will too. ChastainFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So Nick Caley's coming in. He's going to do things different. There's a new sheriff in town. I saw a post that said, you know what? I think Dameon Pierce is going to enjoy this. It's not going to be the same zone run scheme that Bobby Slowick had, and Nick Caley is going to be more downhill one cut, and Dameon Pierce might be back to contributing and actually being I thought Dameon Pierce, for as little as he did last year, I thought he was pretty productive.
Yeah, he came back a little bit. He got it back a little bit. Look, they're not making a change at offense coordinator because Dameon Pierce,
that's not why.
But,
but he will benefit is the thing.
No. He may. This is going to be his last year with the Texans. So get in where you fit in. Put some good stuff on tape. You're going to get your carries, I would assume. So I thought that I thought he might have a hard time making the team last year because I thought Cam Akers was better. He looked better in the preseason. You had somebody else. Who's the other guy that looked good in the preseason last year? There were two backs. One of them became a fullback, the one from North Carolina. But I thought Dameon Pierce looked like he was on the outside looking in, but he made the team. And what happened was he actually had some good kickoff returns, and then he had a long touchdown run. And so, it was nice to see Dameon Pierce be a little bit of a factor again. This is clearly a situation where D'Amico talked about DJ Bieneme had an article where he talked about D'Amico, basically went to the players to see what kind of support they had for Bobby Slowick, and it was not what he had hoped for. And so I think that, if you lose a locker room, it's really tough as a play caller because it's not like you have a lot to – you've only been in that position for 2 years. Like there's no – what have you actually accomplished? You had a good year the year that C.J. Stroud was Offensive Rookie of the Year, but
there was regression.
Yeah, there was some regression. And listen, that happens. That's not unusual in football for that to happen, for you to have a down year and then, bounce back, especially in year two where teams take away what you like to do. But Slug probably would have learned as an offensive coordinator the same way CJ is learning. They're both the same way D'Amico's learning. Look, D'Amico did some in-game stuff that I thought was not good. Bad decision-making, clock management stuff at times. C.J. Stroud, I felt like he took a step back last year. Bobby Slowick in the offense took a step. All three of them, frankly, are still learning, though. I didn't really hold it against any of the three personally because there's a process. But of the three, your head coach and your quarterback are less likely to take the bullets than the play caller. And hopefully this will manifest itself into a more consistent offense and, better idea of how to attack attacking defenses and how to keep them on their heels. That's the hope is that, it's what's done is done. And now you got to get behind this coordinator. If you were anti-Slowick, then get behind Kaylee as hard as you can and give him a chance. Like, even if it's not as good as you like this year, you got to give him a chance. You got to give D'Amico a chance. You got to give CJ. All these guys still need a chance to keep growing.
But what will be different?
I think what will be different is going to be, I think you're going to see an incorporation. You may see some more zone scheme and counter stuff, power and counter, where you start seeing some pin and pull stuff offensively. You don't see a lot of that from the Texans running. I think from a passing standpoint, you could see some more, possession passing things that don't take as long to develop for CJ in case the offensive line. You may see more screens used, like legitimate screens, not wide receiver. Although wide receiver screens can work as well, but typically defensive linemen are not getting up the field on wide receiver screens. You're throwing it quick, and so they got a chance to rally to the perimeter fast, and linebackers do. And it's a much faster league in the NFL than in college. And so I think we could see better screen game where if you want to get up the field with a lot of blitz stuff, then that's fine. We're gonna eat you up with screen game. So
I'll tell you,
I don't know
what I got out of it. First of all, Dante Scarnecchia has played a huge role. He was the offensive line coach for the New England Patriots, and Nick Caley said that's what he grew up with. What else he grew up with was, of course, none of these coaches that came from New England worked out because they didn't. They were lacking one thing when they left, Tom Brady. But what Nick Caley got, he said he got from it too, is I am not going to – this is not my system. We're not trying to prove anything. And I think Bobby Slowick might have been doing that, is that, you know what, we're going to run our system. And maybe, if we're running the ball tremendously, that's okay. We're still going to pass. Well, if we're running the ball tremendously, I think under Nick Caley, they're going to continue to run the ball. It doesn't matter if we saw New England I saw New England one game against the Raiders, and usually it's a 50-50 split. They threw the ball 60 times against the Raiders because they thought that they could beat the Raiders throwing the football and throwing short passes. And you know what? Whatever we think is going to work best, that's what we're going to run. And I don't really think Bobby Slowick did that. I think he wanted to prove that we're going to run this offense, and this is something that we're going to, even if it's successful, we're going to get away from it. I think we're going to find if they're running the ball really well, we're going to see a lot of runs. We're going to see, they're going to pound the rock and pound the rock and pound the rock until you can stop it. And then it might open up some of the passing.
You think they'll do that? You don't think they'll be more? I mean,
no, I think absolutely. I think he even said he'd do that.
Yeah.
And he said he's in love with the 13 personnel.
Yeah, the 13 personnel is 3 tight ends, but because 3 tight ends, if you got now you don't have the right tight ends for 3.
You don't have Gronk and Aaron Hernandez though.
No, well, you also need a better player than Brevin Jordan, and you need, frankly, a better blocker than. It needs to be 13 personnel. So the first letter is the running back, the second letter is the tight ends, and then you just the rest of them are wide receivers. So when you hear 11 this is a general, for people who said, yeah, I've heard the term 11 personnel. 1 running back, 1 tight end, obviously 3 wide receivers. There's 5 skill position players. If you hear 12, it's 1 running back, 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers left. 13 is 1 running back, 3. And so sometimes you'll hear 21, 2 running backs. You don't see that as much, but sometimes Gary Kubiak would run 21 or 22, which is really rare. 2 tight ends, running back, fullback. One wide receiver. So anyway, when you have 3 tight ends, if you've got one that's a really athletic matchup guy, you got all kinds of stuff you can do for that, especially if your 2 other tight ends are combination tight ends, meaning they can run block, but they're also pretty handy out in space at getting open. Because now you can match up against their personnel. They're going to come heavy personnel. If they see 3 tight ends, and this is to your point, John, to his point, Nick Haley, when you have 3 tight ends in the game, what they do is on the sideline, they identify and say, okay, we got to go to a heavier package. They're 3 tight ends. So you go heavier, and now you got people on the field who may not match up as well with your tight ends. You may have a heavier linebacker package where you start to isolate certain linebackers that can't cover, or you get into safeties that are not good covering. Or if they try to stay base and they say, oh, we're going to stay with our base package, which is more nickel. Okay, we're going to run at you now, and we're going to beat you up. So it's a mismatch. It's an opportunity to mismatch through personnel groupings. And that's a big thing that with Sean McVay is learning. He always liked having the Higbees and Gerald Everett's. He always liked having those tight ends that were weapons because it makes it harder to or guys who will block, like Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. They'll block you. So he likes guys in the slot that will get after your ass, because if they run 11 personnel and their slot tight end is a good blocker, you stick a 195-pound cornerback on them and they get that guy blocked, then all of a sudden you're springing runs to the outside. So football is a big game of personnel matchups in this day and age, and I didn't see a lot of that from Bobby Slowick. Now, I also don't think their roster is built yet to mismatch people. Jahmyr Gibbs, enormous mismatch piece. The Lions knew exactly I should say the Lions. I don't know if it was Ben Johnson or not, but probably Ben Johnson in draft meetings, John, went to the GM Brad Holmes and said, hey, this is a guy. When they did their meetings with coaches, he probably said, I love Gibbs. And I tell you why. He can hit home runs from the backfield, but man, we can get him out of the backfield, and we might be able to run 2 running back sets with him where they got to, match up with a linebacker on him. And that's how you win in football now, is you put people in bad situations. I'll say this to the people who are anti-Slowick. One of the problems I had with them is that you never saw them mismatch people. Tank Dell was potentially a mismatch player, but yes. You also weren't going to put somebody big and slow on Tank Dell. Like, that just wasn't going to be the case. You'd have to flip-flop. You'd have to take an outside corner and put him inside on Dell maybe if you played big nickel, because like Jalen Petrie on Tank would be a disaster for the Texans until Tank got hurt in the game.
Watching New England I remember they would split the running back out wide, and a Texans inside linebacker is lined up outside.
Yeah, Cushing, and that's a great example because they tried to find. Remember White from every year they would try to find their new. Every couple of years they try to find a new running back that could be their mismatched running back out of the backfield. And you're right, they would split if they knew you were covering man to man. If you were too predictable defensively, they'd say, "Okay, we're going to take our running back, split them out wide at Z, and we're going to put them as close to the sideline as possible." And now you got a linebacker
out there running out to the sideline. It's like, oh my God.
If you look at the history of New England, this is something Belichick recognized, the mismatched tight end thing years ago. He kept trying to figure out the right combination of tight ends. I'll show you I'll go to the to team draft, but before he got Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, when he got that right, because that was like, wow, what an unbelievable weapon. He kept trying to do that. David Sloan from University of Texas was one of the first ones. He tried it with, he drafted, tight end in 2006. He drafted Dave Thomas. Dave Thomas and Garrett Mills, back-to-back tight ends in the 2006 draft. They were both kind of mismatched tight ends. They were pass catchers. So he went back-to-back rounds, third and fourth round. Belichick did because he recognized this is how I can start to get teams. No one was doing this back in 2006, and it didn't work out. Those guys didn't work out, but he was undeterred. He went back to the well at tight end with Aaron Hernandez in round 4 of the 2010 draft. And then did Gronk get drafted after Aaron Hernandez?
I don't know. They were close. I don't know. I thought Gronk was there first. Maybe
That's
not.
what I thought. Rob Gronkowski. Yeah, 2010 was Rob Gronkowski. And then 2000. Aaron Hernandez, same draft. He did the same thing. Round 2, round 4, instead of 3 and 4, he went Hernandez and Gronk. He's been. I remember him like this sneaky bastard's he's looking to mismatch people with tight ends. He couldn't do it with Sloan and Mills, and he's trying it again. And sure enough, it worked. And ever since then, every NFL team has been like, hey, maybe we should look at tight ends again.
Yeah, look at what it did for the Raiders. They had the best tight end in football, and look at all their wins.
Well, you still got to have a quarterback. And we got an all-pro. My quarterback is better than almost every quarterback in the league.
Oh, mega blast. Wrong, John. The Patriots coaches didn't make it because they didn't have cheating. Oh, stop. They had Brady. Brady is why they won, not cheating.
Brady is a cheat code.
Brady is because he deflated the football. Stop. Oh my God. What a scandal. He wanted a little less air in the football.
Well, they should still get their penalty though. But I'm not going to harp on it like that's the reason. That you can't be you can't back the Astros and bash the Patriots.
We don't know that he backs the Astros.
Mega Blast?
Do we?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't know if he.
I
don't know if this cheating. If he says the Astros, none of this stuff counted because they cheated. I don't know if he's
Spygate as well. It's not just deflating.
Oh no,
footballs.
They're chronic. Yeah. They're chronic line steppers. They will try to cheat if they can.
Oh, and like Michigan, it helped them while cheating.
Michigan cheated
yes,
too.
It
did.
Went from never beating Ohio State to never losing to them.
Dude is buying tickets. It's so funny watching the documentary. Connor Stallings like, yeah, I bought tickets for friends and family to other football games because I like football and they like football. Like you're buying tickets for them for Big Ten games. Well, what about the ones where they show your friends and family members were videotaping from the things? That's just viral moment. That's my generation. We tape stuff.
We videotape.
We video stuff because we're probably going to post it on TikTok videos. You sure, Connor?
We got a break. We're way behind once again.
Who is the Houston Texans cap cut? The Athletic has potential cap cuts for all 32 teams. We'll see who they have.
All right, we'll do it on the other side. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we're doing Game Day Men's Health. I love Game Day Men's Health. I feel great. I've been doing it different now in that I'm not getting the shots anymore. I've got pills. They got pills. They got a pill solution. For those of you that travel a lot, it's so much easier and it's great. I feel great. I'm telling you, I feel great because of Game Day Men's Health. I feel different, okay? I'm more alert. Everything about it. Everything about it. And it's because of their persistence. And I've tried the peptides. Okay, you want to lose a little weight. You want to, and it's not dangerous either. It's not. No, I'm not going to say what's dangerous, but and what's not. But you want to gain some muscle. You want to be better sexually. Do you want to be better mentally? Do you want? There's all kinds of things. I mean, it's on and on and on. Game Day Men's Health is going to get you there. They're going to work with you. They're going to sit down with you. I go to Willowbrook, and Jamie is there, and Patricia's there. And Jamie, she sits down, and let's talk about your goals. Let's talk about how you're feeling. Well, I got all of these numbers because they have a lab right there, and they get your numbers, and they can tell you what's going on with your body right there 15 minutes later. Not like the other ones where it takes another week before they get the lab numbers back. Forget about it. Game Day Men's Health, just different. Game Day Men's Health is not going to charge you to find out whether or not you need testosterone. They're absolutely free. Game Day Men's Health is giving you referral money. If you're a member and you refer somebody, they're going to give you actual cash right there, okay? You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement. I've been doing it for years. Game Day Men's Health is just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, before we get to that, Lance, what you wanted to talk about, 3013 put out lowest passer ratings allowed this past season when a cornerback who'd been targeted 50 times or more. Number one this year, past season, Derek Stingley.
Yep.
A 50.5 passer rating. Brandon Jones was second, 57.3. Kamari Lassiter, third, 58.6. Better than Marlon Humphrey, Kobe Durant, Paulson Adebo, Nate Wiggins, Christian Gonzalez. But that leads us to 33rd team also put this out. Rank these cornerback duos featuring a rookie. Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, Marlon Humphrey and Nate Wiggins, Marshawn Lattimore and Mike Sainristil, and Darius Slay and Quinion Mitchell. It's not even arguable that the best is Stingley and Lassiter.
Probably. The Mitchell and Slay is pretty good.
Well, the second would be Humphrey and Wiggins because
you're right. These rookie corners had a good year.
Yeah,
really big year. He had a good year too.
And that doesn't even include Cooper DeJean, who, by the way, at the parade had the most Valentine. More people asked him to be their Valentine than anyone else.
Wait, what? And how do you keep track of this?
More women. Apparently, more women. He said all the girls. That's all they were screaming at him.
Asked him to be my Valentine a euphemism for flashed him?
It's not a euphemism, but it is an invitation to do whatever you want. Yeah.
Are you sure that's what that means? Be my Valentine means do whatever you want to me?
Yeah, that's what it means.
Oh, do you feel like you're drifting?
Well, if you're asking if you're screaming at Cooper DeJean from the street, yes, that's what it means.
Cooper, be my Valentine?
Yeah.
Let's take a poll in the office. If we went to all the women who work here and asked them that question, do you think they'd side with John or say something else?
Say something else.
Okay.
Oh, without a doubt, it would be side with me. Yeah.
Be my Valentine.
What does that mean? You do whatever you want.
It means you can do whatever you want.
I am a canvas. Paint.
I'm free use. Do whatever you want.
I don't feel like you worded that right.
Free use?
No.
Oh, what
just
he
John
said.
In general, yeah.
I agree with what you. I don't think he worded that right either. Cooper, we love you. Great pick 6. Does that mean I can do whatever I want to you?
Yeah.
No.
No,
Cooper.
No, that's like whenever that's whenever the 15-year-old girl sent a direct message to J.R. Smith and said, I'm a big fan of yours. I think you're great at basketball. And he sends back, you trying to get the pipe? No, I'm 15 and I like you as a basketball player. What the hell, JR?
Well, but
that happened, by the way. That's a real story. I'm not making that up.
Yeah. You're trying to get the pipe?
No, I was actually just saying I like you as a basketball player.
Oh. Well, I'm just saying that's all I'm saying. Is Cooper DeJean had the most Valentine requests. What did you want to talk about that was different than that?
Well, it was a potential cap cap cuts.
Shaq Mason.
For all 32 teams. Is Shaq your guess?
Shaq Mason is
Shaq's probably the right guess, but we're going to go through and take a look. I'll go through some teams real quick. Jalen Thompson, safety, Arizona Cardinals, big deal anyway. David Onyemata, defensive tackle, Falcons. So Marcus Williams, safety, Baltimore Ravens, big deal anyway.
Big deal.
Baltimore Bills, Von Miller. That's not a big deal. Miles Sanders, running back, Carolina. Boy, it's been a bust.
Well, just name big deals. Don't go through all of them.
Sheldon Rankins, our former guy.
Yeah. Well, that's not a big deal anyway.
No, that's not a big deal. Former Aggie, a good Aggie, Donovan Wilson for the Cowboys. You're going to cut an Aggie?
There's no such thing as a bad Aggie. So
no such thing.
Redundant.
Lions, Zadarius Smith. How about this one? Packers, Jair Alexander. He's only played 7 games each of the last 2 seasons because of 4 separate injuries. But Jair Alexander, somebody's going to feel frisky on him. For the Texans, your thought, once again, was?
Shaq Mason.
I agree with you. That's not who they have. Danico Autry never lived up to the expectations the Texans had for him when he inked a 2-year, $20 million deal. Autry, 34, wound up starting 2 of the 10 games he appeared in and had 13 tackles and 3 sacks. Cutting him with a post-June 1st designation would translate into a savings of $9 million for the Texans, who are projected to have just more than $3 million in cap space entering 2025.
That's a possibility.
Very interesting.
I think Shaq Mason was only about a $5 million saving. You know what? It could be both. It could be both.
It could be actually.
Yeah.
Let me look at his contract post. So Shaq Mason, if you cut him after June 1st, with Shaq, you are going to save, let's see, today's 2025. Your dead money is $5 million. Your cap savings is $9. Yeah, same thing. You save $9.4 million.
Oh, 9.4.
Yeah, his cap number is 14.5 this year. So your savings would be $9.4 million. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure how there's any way he makes it through.
Yeah.
And Autry could. Now, I think Autry, they targeted Autry for a very specific reason, and he's a guy who had performance-enhancing suspension. So I don't think they cut him, John. Now, maybe they rework the contract to free up some cap space. Maybe they give him some money up front in advance this year and redo the deal to free up cap room. But I don't think they cut Danico Autry. Shaq Mason, I mean, Autry has value in what he does. Shaq Mason, can you not find another guy like Shaq Mason to do it for cheaper than $14 million?
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely think you can. And he has not lived up to that contract, that's for sure. I mean, it's not like they got a lot of, but somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to go.
I mean, his cap number last year was $5.8 million. All right, that's very, that's fine. 14.5 million, 14.6, 14.599. So it's 14.6 million. Even if they were to redo that, even if they gave him a contract, if they redid the contract and shaved it down, I mean, how much would they have to shave it down to? 8 million? And even then you feel like you're overpaying.
No, got to go.
Now I do think he'd take a cut to stay, because I'm not sure what his value is on the open market. If you offered him half that amount, $7.5 million, he'd be stupid not to take it, because no one's picking up this contract.
All right. That's our final segment till News of the Weird. News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You do not want to go anywhere. I'll tell you what's weird. Brian McTaggart just put out a video of Jose Altuve catching fly balls in left field. I thought we were done with this.
They were just dead set on playing a second baseman in the outfield. I just do not get it.
Well, maybe because then Dubon could play second. But wait, Dubon can play left.
Outfielder.
What the?
I know why they're doing this. They want to get the best bats in the lineup. I can see what they're doing, but
Dubon can play left. Oh. Did you see in the Strait of Magellan in Chile, the guy who got swallowed up by a whale?
What?
All right. He was inside the whale, and he said, I thought of Pinocchio. He was inside the whale, and the whale spit him out. His dad was filming the whole thing.
Oh, I've heard about this happening before.
Yeah. It was incredible. He was kayaking with his dad, and his dad is shooting it, and a humpback whale surfaced and swallowed him and then spit him out. Well, he didn't swallow him, but he put him in his mouth and then spit him out.
Yeah.
It's better that whales spit, isn't it, you guys?
I don't even know if Dell heard that.
Dell.
Did you hear what he just said? It's better if whales spit instead of swallow, because there was a sailor in his mouth or something like that, a kayaker. I said sailor. It's really more of a kayaker. Dell just said, I don't want to get involved.
A Michigan judge.
You're complicit, friend. You're in this.
I'm not complicit.
You're complicit.
I just said I don't want to get involved.
A Michigan judge is sentencing Walmart shoplifters to wash cars in the parking lot. Do you feel like you should have to wash cars if you try to shoplift?
Yeah, I like that. Well, you want jail time? I mean, we can do the jail if you want, or would you rather wash cars?
I'd rather wash cars.
Now, I don't want them inside vacuuming up and going through all my stuff trying to.
I'm gonna go steal everything now, and so that's all I have to do is wash cars.
That's the last thing I want is somebody doing the interior, detailing the interior of my car, and snaking everything out of the console.
Yep. The Scottish government wants everyone to know it does not plan to ban cats. Do you think Scotland should ban cats?
I think every place should, but probably screw up the order of things. So I'm just not a cat guy. So ban the cats. When I get there, ban the cats. Before I get there, ban the cats. If I ever go to Scotland.
A professional snake catcher was stunned to find a snake hiding in a person's pillow. Have you ever had a snake in your pillow?
Nope. Hope never to.
Holy
I don't
crap.
need any surprise snakes.
A snake was inside the pillowcase. Oh, my God. I'm always worried about going to the bathroom and a snake coming up. Now I got to worry about it when I put my head on my pillow.
Please don't say pants snake. Please don't.
Don't voice that out loud.
You're the one that
said what? I just see him sitting there, and I'm waiting for it to turn over in his head like, I thought of a different kind of snake, not a pillowcase snake.
What is wrong with you? No, that's just terrible.
I know.
What's wrong with you? Be more mature.
A pants snake. A jump rope professional saved a neighbor and their dog from an ice pond with
the jump rope.
The jump rope.
Wow.
Jump rope professional. What does that mean?
I mean, it's not a great job.
You can sustain yourself and have a life being a jump rope professional.
Can you really make a living jumping rope? Can you?
I mean, what other 3 jobs do you have?
David Fisher, who also jumps rope professionally, recently earned himself recognition as a hero from the municipal government for saving people from an ice pond, a dog and a person. Grabbed his jump rope and went and got him out.
Well, that's what's more impressive, that or the guy who had to square up with the kangaroo to save his dog?
Well, the kangaroo guy.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's jump rope thing.
The elements aren't forgiving. Like, at least that's a thinking, sentient being on the other side. If you punch it in the face a couple times, maybe it goes, okay, I don't want any part of this. The frozen water ain't backing down.
No. Frozen water is undefeated, as a matter of fact.
But it goes on to say, after the ceremony, he went back to his lonely house because he has no one to love him because he's a jump rope professional.
Who writes that in an article about someone saving their life?
Well, I made that.
I know.
I made that part up.
What?
Yeah, I made that part up.
Yeah. John
but I'm
made
pretty
it.
sure that's the story about him.
He's gonna get.
Who's gonna marry? Oh, what do you do for a living? I jump rope.
He could be a jump rope professional. Like there are probably people who are disc golf professionals that actually have jobs, other jobs. So that might be what it is.
Even disc golf guys don't make enough. Like that, the prize money's not enough. What if that guy ends up having a pillowcase snake and some woman wants to marry him because she likes his pillowcase snake?
Is that what we're going to call that now?
No, it's a real thing, potentially.
What if the snake fills up the whole pillowcase? Then maybe.
This show's really.
You brought it back.
I know, but it's just not a good show sometimes. Like we really are too much at times.
Yeah, you two are.
You,
not me. What did I say in this segment?
You're complicit.
What did I say?
You, him.
Oh,
You're complicit. He's the one that brought it back.
I'm not complicit. I've continued to say stop.
You, sir, are complicit and will be treated as such by a court of law.
When people review the evidence of this show, I will not be blamed for any of it.
It's you. Instigate. Not only are you abetting,
I'm not even going to tell you what he says in my headphones, John.
And abetting.
Dell is complicit.
I'm not, because even if I say something in your headphones, it's not on air. You can't put that on me.
You can't put things in people's heads. You can't. What's that called?
Incepting?
Yeah, you can't incept me. Okay,
I didn't
and get away with it.
My neighbor's 32-year-old son is a pro disc golfer. He went to private high school, then Texas State, and he lives at home at 32. Of course he does. He's a professional disc golfer.
Yeah, you can't be a pro. You can just be really good at it. Or try to play. It's just like golfers, like maybe you can play for money with your friends, but you can't make money going out there to Highland Pines or whatever. You can't. That's not your job.
Highland Pines is a real golf course, not a.
That's what I mean. But you can play for money with your friends. You're not going to make a living out there.
Right. Well, off of some of my friends.
TC Jester's a real course too, John.
No, it's not really not. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
Welcome into the show. Sean's back. And to get the important stuff out there, we've both seen Captain America Brave New World and The Gorge. We welcome your reviews if you've seen them. We might talk about it some on the show. My initial thing on Captain America Brave New World, before we get to some other stuff, I think the criticism's overblown. Is it great? No. Is it Marvel rock bottom? No. It's fine. It's a fine movie. It's a fine thing to do on a Friday night if you so choose. I did see a listener there. I was standing in front of the kiosk just to get my ticket, waiting for someone else to get theirs, and a listener comes up to me, "Hey, you Dell?" I was like, "Yeah." And we just gave a little dap. He kept going on his way. He was with this girl. Didn't think he wanted to get into a whole conversation about did the Texans do Bobby Sloak wrong or anything. He just wanted to say hello. I appreciate that. Didn't even get his name. It was that quick. Hopefully, whatever movie he and the person he was with was a good one. I didn't see them in my theater, so I'm not sure what they watched. But beyond that, shout out to Cinemark 18. The theater I was in this time, no mice. So that's an improvement over the last time I was in that building.
Thank you, Anthony Mackie, cleaning this place up.
Yeah, not only fighting for what's right in America, also cleaning up Cinemark 18. Okay, beyond Captain America: Brave New World and The Gorge, which once again, a fine movie, actually better reviewed than Captain America, but the romance didn't overwhelm me as far as being awful for the movie. So that was my concern, but it was fine. Have the Texans done enough of the Bobby Sloak slander? Look, DJ Anime has an article. It's in ESPN, on ESPN.com right now. You can read about what went wrong, how the players felt. It kind of buries Bobby Sloak. You never want this attached to your name. Doesn't make adjustments, particularly when you're offensive coordinator. That's bad for your reputation. This article comes out after he already has a job, so he's going to be fine. I don't think this article would have prevented him from getting that Dolphins job because of his relationship with Mike McDaniel, who was with him in San Francisco, just like the way he got the job in Houston. D'Amico Ryans and he are really good friends. Relationships will always matter, particularly in the hiring process, and maybe even more so in the NFL. So Bobby Sloak's going to be fine, but they're throwing dirt on that man's name, grave, turning it into mud. And you know, it's fine now. He is the target you can use to blame for all the issues, but he ain't around. He ain't going to be around to dump on come September. So you can find that article on ESPN.com. DJ Anime, you've heard him here on the station. It's not a criticism of DJ. It's a lot of team sources stuff. He's talking to people, and that's the information they're giving him. I wonder if the timing of the article, was it always going to come out on the Monday after the All-Star game, or was it simply something they were going to wait until deeper into the hiring cycle where Bobby Sloak was fine and it didn't look like a complete trashing of him while he was still out there looking for work? Don't know about that, but Nick Caley is the new OC, and of course everyone's excited because you better be. You can't be mid excited about mid feeling about your hire. That would be a tough start where I don't know about this guy. We're going to try it. We're just going to try it. So a lot of positivity from people who have hired him. You know, everyone will reach out to someone who knows Nick Caley and they'll tell you how great he is because that's how all these things work. And the people analyzing it, particularly the Houston Texans section of the media, can't wait, right? Can't wait for CJ to call his own plays. Can't wait for Nick Caley to adjust, which is a main criticism of Bobby Sloak. Cannot wait for these players to be put in the best position possible because, of course, that's what the new OC has promised, and, of course, that's what he's going to deliver on. Sure. I guess. I mean, the shrug of your shoulders that you just did, appropriate.
No one's going to come out there and be like, probably not going to utilize our best player.
Yeah. We no square peg, round hole stuff.
We're not going to be multiple. We're not going to be attacking. We're just going to vibe out there. I did see a lot of, and thank God I was not having to work Friday. Saw a lot of like, this is the best offensive coordinator press conference of all time. And I did not feel the need to watch it in any way to know that we're doing a lot there. For people being like, he blew us away.
That's frankly, I don't know who said it. I think I may have seen that, but I don't remember who said it. So I'm not taking a shot at you personally. But could you cut out the dumb stuff, please? Cut it out. Just stop it.
I just saw it and I was like, there's no way this is true. Like, there's no way like he said anything.
And even if it is true, what is your grading scale and who are you grading it against? How many offensive coordinator press conferences have you watched to determine that the Nick Caley one of the team that you're covering, the team that you're focused on, is the one that's the best of all time? Would you cut it out and just wait for September?
Honestly, with the recent track record, I'm not sure if I want a guy who aces the press conference.
Yeah,
I want the guy who makes an ass of himself day one. And
that's
then
true.
He turns out to be a good coach.
Now it's mostly a head coach thing, but Dan Campbell, Sirianni wasn't a guy who won it. Of course, you have Adam Gase on the other side, so you never really ever know. But as far as
2/3,
yeah, I mean there have been some others, but I don't. Was it Gannon or Steichen who was weird? Gannon, it's middling results there, but. Yeah, if I'm looking for it, I want you to blow this thing. I want you to seem like a complete dope who has no media training, because that appears to lead teams into great success.
Yeah, it's he doesn't spend time trying to relate to all us little people. He's up there he's just drawing plays,
biting kneecaps and all. Hey, a little less charm, a little more football. That's what I'm looking for.
Come on.
Yeah, I need D'Amico because I think he won his presser. Of the guy, he's not a hometown kid, but the drafted player coming home, we all love him, all that stuff. I lose a press conference. Maybe go in that direction. Maybe fill people with dread that you're the head coach and see how it works out for everyone. Because
stumble a little.
Yeah, because we got a Super Bowl champion. We had the #1 seed in the NFC. Both did not impress. In fact, a lot of people thought, these hires. What did the Lions and what did the Eagles do? Particularly after the Eagles fired Doug Peterson. You fire a Super Bowl winning coach for this? Well, yeah,
things worked out.
Things worked out just fine. So here we are. I hope it works out well. I'm definitely someone who goes against the tide. I don't like this particular brand of let's bury the guy who's no longer here. There may have been problems, but you guys all have problems. Talked about it last week. I'm not particularly enthused that Cole Popovich is back. You weren't here for it, Sean. Like you said, thankfully you were not working. But the news came out. Jonathan Alexander pointed out that the Texans had 3 coaches in that O-line room, where Chris Strausser was the kind of the supervisor, and Cole Popovich and another coach handle run and pass game stuff. So there are 3 voices in the room as opposed to just even 2.
Is there a different type of blocking that I don't know about where the other coaches handled run and pass? And then, what does Strausser do exactly? Just goes, looks good, guys.
I don't know if he made sure that everyone got to their assignments, but some guys are pass game coordinators, some guys are run game coordinators. Cole Popovich didn't have that title, but he was part of that triumvirate of guys who produced one of the worst offensive lines we've seen recently.
Worst bang for your buck for sure.
Yeah, I mean, three voices in that room, and no one can get the job done. But the guy who survives is the guy that the players like.
Okay, that's good.
There it is. So
at least they didn't hire the guy that they're burying. They're like, it's all Cole Popovich's fault, and now he's promoted.
Well, if we're going
Bobby Sloak was awesome. Don't know why we fired him.
Well, but if we're going by our press conference thing, maybe hire the guy who the players don't like. Maybe we just go Oppo. Because there's a Seinfeld episode where George Costanza, his life isn't going well, so he just goes against all his instincts and things work out for him. Maybe if the guy's giving you a queasy feeling, hire him. Yeah. Of course, the Lions and Eagles felt great about Sirianni and Campbell, and then the press conference happened, and then the rest of us were like, ooh, what's going on? But they were clearly right in their evaluation. We hope that the Texans are too, but the bearing of the guy who's no longer around, I mean, how much more of this do we have? This was the article on ESPN that got it done. I don't think we will see anything else until I guess the players are available again. I think because they'll be asked about the Bobby Sloak thing, and they'll probably dance around certain things. They're not going to want to put their name to trashing the former coach.
I think it'll be more like training camp or whatever mandatory mini camps where they're like, man, things are just so much better now. Things are just so much more cohesive now, where it's not directly
it
throwing
won't be
a shot,
yeah.
but it is like in praising the current way things are done. It is like a indictment on like, man, we already feel so much way ahead. Like we're already ahead of where we were last year. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, the name won't be mentioned,
Yeah.
but they will praise.
They'll go unsaid.
Yeah, they'll praise Kaylee, and you can read between the lines that this is an indictment of the previous coach. So, of course, some of the numbers that maybe sealed his fate were the 8 sacks against the Chiefs and the pressure rate of 56% of the time on the dropbacks, which is the second highest of all time in a playoff game. Since they began tracking that. So it's not a long history, but at least since that became a thing people cared about, only behind Tim Tebow. So in 2011 that might have been against the Patriots, not sure exactly, but since 2009, second highest pressure rate on dropbacks. We saw it. We don't really need the numbers. We could tell it was a bad experience for all, made worse so by the fact that you were still in the game. Okay, so that's there. Predictable, no adjustments. He had to go and didn't connect with the players, and the players lost faith. So some of the reasons why Bobby Slowick's not here. Was it player driven? Maybe you don't want to put driven on him, but it played a part. The players weren't down with Slowick. This is from one player. I don't think we had a true identity of what the F we wanted to do. So D'Amico asked the players about what they thought, and Bobby Slowick didn't get a lot of ringing endorsements, and that helped make the decision. So we'll see what Nick Caley provides and see if those players like him more. Imagine they will, at least early on. Okay, we'll get to the All-Star game. I didn't see much of it. In fact, the only thing I really did see was the Rising Stars in the first game yesterday. But some of the stuff coming out of it is the format is bad. Why are the Rising Stars even playing on Sunday? And who's to blame for the current predicament as Adam Silver's grasping at straws to try to fix this thing? We'll get to that. I got a tweet I want to get to about how could we incentivize these players. So we're just getting started here on the show. Sean's back. We got a lot to get to today. Sean, do you think we do the Captain America thing 11:30? Because I've said stuff. You haven't said anything, and you've watched the movie.
Mhm.
We'll push that.
Yeah,
later in the show. We'll push that to about 11:30.
Spoiler-free.
Yeah, we won't.
Although I'm not really sure what there is.
Yeah, what is there to spoil? I mean, stuff happens. You get it.
If you've seen a commercial for this movie,
you've seen all.
You know what happens at the end.
Yeah, the Red Hulk fights, which I appreciated because he fought as opposed to what the current Hulk does, the one we know and sometimes love. And I don't know. There's a 5'2", very tiny woman in the movie doing things like, at least I could believe Scarlett Johansson can get away with this. This woman is very small and doing what she's doing. So maybe that is a thing to talk about as well. We have some sound from Alex Bregman. He talked about leaving the Astros. He's got a big, he took out an ad in the Chronicle to thank everyone, which was nice. So we'll get to him, his presser with the Red Sox, Joe Spada as well. We'll also hear from Lance McCullers. There's a change for Lance. Not only is he on the mound, he's doing it in a different way. So plenty to get to. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We had All-Star Weekend, and unfortunately for the All-Star, at least the NBA All-Star Weekend, it drew comps to the Four Nations tournament, which is just a made-for-TV hockey thing. Instead of the All-Star game, they're doing that. And when the Americans break out and fight the Canadians 3 times in 9 seconds, all of the NBA's lack of trying and lack of competitiveness gets highlighted. Now, you can't really do what the Four Nations and the NHL have done, because that's an NHL-controlled event. It was part of an announcement like last year when they were telling the world that they were going to release their players again to play in the World Cup and the Olympics, which they hadn't done for a while. It was part of this plan. Hey, hockey's back, and the best are gonna play against each other and represent their countries. There are not enough players in the NBA as far as international teams to make up actual teams, because I don't care about the USA versus the world. I don't care about you putting them in some awful uniform that has USA across, but it's not even in USA colors against a world team of NBA stars. That's the only way they could even try to duplicate what the Four Nations thing is doing. It doesn't make you as passionate if it was USA versus Canada. Like, you could do USA versus Canada. There are enough NBA players for the Canadians.
We saw it in the warm-up to the Olympics,
yes,
6 months ago.
Yes, but if you're just using NBA players, like the NHL's, it's NHL, the best of the best. Like, of course, even in the Olympics, when they do this, Slovakia, I'm not sure, but they probably don't have enough NHL players.
No,
so
there's 2 teams.
Yeah, they'll grab
go all the way.
Like Czech Republic can and Russia can, but Russia's not involved in the Four Nations for reasons like wars. Yeah, that stuff.
Soft.
And they didn't involve the Czechs because I guess they
didn't like the way they're.
I guess 5-nation tournament didn't sound good. So I guess I don't know why.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Didn't want to have to figure out a bye.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. It's round robin. We don't get involved in that. So you can't really do that on the NBA level. Like I say, I don't care about USA versus world. If you told me if you would open it up to the international players who don't play in the NBA and you did it over the weekend, you said, hey, Jokic and your best countrymen against the US. We saw a competitive game in the Olympics.
I was gonna say the thing is, I just don't have the appetite for that, considering we just saw it where guys are definitely trying.
Well, yeah, that's the thing.
They're going to be trying less now.
That's the
because
problem.
There's not a medal on the line.
Yeah, it's less than a year away from us just seeing it. So of course, doing it immediately after an Olympic year is not going to help.
It's like an international friendly. It's like when U.S. plays Germany in an international friendly. It's just so this doesn't really mean anything. Okay, cool. Are we going to rotate some young guys in here? Is Cade Cunningham going to be the starting point guard for Team USA? Because we're just trying to get him some run
in the second half.
Yeah.
It's all, and the crazy part of it all stems from just the players not trying. Like all of these solutions or failed solutions that Adam Silver and whoever he talks to try to do this stuff. All of these things are just because the generation, and I'm not the first person to say it. You had Brian Gelsiler say it, who used to do a lot of stuff with John and Lance on the show, just to be clear. Just for people.
Used to do stuff.
I had to clean it up. Brian Gelsiler, who was a guest on the show, he said that this is the fault of Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and LeBron. They dropped, pretty much, he said they dropped the baton. Kobe handed this over to you, and we don't remember a lot of times in those All-Star games where Kobe was playing where the entire game was a travesty. Like, of course, the first 3 quarters, no one's trying that hard, but they try to stay in distance. So if the fourth quarter can be a thing, it will be a thing. And we see some of the best moments happen in those fourth quarters. We have not had those recently because, people have decided I'd rather take a half-court shot instead of running back on defense. They've turned it into not basketball, which I think is the biggest problem. Beyond, of course, you're not going to go 100%. You're not going to trap people. You're not going to put 2 on the ball to get the ball out of Dame's hands, stuff like that. But when we revert to, hey, I just take this half-court shot. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I think I think the audacity of that stuff, people are like, oh, okay, this is clearly an exhibition. I knew it was an exhibition, but now you're putting it in my face that this doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, people not trying and letting like whatever Kevin Garnett or Tim Duncan get like a turnaround 12-footer without really contesting. That it just hits your eyes differently than someone walking up wide open and shooting a three, like Jason Tatum, just like not guarding anybody.
Yeah, can I get someone in the vicinity? Like the NBA charts wide open shots, contested shots.
I'd love for them to chart it for the All-Star game.
Just give me open shot. I don't want wide open shot. I don't need that to be the norm in the game. And so we got what we got yesterday.
I actually thought the on-court stuff was like not bad.
It was fine. It was better. Yeah, the biggest issue, I guess, this weekend was, particularly last night, was the lack of actual basketball being played. Someone actually did chart the actual minutes of basketball being played compared to all the extras and the timeouts and the honoring and the bits that Kevin Hart was doing. Yeah, they far outweighed the number of minutes basketball was actually being played when we had 3 games.
Yeah,
going to 40.
Yeah. It was something like there's 35 minutes of those 3 games happening, and the broadcast was like 3.5 hours long somehow. Or maybe it was only 3. I forgot. But
it felt like 7.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a 2.5 hour Kevin Hart set, and then a 3 hour or a 30-minute. Oh my God, we're gonna miss Inside the NBA, even though they're gonna be on TV next year anyway.
Yeah, they were given a tribute, even though they're just going to be on ESPN.
They're getting a tribute for the All-Star game, like for covering the All-Star game.
Is this their last time covering the All-Star game? Is that the issue?
Yes.
Okay.
NBC's going to do it going forward with the new TV deal, which, by the way, after watching last night, good.
I welcome
These
NBC.
guys suck.
Yeah, this stinks. I don't want any part of it. This is one of those times where you can just say, it's not for us. Last night was not for us. I don't know who it was for. I'm not sure.
That's the thing.
Who was Kevin Hart attracting? Like, I know he's been on Kai Cenat's stream. He's gotten into that world. Is he there to attract people who don't watch basketball to watch this?
The thing is, Kevin Hart's been doing stuff with the NBA All-Star game for like a decade. Like he was in celebrity games a decade. He did the shootout against Draymond Green like almost 10 years ago now. Like, guys, I think Kevin Hart is not the, finger on the pulse guy.
I'm not sure what that's about.
To have MC a 3-hour broadcast where there's only 30 minutes of basketball, which, by the way, you shouldn't do that. By the way, that's a bad idea too. But if we're going to do it, can we get not Kevin Hart? Can we just get anybody else?
Mr. Beast was there.
Not him either.
Yeah.
He was actually worse.
Yeah. It was hard to be worse, but he was. And it all comes from, hey, guys, I would love for you to try. If you don't try, I got to do all this. And it's going to fail because we don't know what really works, but we're going to throw it out there from the basketball itself, which is better than it has been, to the non-basketball stuff.
Yeah.
I think they may have to rework it again. And
honestly,
less extracurriculars.
All they have to do is cut out, because there's 2 commercials built in to each game because they're going to 40. So there's one commercial when they hit 15, one when they hit 30.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if you just do, when you hit 20, that's one commercial. And like, you just cut out one of the commercials there, I think we're fine. And then you get like probably, and also missed me with the TNT self-aggrandizing.
Yeah, we don't, at least we are guaranteed we don't get that next year.
Yes, we are guaranteed we don't get that next year. But I think if you could shoot for, there's still only 35 minutes of basketball, but it's only a 2-hour broadcast, I actually think that's fine. I think that's mostly fine. When you say it out loud, it doesn't sound great.
Doesn't sound good.
But like, if you actually, I mean, we all know like the stat about like NFL broadcasts where it's a 3-hour broadcast. There's like 11 minutes of actual football. It's like, we don't need actual football or actual basketball for the entire time. Just, can we cut out some of the fat here?
Some of the stuff
to where we're just in and out in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you're trying to reach a younger audience, like, you need to shorten this.
And that's the thing Adam Silver is the I'm referencing. That's what he talked about leading up to this. Like, maybe we're shortening games because we want that 2-hour window. You could have tried it out here. Instead, you didn't.
The perfect time. I think going to 40 is actually the perfect number because it is small enough to where you don't really get like a huge blowout. And every All-Star game, like we said, they try for like the first 5 minutes and they try for the last 5 minutes. It's like, well, we just cut out all the not trying part. Like 40 points, that's about a quarter. There you go.
And if you win it, you get to play a second. You get to play a second game.
That's also why you can't make it super long.
Yeah, and it worked out that the OGs, which featured the likes of Durant and Curry, and would have featured LeBron if, he had played and he could have told people he wasn't going to play. That would have maybe given someone who's never made an All-Star game a chance. We didn't even mention Alpern because he barely played. And that's the one issue I take mostly with the new format, beyond Draymond's issue with the rising stars. We'll play that when we come back. Is guys who have never played in the All-Star game, never gotten the opportunity, get very little time. Like Alperen Şengün in a regular East versus West, sure, his game isn't particularly suited for the All-Star game, and he's a young player, so he's not getting a lot of time, but he probably gets to maybe 6-minute stints.
I was going to say
in the first and second half.
He probably gets around 8 minutes, right?
Maybe 8 to 10, and depending on.
There's some guys that like just only make cameos in these things that we
some,
forget about. Because
that's true, but
like
some of that.
Sabonis only plays like 8 minutes in these things.
Yeah, so maybe 8 to 10 for Alperen, and as opposed to the 3 he might have gotten last night. So that kind of sucks.
I also, again, I just don't care.
No, I'm not. It's not about me. It's about Alperen. Like maybe I don't know if he cares.
So we could not try. That's the thing. So you could not try on defense. Like
I don't.
Sorry.
Well, this is. It all leads back to the guys about a decade ago decided they don't want to try anymore, and this is how it filters down.
Yeah,
Darius Garland said it. Darius Garland said, "Hey, I'm probably not going to try, but if Steph tries, I'll try." That's what he said.
Not a good thing to say, Darius Garland. I will say
no. So
that is honesty. That is not a good.
So when you question whether you should lay this at the feet of the 3 guys who've been carrying the NBA for the last 10+ years, just listen to Darius Garland's not even that young, but he's a star in his prime. Star, whatever. He's
all-star. He's
an all-star, but star maybe have a different implication. He's an all-star telling you that I'm taking Steph's lead. Like, I'm not going to go out there and try if no one else is. I don't look bad. That's kind of the vibes. And you can see that. You know who took that to heart? Don't Connect. I was watching him. He didn't close out once. I don't blame him because look, but he didn't even get back on defense. Hey, you're a rising star. You could at least offer up some effort. It changed later, but you were saying like the first 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. Yeah. The first 5 minutes, Dalton Connect in the game yesterday was like, whatever. What the hell? Oh, Jason Tatum's coming down the lane. I'm not leaving my man. I'm not even gonna pretend. I don't know why I was focused on him. I just thought he was egregiously bad. I was like, hey, put Amen in the game.
I think that's why.
I was like,
it's because he started.
Yeah, put Amen in the game. We'll see if Amen gives any better effort. Look, the All-Star game not about effort anymore, not about competition anymore, and it's more about Mr. Beast and Kevin Hart and all the extracurriculars, which is just to say, the game itself, or at least the weekend itself, is no longer about basketball. Unless you are a G Leaguer who can dunk over Kia. I will say this, Matt McClung's dunk, better than Blake's. Blake jumped over the front end of the car.
Yeah, he jumped over the hood.
Yeah, McClung jumped over the tallest part of that Kia.
Yeah.
I'll give them.
And almost like died trying.
Flipped himself. Like Mac McClung tears an ACL. It sucks, but people won't care that much because they don't ever see him play basketball.
The only thing no disrespect to Mac McClung. The only thing that would come to my mind is, oh my God, will he be ready for next year's dunk contest?
Probably. ACLs at this point, what are they, 9 months now? I think he will be back and ready to go.
But ready to put on a
ready
show?
Ready to fly?
Because really, the dunk contest is on Mac McClung's shoulders.
Yes. Castle had a nice dunk, but it is McClung's event. He's now won it 3 years in a row.
Yes. 3-peat.
Yeah.
Take that, Mahomes.
Does he make a shirt and pay Pat Riley for it?
Probably not.
Probably not. McClung.
I don't know if McClung. I don't know if his bread goes that long.
Can the Orlando Magic pay Pat Riley to make something for McClung and get some merch for him?
Pat Riley, give me a first-round pick, top 10 protected.
At this point, Orlando's got a real shot to be giving up a lottery pick the way things are going in the East.
Top 10. That's why.
Yeah, it's the pick the Warriors gave up to get Jimmy Butler, who helped the Warriors. You weren't here for it. We didn't talk about it because you were gone.
It's been so long.
It's been so long ago.
Jimmy talked about.
Yeah, the Rockets lost Jimmy Butler.
All I know is that Alex Bregman left
Officially,
I missed the Friday Alex Bregman, My Heart Will Go On show.
It was
which
less
I'm
of,
fine
It
with.
was less of that. It was more like screw him.
Oh,
it was more of that sentiment than I'm going to miss him great, and I'm going to cheer him when he comes back. A lot of us like, whatever, dead to me. And if not dead to me, I see him out there, I'm going to boo him. So we'll play some Alex Bregman sound later. We talked about what he put in the Chronicle. He also was asked some questions in his introductory press conference as a Red Sox. He had the uniform on. It bothered me less than I thought it would. Maybe because he's sitting at a table in Florida, not playing. Apparently second base for them because they're not moving Devers. So we'll play that. We'll also hear from Draymond when we come back. He was very critical of giving the Rising Stars the floor on Sunday while ignoring that his best teammate is partly to blame. We'll play that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and now the All-Star Weekend is in the rearview mirror. The second half of the basketball season is here. Whether it's college, whether it's the NBA, the race to the playoffs or the tournament is heating up. The best place to cash in is Prize Picks, of course. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded earnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. That's why they're #1. All you do is you choose more or less on their player projections, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. So what you're going to do, you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you get your when you sign up and play your first $5 lineup, and you get $50 instantly. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, promo code MAPES. Run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Candace goes, I'm coaching some team. And she's right. Some team that no one wants to see.
Oh, man.
I had to work so hard to play on Sunday night of All-Star Weekend. And because ratings are down, because the game's bad, we're bringing in Rising Stars. That's not a fix. I never played in the Rising Stars game. My first 2 years, I didn't touch that game. And these guys get to touch the All-Star floor on Sunday night? Like when the floor is the floor? You know, in America, the president has Air Force One, right?
Yeah.
They have several of those planes. It's only Air Force One if the president's on it. That's the All-Star floor. You have the court, you have the events. It's a nice looking court. When All-Stars are on the court, now it's the All-Star court. Those guys did not make the All-Star team. To be playing in the All-Star game and you did not make the All-Star team is absurd.
Draymond on TNT, where the consistency of ripping the product continues. Adam Silver's like, put this damn game on NBC now. What are we doing?
It's the old generation that's the problem, Dale. They don't respect the current NBA player. Oh, wait, Draymond Green is a current NBA player.
And is one of the NBA players who can be blamed. Not so much, but can be blamed.
Pretty directly, actually.
For why we are where we are.
It's the guys that haven't been taken seriously the last, 6-7 years?
Yeah,
by the way, how long has Draymond been an All-Star? 6 or 7
I said
years.
Partly because he, along with others, is following the lead of the best players in the world. But he's part of it, too. He's part of the problem. Yeah. And he's now commenting on the problem like he didn't take part in it.
It's also like, what's your game built around? Like, how'd you make an All-Star team, Draymond? Oh, playing defense?
And now you're just letting guys waltz by you. Okay. That's okay.
Like, Draymond, no one's there to see Dalton connect. You're right. Also, no one's there to see Draymond Green shoot jumpers and give up open layups.
To be honest, no one's there to see Draymond Green. It's a game that's not for him.
I mean, if we want to be real, there's 6 guys.
It happens.
This game is for.
It happens. Yes, your superstars, your old heads, and the guys who will put on displays with the dunking ability. Yeah. They won't do it in the actual dunk contest, but they will do it.
No.
That's embarrassing if you miss, but they will do it in the game. So there it is. All-Star Weekend's over. We're back to regular NBA stuff on Wednesday. I think there's one game on Wednesday.
By the way, I think the NBA All-Star game actually, I think mission accomplished.
What was the mission?
Give us something to talk about.
Oh,
the first Monday after football. This is the first weekend without football this year.
I gotta say, I didn't miss football.
It also gave us something to talk about for 2 seconds.
I didn't even.
There's other shows that are probably going to talk about for an hour. So it's just how do we fix it? What's the fix? These guys, come on.
There's no fix.
Yeah.
Outside of trying harder.
Yeah.
That's the fix.
It really is just try to get these guys to want to do that.
Adam Silver with his meetings, before the game, he was going to implore them. There is no. Oh, speaking of that, someone did tweet me. I did want to get to that about incentivizing these players. I don't know if the NBA wants it out there that they gotta pay guys who are in the middle supermaxes.
Yeah, that's
$50K if they win a game, if they try.
The winning team already gets 100.
Yeah, they already get money. They already get money. So I just don't think publicizing that's going to help the cause.
How much money would it actually take? $2 million? But if you think about it, a guy like Karl Towns makes 55.
I don't think there's enough that the NBA is willing to spend to get people to care.
Yes. I mean, obviously. They're spending as much as they want to right now.
Yeah. I don't think there's a number that the NBA would go to that would entice these players. It's either in them or it's not. And right now, there's no interest. Because Jared asked me, could the NBA do some incentive type thing each quarter? Like at the end of quarter one, if you're up by 10, you get paid.
They did that a couple years ago.
Yeah, and it didn't matter.
They did that in fact 2020 All-Star game.
Wasn't it tied to charity too?
Yeah.
If you won the quarter, this charity
it was $100,000
charity of the choice gets money, and they barely cared. So sorry, they were F them kids, just like Jordan, just like their hero was.
Well, it's also just I don't know, if they don't try and we don't try. Just a coin flip on who gets the charity anyway.
Exactly.
We don't need to try to give this money. Someone's going to win this money no matter what.
True. Very true. So, Jared, I don't think money is going to play a part. It's just got to be a change in attitude.
No, and that's why I'm okay with like only 30 minutes of actual basketball. It's like, but I don't want to see these guys out there for 2 hours. Like, I don't want to see that.
It's not a bad point.
I want to see it for 30 minutes. Get in and get out.
If this is
have a couple concerts in the middle, have like the E40 and Too Short, the kind of like medley they did with all the Oakland rappers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just do that in between games. Have LiAngelo Ball come out, do one song, and boom, we're good. Next game.
Yeah.
Make sure to have a suck fest for TNT before you go, and then
wow. I can't argue with what you're saying outside of that last thing you said, but I can't argue with what you're saying. When the effort's not there, you got to find a way to entertain people, and they tried. Not sure they got it done. We'll see. Not that the ratings matter too much, but the reviews of the All-Star Weekend, not great. Oh well. The Astros aren't playing. Well, they're not playing games, and they're not doing anything that matters other than we get to watch Altuve field fly balls and left. People seem to like to post videos of that. That's fine. One of the reasons he was going to go to left is Alex Bregman, if he were to come back. That did not happen. Alex Bregman is a Red Sox. The proof is there from the Astros brass answering questions about it to Alex Bregman actually as an introductory presser being in a Red Sox uniform. Here's Alex Bregman on how difficult it was to leave the Astros.
How difficult was it for you at the end to leave an organization that you had been with your entire career?
Oh, definitely difficult. I have so much respect for the organization, top to bottom, all the players.
He added more in the ad in the Chronicle. Long, heartfelt goodbye to the Astros, to the city, and to the fans. So we had Raheel on was it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday.
Friday, I thought. Oh, was it?
He came on Thursday. Yeah. He is in favor of booing Alex Bregman. We had a caller, I think his name was Jerry, said I'll boo him too. I'm not a booer, but I'm also not someone who's going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. If you want to boo Alex Bregman, you can boo Alex Bregman. It's part of being a fan when there's an opponent in your building. If you do boo, are we talking a series-long boo? Every time he comes into the plate, he's getting booed by a smattering of fans, or do we voice our displeasure the first time he's up to bat, and then you say, or do you just boo him in the tribute video?
See, I think that tribute video applause, maybe even first at bat applause. After that, boo.
Okay, you acknowledge what he's done here.
Yeah,
tribute video, first at bat, and then the rest of
he won 2 World Series for you and took all the arrows, or him and Correa basically took all the arrows for the sign stealing thing.
Sure. So, how many at bats after the first do you boo him?
From then on, he's just a Red Sox third baseman.
So, but they don't boo all the Red Sox.
That is true.
So
that is true. You have to be there on time to cheer him in the.
It's very true.
In the video.
Will a tribute video to Alex Bregman entice people to show up on time? I don't know about that.
I mean, the Red Sox fans that will take over Dyken Park, they'll cheer him. So
definitely, I think there'll be a light smattering when he gets introduced.
Yeah,
but that's about it.
I guess I just like what did he do wrong exactly?
He just took a job someplace else.
Just took a better offer. Okay.
Yeah, and that should be enough to hate him.
All right.
I guess. How dare he?
Like he's getting what, $20 less million than the Astros offered over half as many years.
To be fair, 36 less $1 million.
Okay. For 2 less years.
For 3 less years.
3 less years.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. One a-hole.
Yeah. I do think about.
Oh, by the way, this is something that I didn't get off my chest.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can Astros fans stop bitching about the Astros had the best offer? Now that we know they definitely had at maximum
more years, Sean.
Had at maximum the third best offer.
Yeah, they didn't have the best offer.
And I'm saying at max it was the third best.
Who knows what else was out there?
That's just Detroit had Detroit should be pissed off. They actually had a good offer.
He just didn't want to play there.
Yeah. Red Sox, I mean, they had a better offer. A, because he took it. B, he's getting $40 million a year and can opt out whenever he wants.
That's the funny part of all this. When we don't actually get the numbers from what other teams are offering, there's just an assumption that the Astros are winning this race. When actually, no, it's just that they probably were used by Boris, or maybe they got the numbers out themselves to prove, hey, we're serious about this.
That's what it was in November when I think it was Brian McTaggart and Chandler. I think everyone reported that like it was the 5 years, 150 whatever $million, and that is very clearly we tried, guys. There we go.
Yeah.
To our fan base, we didn't. We did try to re-sign a top 10 player in Astros history. We did. We tried. Biggest offering the most money in Astros history. Biggest contract in Astros history.
Don't be mad at us.
And then he takes a better offer.
Yeah, I mean it's a PR ploy.
I think that offer would also be the biggest offer in Astros history.
And Dana Brown's like, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Such a good player, but he's still out there. All of that, which I just found funny in general. And then when the numbers come out, it's like, oh, he was always in a position where he could have gotten a more favorable deal.
It really blows my mind how he is at least the third guy who we've done the song and dance for of win a World Series in 2017. Everyone loves him. And then he leaves and we act like, oh my God, how could anyone not come back to the end? Like, George Springer, same thing. Carlos Correa, same thing. Now Alex Bregman. It's like, guys, this is just how it goes. They're not going to. I'm not even criticizing the Astros for not wanting.
It's their philosophy. And I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it.
I'm just saying, grow up. Like, just grow up, Astros Twitter. Like, what are we doing?
Or at least pay attention to what has happened previously and realize whatever's being pushed out there by the Astros, because of the number that's out there, it's probably not. I almost want to say not even real when in comparison to what else is out there. And we found out, someone just quote tweeted the Bregman thing. 20 million of his 40 million annual salary is deferred each year. That still means he gets it, right? Isn't that kind of how that plays out? He still gets it. He just doesn't get it immediately, which I believe the 20 million will be enough to sustain until he gets the back half of that. It is what it is. He's gone. The Astros were probably never very serious, and they operated that way because they knew that number was below what he wanted. And then they went out and got the guys they needed to fill the holes. And one of those holes involves Altuve taking fly balls and left. No matter who they acquire, he was going to apparently play left field, at least some. That's their plan. Bregman, no Bregman. Put your second baseman out there and see how it goes. Dave, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. Welcome to hour 2. There is a story on Yahoo Sports that the CFP, thanks to the SEC and the Big Ten pushing, could expand. And that's been a rumor for a while now. Could be 14 or 16. Mostly this is on my mind because in the virtual world, I made the playoff in my first year, but can't get past the obstacle that is Texas State and Josh Beard getting swept, losing all 3 games, regular season, Big 12, and then in Big 12 championship game, and then the playoff quarterfinal really hurt.
Wow. People are calling it Texas versus Georgia. That's what people are calling it.
People are calling me John Cooper, and he's can't beat the rival. UCF now has a new rival in our online dynasty. Congratulations to Josh Beard, first-time national champion. But we move on. The playoff may expand. We'll get to that story in a little bit here. But let's get to Dave. Dave wants to talk about Alex Bregman. What's up, Dave?
Hey, good morning, Dell. I enjoy your show. I enjoy what you add to John and Lance's show too. I think you're a big ad there. Alex Bregman, a couple things. One, we talk about these contracts that have been that he was offered. Not knowing how much money was deferred in those other contracts, if any, is really important. I think, my son follows this closer than I do, but he tells me that Bregman's going to get $6 million a year from 2035 to 2044, and that's great. But the Red Sox, they keep that $60 million in their pocket for the next 10 years, and you don't have to invest it that wisely to turn it into a bigger number. So not having that money in Alex's possession is a big deal, and you have to kind of factor that in when you compare these different offers. The other thing I'll say is I disagree with you guys, or not you guys so much, but other people who've texted and whatever else. I don't think Bregman's going to get booed by many people at Daikin Park when he comes back with the Red Sox. I think right now emotions are sort of raw, but when he comes back, people are going to remember how much Alex Bregman's meant to this franchise. 9 years.
I agree. I don't think it'll be this overwhelming noise, but there will be. Look, we're in a bubble here. There are callers, tweeters, people who pay to go to the ballpark. I'm not gonna say Jerry wasn't. I don't know if he'll pay for Astro tickets ever. So I may include him in this. I just don't think it's going to be the sentiment where we need to boo him for this. I know it took a while. I know people's hopes are up, but I'm just going by Twitter people. People who go to the games, they'll remember that number 2 and what he did, and probably feel pretty good about his time here. And he didn't rip the city on his way out. He was a consummate professional, and he had the ad in the Chronicle telling everyone how happy he was to be here and how much he appreciated it. I don't think it'll be a big thing. But the thing you mentioned about the deferred payments, while I was tongue-in-cheek in the previous segment, you're right. I mean, him getting that money later. I'm not sure if your son's right about when he's going to come into that money and what it might mean for how the Red Sox can spend. But a lot of this has to do, I think, with maybe ego's not the best word, but how you're thought of. Alex Bregman, the actual contract with the deferred money means he's not getting $40 million this season. But the numbers that are put out there initially are Alex Bregman is a AAV of $40 million. He's a $40 million player per year. And should that matter to a player? Probably not. But I wouldn't be surprised if it does. That is part of the narrative, that he is being paid $40 million to play baseball this year. I think that might matter to players.
Yeah, because that's just when you go to Spot Track and you look at his contract, it'll just say $40 million for the next 3 years. So I think that a lot of it is just kind of putting makeup on a pig in that way.
And do we know if the
also the Astros could just, if it is fake money, the Astros could just, or it's a way of making it seem like a bigger offer, but it really isn't. Can the Astros defer payments? Like, could they start doing that?
It's not something they've done, but yeah, they could. It's not. It doesn't appear to be something they're interested in doing, though.
So why would they not be interested in doing that if it's
because you still have to eventually pay him?
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
But
we
would
watched the
that-
Dodgers do it, and everyone's pissed off at them. But they're perfectly okay to do it. You can do it. The Astros just don't appear to want to get involved in that game
because they don't want to pay Alex Bregman more. Maybe that's why.
Yes.
So the Red Sox offer is still better?
Yes.
If the team doesn't want to do something because it disadvantages the team, that means, in general, it's going to be better for the player, which means that the deferred payment, being something the Astros don't want to do, is something that's worse for the team because it is paying the player more.
Yes. So the logistics of it all, we can get into that and determine how much he's actually getting, what it costs the Red Sox to do it, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, he's not here. And whatever reasoning played a part in it, he chose the Red Sox offer as a better one than the Astros and what would have come out to be about 26 or something per year. Was that the math? Which is below what we thought he was seeking, which was about 30. And he's going to get 10 more than that. He's a fake or not, he's a $40 million a year player. And that probably sits right. Sits good with him.
Just like Shohei Ohtani, no one's like, he's a $2 million a year player.
No.
Like everyone's like, no, he signed for $700 million for 10 years.
The nerds in us, the people who, and I'm not excluding myself, but we dive deep in the numbers and talk about what it actually means. General public doesn't matter. Alex Bregman it doesn't matter. It's just the contract. The contract is a contract. The numbers are out there. If you want to, the headline is there, and if you want to dig deep into the article, it might tell you what's actually involved. But the real point is, he ain't here.
Yeah. Well, it's also like accounting radio is awful radio.
I don't like
us breaking down a contract.
I don't like talking about trades in that way. How much it might cost the team who's trading? How much it's going to cost the team
what's
that's acquiring
dead
him?
cap number?
It doesn't matter to people. They just want to know if they can acquire the player, and let the financial people in the front office figure all that out. It does not matter to the people when they hear star wide receivers being acquired. Does not matter.
Yeah. Or like the Myles Garrett thing, because that's something I've seen in the like week after Myles Garrett asked for a trade. Is like, this is actually going to be terrible dead cap for the Browns, so they might just keep him. Just like, okay, sure. If that's the reason you're keeping him, because of the dead cap of a team that's already paying Deshaun Watson what they're paying Deshaun Watson.
You're already in a position where you aren't competing for anything.
Yeah, sure.
But keep Myles Garrett and don't acquire any picks for him, because keep the unhappy player who you could get picked for, a lot of them for.
Who's turning 30.
Yeah, because of your dead cap situation for a team who's not winning a thing anyway. Okay. Dave, appreciate the call. Look, that back half of our commentary wasn't an attack on you. It's just, for Alex Bregman, it probably matters less than for people who like to talk about contracts, even though it's a contract directly affecting him. Because at some point, he can tell the world, $40 million per year. If I want the last 2 years, I can just get out of it. If I don't want to hang around in Boston. Okay, the story from Yahoo. Ross Dellinger has a story, longtime college football reporter. The SEC and the Big Ten are pushing for 14 to 16 teams to expand the playoff. And they want multiple automatic qualifiers per league, as many as 4 each for themselves, and finalizing a scheduling arrangement together that may fetch millions in additional revenue from TV partners, sources told Yahoo Sports. So, yes, these two conferences who people were fearful of would get more bids than, particularly the SEC, because they had the 3 loss teams, get more bids than they deserved, because they would turn the sport into a monopoly if they wanted to, or they'd break away. They're pushing for more influence before we get to year 2 of this expanded playoff. 14 to 16 always felt like it was going to happen, just because more teams means more inventory, means more money. But if we start to separate qualifiers by conference, like it's Champions League, like Premier League gets 4 qualifiers, other leagues, smaller leagues, even leagues you think are bigger, like Serie A and La Liga, just going across the board. Some leagues get less qualifiers into that championship. It's what it appears the Big Ten and the SEC want. Hey, we deserve 4 because, watching 9-3 Alabama led by Jalen Milroe would have been a great viewing experience this past playoff. Give them the spot. Jackson Dart and Ole Miss, yeah, they deserve it. I know they couldn't beat Florida on the road, an average to below average Florida team. Give it to them. South Carolina, they were on the hot streak, but their losses came, and they had 3 losses too. Just hand over spots. 4 of them. So Tennessee, which wasn't at large, you get a spot, which they would have made it anyway. So that barely matters. Like the SEC is probably going to get 3 teams anyway every year in this scenario, unless they fall completely apart. But they're trying to be gifted for no matter what they do in conference. I don't see anything where it says they have to reach a certain standard to get these 4. So it appears that if you have a dominant SEC team and the rest of them are 8-4, they would still get 3 automatic qualifiers.
Yeah,
or 4 plus the champion or whatever.
Yeah, they just lose like the non-conference games.
Yeah,
does not matter.
Doesn't matter as long as you in the SEC and you're a top 4 SEC team. Just hand them a spot, and the Big Ten says, "Hey, don't forget about us. We want that too." This is where we are. Look, greed is always going to play a part, and once the games hit, it won't bother me that much. I'll just watch the games and not care that much. But it's the off season, and the thought of just handing over multiple automatic qualifying spots to these 2 conferences, it bothers me. I'll get over it, but reading it, it's like, okay, do you want it to be college football, or do you want it to be the Invitational? I already know the answer. I'm not sure why I'm asking that question. They obviously want it to be a Big Ten SEC Invitational. They don't particularly care about the health of the sport beyond their conferences. And if you're in the SEC, like if you're Texas, you're gonna, as long as you're good, you're gonna get in. Automatic qualifiers not gonna really matter to you. I don't know if there's any other benefit to be an automatic qualifier beyond just not having to worry about it on Sunday after the championship games and whether you're in at large or not. But here we are.
God, being 4th place. You could tell me the top 2 make it, and again, that's like just gonna happen most years anyway. Just the top 2 teams and the SEC or Big Ten are gonna make it. But make it 4, where it's like, gosh, this.
So
we're giving this to last year's Alabama team.
Yeah, they could have gotten in as an automatic.
You saw what they did against Michigan, right? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I mean the opposite is Ole Miss destroyed Duke. Of course, Duke didn't have their starting quarterback, but yeah, it's Duke anyway.
Is Duke making the playoff?
No, a Manny Diaz led Duke team. So in this, one of the proposals would suggest, as I said, 4 automatic qualifiers for the SEC and the Big Ten, 2 for the ACC and 2 for the Big 12, and 1 to the highest ranked Group of 5 champion. And then it would also have 3 at-large spots, which one of them would be kind of set aside for that team in South Bend. Make sure they get their at-large spot. Put that in quotes if it finishes ranked inside the top 14. So Notre Dame would be gifted a spot too, as long as they're ranked inside the top 14. They would be, no matter how it goes, Notre Dame is obviously getting a spot as long as they're ranked inside, which is kind of how it works anyway. As long as you're ranked at a point, you'd get a spot. So I'm not sure why that's been set aside. But there we are. There are other models, but that's one of the major ones, and that talks about the qualifiers. So we went from, hey, we shouldn't be giving automatic buys to champions, to we're going to give 4 apiece to 2 conferences and 2 to the other group of Power 4.
We're going to give automatic. You're automatically in if you are 4th place in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Who was it this year? We had Oregon, Indiana, Ohio State. Who was the Penn State? They already had their 4.
Yeah.
But now Indiana wouldn't have to fret on Sunday, I guess, in this case.
Sweet. That's good. That's good. Less discussions.
Yes, that's good for the sport. And it wouldn't. And I imagine the thought is Indiana had their outlier year. We think Oregon's going to be serious about football. Of course, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan. Those are the 4 they want locked in pretty much every year. And then if somebody comes up out of nowhere, like Illinois for a year, or or in Indiana. Maybe we got
Wisconsin gets their stuff together.
Iowa. Maybe
God forbid USC becomes good.
Oh yeah, forgot about USC. And then we got at larges. And you know what? You bring up USC is a good point. Their dream would be those 5: Michigan, USC, Ohio State, Oregon, and Penn State every year. I think that would be their dream scenario. And if Washington wants to show up at some point, but those 5 every year, if they can get all those 5 in, with 4 of them being automatic qualifiers, and then the 5th, hey, you can't leave USC out as an at-large, or you can't leave Michigan out as an at-large, stuff like that.
They kept it within 3 against Ohio State, who's a playoff team.
Exactly.
They're automatically qualified.
Exactly. So I don't like the direction, but as I said, Saturday's in the fall, just watch the games, and my outrage will diminish.
There is a good part of the sport, or a good percentage of the sport, where it's like you don't have to worry about the automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are programs who operate like it's still, for I guess for the most part, the sport in its existence up until the BCS in the playoff, where hey, winning 8 games is A-okay with us. Yeah. And that's a lot of if you have a big year where everything comes together, you may win a conference championship. That's how a lot of the sport operates. It's maybe, how many teams would you say where the playoff is a thing that not only matters, it's just part of the conversation all the time? What are we talking about? 20? Not a national championship.
Yeah,
that's
playoff.
A different level.
Just the playoff.
With and now that the playoffs are expanded, I guess you can broaden the number of teams. But traditionally,
it's like 40.
But maybe now. But traditionally, when it was 4 with the old playoff, the real one, and then the 2 in the BCS, you're probably talking about 15 teams in any given year who all that stuff actually mattered to. But ESPN decided we're going to make the entire sport about that, even though most of the sport doesn't get involved in it because it's not realistic.
Like you can be Kansas State and like good, pretty good most of the time, compete to win the Big 12, and like
your giant
the playoff system has never mattered.
Yeah, it never has.
It just does not matter if you're an Iowa State fan.
No,
it just doesn't matter.
Well, don't lose to UCF at home. That would help them this year. Well, it was UCF, right? Did they lost at home too?
I know they lost to Arizona State in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah.
Don't lose that one either.
That wouldn't have helped. That doesn't help your cause either. But you are correct. But this is where we are. We're about, 70% of the sport at this point now with the expanded playoff. Hey, this isn't about you guys. Don't worry about it. Hey, Coastal Carolina, I bring that up because that's one of the teams in the dynasty. Hey, Coastal Carolina, that aqua field is cool. It's nice. It's a nice thing you guys do, but don't worry about this thing we're doing over here. Don't worry about it. It's not about you.
I mean, not even you don't even have to go down that far.
That's true. You can stick with Power 4. Hey, Wake Forest, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
NC State, even them. Dave Doran's had a good run there. Don't you worry about what we're doing here. We don't want you at our table. In fact, you've got no business at our table.
Yeah.
All right, we will get out of this segment with that. We've got some more Astro stuff. We're going to hear from Lance McCullers later in the show. Because, maybe when we come back, Lance McCullers has changed his mechanics, and he certainly hopes that leads to more health. So Lance McCullers throwing about high 80s, not exactly where you want to be if you want to be him on the major league level, but he's got some thoughts on what he's doing to change some things. We'll hear from him when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational, and it'll benefit kids meals. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer is going to receive beverages from Carbach, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. Get on out there for the Occasional Invitational. We broadcast from out there. You get to see everyone. And if that's not your bag, you just want to play golf and help a deserving charity, you can do that as well. We'll be benefiting kids' meals. Do I transition to True Luck this way? Sure. Why not? Want to thank people over at True Luck for bringing us cake. All it is just great cake. It could be a bakery, and they just want to do that. They could get away with that. Carrot cake and chocolate cake. They brought it out there. I think Matt over at the Westheimer location brought the cake out here. So appreciate that. Cake is far off camera. I won't be eating it as we go. Despite sitting in the seats, I won't take the example that Lance has set and punish you with it. The cake will stay off camera, and I won't be eating it on the air.
I was worried that Lance had set a culture where it's okay to not try and eat cake during the middle of the show.
I'm not Darius Garland, just following the lead of the star and seeing what he'll do. Sometimes you got to take a stand, and my stand is against eating on air, so I won't do that. Lance has provided great sources of entertainment for years, 2 decades worth of that to the people in the city. One thing that I don't think they would or do appreciate is the eating of ribs or chicken and other things that restaurants bring in. Not sure that one's at the top of the Hall of Fame list. In fact,
no, that probably wasn't on the.
In fact,
on the reel.
My sources tell me it was a debate of whether that was going to keep them out. We can hear the chicken in your teeth while you're talking. That's a problem. But the Hall of Famers set an example for all of us. Okay, Lance McCullers. He doesn't pitch very much for the Astros, but he's currently working his way back on the mound, throwing, not at a high velocity, but he's working his way. We know he won't be available for the start of the season. They hope to get him back sometime quickly afterwards. No firm date, because why would you do that? We talked about it. Don't put yourself in a situation where you have to come out and go, actually, we were wrong about that. He's not going to be available. This is the right way to go about it. Sometime after the start of the year. That could be June. That could be July. We don't know. But they expect him back. Here's Lance McCullers on what he's done this offseason to change his delivery.
It was just when I was out at the Texas Baseball Ranch this offseason, and we were just going through some drills and identifying some things that they believed watching my mechanics that were some red flags per se, just some things that I could clean up and hopefully get a more repeatable delivery with less less trauma to the arm. And so they put me through a bunch of drills. I kind of picked out the ones that I really liked. And as the offseason went on doing these drills, my arm kind of synced up in this new way. And so that's kind of how that came about. It wasn't like we wanted it to look like this. It was just, it ended up looking like that based on how I was moving.
So it wasn't really a plan, but they found something, and you hope that phrase you heard, less trauma, means something for the future of his career with the Astros and really overall. I mean, he's been robbed of, like, maybe you want to call it, maybe not his pitching prime, but he's been robbed of several years where you would think he'd be at his best.
He hasn't pitched since the Astros won the World Series.
Yeah. This is 2 years in the middle of a career that, when he's not injured, has shown to be very promising. It's just that he's never not injured anymore.
Yeah.
So you have to hope that whatever happened this offseason to find himself in a spot where his mechanics have changed helps, because beyond what he might do for the Astros, I'm sure Lance McCullers just wants to go out there and not be worried about another injury, which is what he's had to deal with for the better part of 2+ years now. Okay. We mentioned it, well, at least I did, very early in the show. I have seen Captain America: Brave New World. We got a tweet from, spoiler free, by the way. We won't talk about it in a way that it'll ruin it for you if you want to if you happen to want to go see it. But we got a tweet from Mark, one of our listeners, and he said, "Without Super Soldier Serum, Sam Wilson is nothing more than a taxpayer-funded Bruce Wayne. Good movie, not great." And that was part of the storyline in the look at Sean in there laughing.
Taxpayer-funded
Bruce Wayne. Yeah, at least all of Bruce Wayne's money is private. All of Batman's money is private. He's a privately funded superstar, or at least superhero.
Yeah.
So
independently wealthy.
Yeah. It's Tony's. Well, Wakanda. Well, to be fair to be fair to Sam Wilson and Captain America, Wakanda's funding quite a bit.
No, but he takes a salary.
Does he?
100%. At the very least, the U.S. government's giving him a place to live.
I thought that was that built by that? Where are the Avengers were living where Tony, that place that Tony
the tower.
built. Yeah, not even the tower. When they were
the compound.
The compound.
Yeah. Well,
is that where Sam Wilson is now?
That was the site of the final battle in Endgame. So
no longer.
I imagine it's still under construction at the very least.
It's been some years now. Can't get that thing done. So if you've seen the movie, he's in a Captain America branded place. You can see the logo in the back on the windows.
I think that's taxpayer money.
You think it's tax? So he has He's
at least subsidized.
His home's being funded partly by the taxpayers.
100%.
But his equipment it comes from Wakanda.
Yeah, I mean the shield obviously hand me down, so that's free for us.
Yes,
and then
vibranium.
Yeah, vibranium Wakanda wings, free for us.
Yeah, we're not paying for all of it. We're not paying for the most. It depends.
We're paying for Falcon. That's for sure. We're paying for.
But even that's hand me down
for the. No, but I mean he is a government official. Like he gets paid by the government.
Yes, but his equipment which is the most expensive part of the deal, is hand me down stuff.
I don't know.
Also,
a lot of screen time for the U.
I was going to mention that.
I know the first thing it happens like in 20 minutes. In the
Joaquin
movie.
Torres is Sam Wilson's sidekick.
Yeah,
he'll be the new Falcon.
He's working out as like a hey, I'm going to be the Falcon. Show me your moves, kind of.
Yeah, and he's got a U sleeveless tee with a football on it.
Yeah, and it is Miami Hurricanes football. Like it's not just like Miami.
He's a big fan of. I think he went to school as well. He's a big fan, so I'm sure he's from the Miami, and so is Joaquin Torres, the character he's playing. I'm sure they sent him stuff. It's not just University of Miami stuff. It's also a retro Miami Heat jacket.
Oh, I didn't
sitting on his chair. So he was all in. And like I said, the actor himself, I think his name is Danny Ramirez. He is a giant Miami fan. So that was his add to the story. To mention get Miami looks at all costs.
I was worried that we're gonna get cameo from
who? Mario Cristobal?
Yeah, just
the most likely.
You call that a rep?
The most likely person to make an appearance, if we're going to do that, would probably be
Michael Irvin.
AI generated Jimmy Johnson, like they did at the Super Bowl.
I also think Michael Irvin would have been.
Michael Irvin probably.
Captain America.
If we're talking about recently active or now eventually going to be retired coaches, you would probably go Coach L as far as guys who've accomplished anything. But Jimmy would be the guy. Mario's not making. We'll get Mario out there.
I think Sam Wilson, Joaquin Torres could have used a Michael Irvin pump up speech.
Isn't he supposed to be? Wasn't he allegedly going to be in Black Panther? So that would be the tie-in.
It is just a Photoshop.
Yeah, that would just be the tie-in.
There's also a Photoshop of Ryan Gosling as Black Panther.
True. The Ringer has a show podcast called The Ringerverse, and what they did was what did they do? They did it wasn't a reverse Captain America. Was it a reverse Black Panther?
I don't know.
I think it was a reverse Black Panther, and I forgot who they made Bucky. I forgot. I got to look it up. But either way, as far as the movie is concerned, the fact that I was actually not scared of the Red Hulk because, he's fictional and I'm in a movie theater, but the fact that he was actually someone that looked like he could murder someone as opposed to the Hulk we've seen in the last, decade now, feels like, really since Ragnarok. I liked it. I like the Dangerous Hulk. Now it only lasted for I ain't going to give it away, but that was appreciated. That it looked like, and we've seen the trailer, that it looked like if the Hulk wanted to. Spoiler: Captain America doesn't die. Sorry, just going to tell you that. I'll tell you that spoiler. But other than that, it looked like the Hulk was about that life. At least the Red Hulk was, because I'm tired of Bruce Banner's Hulk.
Yeah,
Smart Hulk. I don't want that.
Wearing glasses,
yeah,
arm in a sling,
a cardigan.
Yeah.
Why is Hulk wearing a cardigan? So, Sean, you see the movie.
Yeah.
Where do you stand?
First, Danny Martinez went to
Martinez, not Ramirez.
Or Danny Ramirez went to NYU.
So he's just from Miami and a big Miami fan.
T-shirt fan. Shocker.
You root for Texas. Not that you are, but you T-shirt fan is part of the gig.
A guy went to Miami Central High School. Is a U fan. Okay.
Big shock. Danny Ramirez. Yeah.
I thought it was fine. I thought it was. I wouldn't say it was like awesome. I would say edge of my seat the entire time. Like watching a movie like that, and then another movie I watched this weekend, Conclave. You're like, that's what it looks like.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. It really puts it all in. The Gorge is also suffering from the fact I also saw Conclave.
You comped it to the Conclave.
Where I'm just like, the Gorge.
That's a tough beat for the Gorge.
Stinks compared.
Yeah,
to
you can't do. They got to compare the Gorge to like Madam Web to actually appreciate the Gorge and what it provides.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it was pretty standard low level MCU stuff. We were talking before the show. Walking in the movie theater, I was like, can we get this to like average, whatever the Mendoza line of these movies are?
What would you consider the Mendoza line?
I would have to.
Yeah, you have to go
I have
through,
to do my research. There's 40 movies.
Yep.
So just hey, can you be number 20?
And
probably
27, maybe.
Yeah, probably in that.
Better than
in that range.
Thor 2.
Yes.
Better than Love and Thunder.
Yes.
Yes.
yes. Very easily.
Mm-hmm. Better than Thor 3.
Ragnarok.
Oh, that's Ragnarok. Yeah, you're right. That's Ragnarok. What about better than Thor 1?
Probably not.
Better than any.
Thor 1 had like a cohesive like story that obviously wasn't 3 different movies chopped up into one.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the problem with Captain America: Brave New World is that there's
the thing. Do we want
so much exposition because
it's stuff we haven't seen in years. They have to explain things to people.
And there's like stuff where they just obviously are just like, well, we can't reshoot this scene, so we just have to basically explain what would have happened in the scene as they're driving to the next place,
as opposed to showing it.
Yeah.
Dustin asked, did y'all catch Cobra Kai Part 3? No, I'm way behind Cobra Kai. I haven't watched it since probably season 3. Sean?
No.
All right.
Never seen it.
Here's this question. So did Wakanda provide the metal and then the taxpayers are on the hook to make Cap stuff, or does Wakanda also make the stuff for Cap? Also, is Wakanda getting a tax write-off for this? Well, they're an isolationist country, so I'm not sure about that part of it.
I think they send a bill.
But you don't think they donated they made it and donated it to Sam?
No such thing as free lunch, though.
I don't know, man. If you can give Bucky a new arm, you ain't gonna give Black Captain America something for free. I'm looking at you, Wakanda. If Sean's right, and
maybe they're asking for a favor,
and they housed Bucky and gave him a new arm, and the first Black Captain America, actually Isaiah you might want to give him that title, but the current Black Captain America can't get something for free from Wakanda. Questions need to be asked.
Hey, I'm just saying they recently changed leadership.
Well,
the Bucky stuff, that was the last guy. That was the last guy that did that.
Well, I mean, we got
cities under new management.
We got examples here of what happens when the new guy comes in. So maybe you're right.
Wakanda cutting funding.
I just don't think they can let that fly.
Okay. Well, is there any upkeep? Do they have to oil those wings?
Do they send a tech?
Yeah, exactly.
Do they fly over tech to get stuff fixed? Like I can't give it away, but he's gonna need some work. He fought the Hulk. He's gonna need some repairs.
Yeah. The Wakanda, you get an email from Wakanda like your tech will be there between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Monday.
The Wakandan jet should have a very specific time for it to land and when it's going to get
I don't know.
to wherever Sam is.
Yeah, we got a couple other stops along the way.
Wakanda's not Xfinity. They're not Xfinity. We can't treat them like DirecTV. It's Wakanda. To answer your question seriously, since this is a dumb question to have to answer, I don't know, Dustin. I'm going to assume Wakanda made it's all in house. They have the medals, they make it, they send it over to Sam. I don't think they're you know what I don't think? I don't think they're trusting America to fabricate their stuff.
Oh, no.
No chance.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like the first day he has the vibranium wing, some suit is going to be like, let's take a look at that.
Yep. Yeah, before it gets to Sam, they're going to get the specs. They're not doing that. I bet it's hand delivered.
I think it was. I think if I remember the end of whatever the TV show was called, Falcon and Winter Soldier,
yeah.
I believe it was like dropped off.
Yeah, no way Wakanda's allowing the Americans to get their hands on stuff like that. They don't even
Thunderbolt Ross in power.
Hell
Please.
no.
I think Thunderbolt Ross, from what I gather in the movie, I think he ran a good campaign. I think he really
made people forget.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously he sold the American public on that he was a changed man, and I kind of believe him. Until, spoiler alert, he turns into the Red Hulk. I think he was trying his best. I really do. I would have voted for Thunderbolt Ross.
If going from human to the Hulk ain't a changed man, I don't know what is.
Well, it changed for the better.
Yeah, there's a lot of destruction involved.
Yeah, he changed for the better after I don't know, whatever, the Sokovia Accords. That was a miss. Yeah, I'll say that.
That's a miss. He wanted to tore apart the Avengers. He wanted to reconnect with his daughter, which we saw a lot of, at least pictures of her during that movie.
I won't spoil anything else, but there was more than just photos of her.
Well, you gave it away. A lot of his story was centered around reconnecting with Liv Tyler. I was trying to think of her Lord of the Rings name and drop that, but I don't remember what it was. Arwen. He wanted to reconnect with Arwen. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we're done. If you have a review, you can tweet us. You can call us 713-780.
Captain America, Brave New World, The Gorge, all the hits.
All of that. We'll talk more about on Thursday because Michael Carroll won't be with us on Friday. He's not dying, but he won't be here on Fridays. He'll join us on Thursday to give his review of Captain America, Brave New World, and other things you should watch. White Lotus is out. I'm not sure if he's a fan of that show, but that's a new show you can take a look at. The third season of that premiered last night on Max. So we got one more, and then we'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Before we wrap it up here, I want to let you know that Gallant George and the Killer Bees are out at BB Lemon. The acronym made the rounds in some people's phones, and make your jokes if you so choose. But they'll be out there from 12 to 6. You can join them, right? People can go out there and join them.
Sure. It's America. You can do what you want.
Can you?
You can do this if you want.
Yes. There are some things you cannot do, but you can go out there and see the guys at BB Lemon this afternoon. Sean, do you know who Terrence Shannon is?
Basketball player. I want to say Trailblazers? No, Timberwolves.
Yes, formerly of Illinois. He had to go through something no person wants to go through, particularly if you are innocent of the charge. He was accused of sexual assault. It kind of clouded his entire senior year, of course, the draft process, all the things as he's trying to make the transition into the NBA. Charges, or at least he obviously is not in jail. Things worked out for him, and he was honored by Illinois over the weekend, had his jersey retired, and they're raising it to the rafters, except it was upside down. They unveiled the jersey and it was upside down, and you can hear people go when it happened. So yes, it's a great moment, except, someone had one job. Hey, can you look at this and make sure it's upright and the Shannon is where it's supposed to be and the one where it's supposed to be? No, couldn't do it. Could not do it. So Terrence Shannon, honored by Illinois over the weekend. It's All-Star weekend. He's got time off. They planned it. All the planning done to honor Terrence Shannon Jr. in front of his friends and family and the entire Illini crowd. And you unveil that thing, and the thing is not upright. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't call for people to get fired. Don't think it's cool to do.
No, it isn't.
Someone needs to talk to whoever set that up. Just have a talking to. Hey, man, this is going to happen. How did this go down? Why is it like this? We are now the subject of, this dumb show and others. What are you doing? Just look at it. I think it's pretty simple. Just look at the banner before you drape it to make sure no one can see it. Just take a look. And somehow the one was in the wrong spot.
Was it like unfurled? Like, was it rolled up and maybe they couldn't check?
So they gave him something to pull to unveil it. Yes, it was furled and then it was unfurled and it's upside down.
Okay.
The number 0. Sorry, it's not the number 1. His number 0. It was furled, pulled, and then it was upside down.
That's tough. That's tough if it's
how?
Well, because if it's furled, you can't check.
But you furled it. Who furled it in the first place?
That is true. I think it's on the furler.
Yes,
for sure.
Well, that's who I'm blaming. Yes, I said drape, but I looked at it again. It was furled. It's on the furler. If that's a word, to make sure. It's not like a stunt in a movie where you can only get it once. You can unfurl it and then refurl it and see that once you pull the string, it's cool. And somehow they screwed it up.
Yeah, not great. No disrespect to Terrence Shannon. Obviously, I'm not a huge Big Ten basketball watcher. Getting his jersey retired?
I don't know if they have a rule. Maybe he was an All-American, and that's why they do it. I'm not sure exactly why. He played for Tech, and then
that's what I remember.
Transferred to Illinois.
That's why I'm a little like, wait, what happened here? Because I remember he transferred, and so and I don't remember respectfully. I don't remember Illinois ever winning anything. Respectfully, is he right up there next to Luther Head?
Well, at least they made a Final Four, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that Luther Head, Darren Williams, and Terrence Shannon, who you asked me, do I know who he is?
I'm trying to figure out what he was. 3rd-team All-American, 2-time Big Ten, first team All Big Ten. I'm not exactly sure what qualifies get you.
Yeah, I don't remember them winning the Big Ten.
No,
I don't remember them.
He did accomplish a lot in his 2 years, and he probably would have been a real contender for Player of the Year until the allegations. But yeah, I'm not sure why. They must have a certain level you have to reach, and maybe if you make all Big Ten, you get your number retired, which seems like a low bar.
It's also like very soon to do this.
Yeah, immediately after his career's over.
Yeah, it's All-Star break his rookie year.
Maybe it's like, hey, Terrence, I know you had a rough senior year because of stuff. We're going to try to help you out here and give you a fun moment, except we screwed it up.
Yeah. Whoops.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
yeah.
At least now this is what we'll talk about, not the other stuff.
Sean Mapes digging deep. Did Terrence Shannon deserve it?
No. I'm just saying that, name association, it's good that it's this and not the other stuff.
Well, true. It'll be this and being a rookie for the Wolves as opposed to what it was leading up to that
people
point.
are gonna know that he's a rookie.
I just saw them play the Rockets. I know. That's why I know. He played.
That's also how I know, is because I was like, I've seen him recently.
Yeah, he played against the Rockets and helped. Well, Anthony Edwards did all the work, but he was there for it.
Yeah, he's victorious against the Rockets.
Yeah,
he beat the Rockets.
He beat the Rockets. Him and Rob Dillingham, and then that Anthony Edwards guy.
Is Rob Dillingham getting his jersey retired by Kentucky?
Do you have to start at Kentucky for that to happen?
Probably helps.
Yeah,
probably helps. But he was like the 10th pick in the draft.
And Reed was third, so he should get it too.
He should. But he was busy this All-Star weekend in the Rising Stars.
That's true.
Playing for the G League.
Yes, that is the part we want to leave unsaid, that he was playing for the G League team. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant George are up next at BB Lemon. Killer Bees are there too. They'll follow them. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Monday, February 17th of 2025. And yeah, you just heard the voice guy say it. We are at BB Lemon on this sunny yet brisk day to kick off Eat, Drink, HTX, which began on Friday. It's a 2-week-long dining event that supports Houston area restaurants and raises money for the Houston Food Bank and for kids' meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to these charities. So Eat, Drink, HTX is a sister event to Houston Restaurant Weeks, Dine Out, Do Good. And right now, I'm taking a look at this menu, and it's making me pretty hungry, Joe. For $25, they got this lunch and dinner menu. You can get jumbo garlic wings, a wedge salad, or pigs in a blanket, or a giant pretzel. Then you can get a Washington Ave smash burger or a fried chicken sandwich. That sounds really good. Fish and chips, the Reuben, and then on top of that, you get some cheesecake or banana pudding or a brownie a la mode.
I think I'm going to go, if we're going to do this today, Paul, which I haven't decided if I'm going to eat or not today, which I feel like I'm going to now because it sounds delicious.
Yeah. What, are you anorexic now?
No,
What's going on?
I wasn't sure if I was going to eat today or not.
Most people eat.
Rookie mistake.
When they go through a day, they generally eat. Unless you're fasting.
I think I'm going to do the jumbo chicken wings and maybe the smash burger.
Okay.
You're going to do the fried chicken sandwich?
That's really all I care about. Everything else is just gravy. But the pigs in a blanket sounds pretty good.
That does sound pretty good too.
Yeah, I'm hungry, and you know what doesn't make people hungry? NBA All-Star Weekend. Because good God, it sucks. It's terrible, and I didn't watch any of it. I'm very thankful I didn't. But as I expected, I woke up this morning to see a lot of people complaining about the new things that they tried, and it is funny that All-Star games still happen. And that people still watch them, considering how many sports there are with these long regular seasons where it's very clear that these guys don't really care that much unless it's the actual playoffs. And this is just a cherry on top of all of that. And it's really interesting to see that these games are going to continue to happen. People watch them. I just don't get why.
Yeah, I don't get either. Especially all the players do is complain about it. Like whether they say we shouldn't have it. Draymond Green called it a 0 out of 10. In terms of the changes. I mean, you've got G League and rookies out there playing against all-stars. I appreciate Adam Silver's effort to try to make it better, but I was listening to his interview with Pardon My Take from Barstool, and he said something that it kind of caught my ear a little bit, just that this is like the only time when all the corporate sponsors from all over the world come together in one weekend. They don't all come in for the finals. They all come in for All-Star Weekend. I think that's the reason why it's not gone, is it's literally just a corporate event for the NBA at this point. Like the game happens, yeah, but like more of it's about the sponsors all getting together and meeting with Adam Silver and the rest of the NBA. Because I don't even know if they care about the game at this point.
I don't think so. Yeah, no one cares. That's the big problem, but they do it anyway.
But then they all act like they're going to care. Like Kevin, like they all
this
act
time
like,
it'll be different.
Yeah,
right. It's like with
they
the
all say
All-Star.
the same thing.
Remember baseball when they changed things up after the game that was tied, and then all of a sudden they said this time it counts. That's where All-Star games started going downhill.
Yes, and even like the idea that like players are suggesting like, well, maybe they should do what baseball did and home court advantage for the finals should be on the line and people will care. No, that's stupid. The players don't care. I don't know why we continue doing this. I also, Paul, as much as I don't understand the game, I don't understand like the outrage from fans about like, well, that they don't try, that they don't care, that they,
know it's going to happen.
But like the fans, like they really want this to matter. Like people like really want the All-Star game to be this awesome spectacle. It's just not that anymore. So yeah, it feels like a giant waste. I didn't watch anything either. I said I was going to watch the dunk contest. Didn't do it. Instead, I decided to watch one of the worst television shows I've ever seen, but I'm committed now at this point.
What's that?
I'm watching Halo.
Oh yeah, don't.
Yeah, I'm like 6 episodes in.
They did. It's one of the worst things that's ever been done.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of bad things that have happened.
Yeah.
But the absolute just abortion that Paramount Plus put out, stealing the greatest video game franchise of all time, what actually has like a book series that they could have based things off of. It's just an abomination to the Lord, and everyone who put that together should be sent to Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, so I started watching that instead of the All-Star game this weekend.
Well, damn. Okay, so that's how low it was on the priorities for you. 713-780-3776 to call to text. What did you watch instead of the All-Star game? Lots of complaining about it. We've already got people talking about what we're going to do differently next time around. But ultimately, if you got someone like LeBron who's saying, yeah, 20 minutes before the game begins, I'm not playing, that's not going to help. Here is LeBron making the announcement when asked about how much time he's going to play in the All-Star game, saying like, yeah, I ain't going.
New format, and what will we see from you tonight?
You won't see anything from me tonight. Unfortunately, I will not be in uniform tonight. Still dealing with ankle and foot discomfort, so I will not be playing tonight, unfortunately. I hate that, but I'm looking forward to seeing the format. This is the first year for it. I know we got a lot of great, they call us the OGs. That's hilarious. We do got a few guys with gray hairs, so that makes sense. But, that should be fun. I saw the quote the other day when DK was somebody who's going to play against me. So I guess I'll see him at practice. Hopefully I'll be at practice and go at it then.
Wow, that sounds so fun. And I mean, he's laughing at it while he's talking about it. He's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play, but I'm looking forward to it. No, he's just going to be there. They're going to be hanging out. And then ultimately what you supposedly saw, this was the big complaint that the players had this time around. And of course they were going to complain because that's what NBA players are best at, honestly. They should all be hosting sports talk radio shows because they're maybe better complainers than us. But they were talking about essentially how the entirety of the game was just stoppage. And industry plant Kevin Hart was once again forced on us to be painfully unfunny.
Yeah, the one thing I saw was when they stopped the game to honor inside the NBA like it was going away, which it's not. It's like they treated it like it was the last time we were ever going to see these group of guys together, apparently. That's the only clip I watched online. But they did that in the middle of a basketball game?
Yeah.
That's so strange.
It felt like the game was more about the inside the NBA show ending, which again goes to show you that a lot of the NBA these days, which I do think is in trouble, even if people like piling on to the league, it's about things that happen in the offseason. It's about ridiculous trades like with Luka Doncic, and it's about what's going to happen with the pre- and post-game show, which is so sad.
Which, like, all it does is dump on the NBA.
Mm-hmm. That's all they do. So let's shift to talking about an all-star game that actually got all of our blood pumping.
Yes.
I didn't even know what this was, but apparently the NHL around this time of the year, when there's no Olympics and there's no international hockey to be had, they do this thing called the Four Nations.
Well, this is the first time they did it.
Okay.
This replaced their all-star game.
This is the new NHL All-Star game.
They said our All-Star game was so terrible that they did the Four Nations instead. And it was awesome. It was so much fun.
This is how the United States-Canada game began, with the national anthem of the United States playing, and this reaction since the match took place in Montreal, Quebec, which is located in Canada.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed
Savages.
at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming.
That's my last name. Anyway, you get it.
They booed.
They booed the entirety of this national anthem. And you know what? I'll give a tip of the hat to Canada for finally showing some balls for the first time ever. But then the hockey started. The United States and Canada, they fought 3 times in the first 9 seconds. Mm-hmm. 3 separate fights to open up this game. And I think it was entirely about the U.S.-Canada relations, which are actually pretty shaky right now. And I love it.
It's so different. That's why I love hockey, Paul. That the game can start and you're just going to drop gloves and start a fight with another country. I love that they booed during the national anthem, even though it'd be hilarious if it was vice versa. The outrage that would come from the Canadians if we booed during their national anthem.
But they did it first, and now we have carte blanche.
Yes,
now we can do it, and it's going to be in Boston. And I mean, that's a place. that's a rather hateful place.
That's a great place to have it.
So that was fantastic. And then the United States beat Canada, which, guys, does not happen very often because Canada usually has our number in hockey. So Canada, who we are basically bullying as it is with all of these tariff things, which I could not explain to you if I even tried. On top of that, we beat them in what? Our fourth best sport. It got the patriotic blood flowing. I was watching this game at Easy's Liquor Lounge over in the Heights, and when the game ended, I stood up in my chair and started screaming USA, USA, and it started a chant in the bar.
Good.
It was, no, everyone was into it, and I didn't know about the game until it began. And there's no way to really do this with the NBA because there's just not there's not enough there's not enough national pride, nationalism to go off of in the NBA because what would it be? The United States versus the world? Like,
I think they didn't do that a couple years ago, I thought.
No idea. Because again, I'm not going to watch. And this could not get me to watch either. It's not going to change it. But there's nothing that the NBA All-Star game can do on that level. And worse, there's nothing that the NBA All-Star game can do that makes the average person who watches sports look at these people like these are people that deserve my attention. I think that's a big problem for the NBA is that there's a lot of entitlement over, hey, this is my job, but I don't have to show up every single day. I'm getting paid a ton of money. I can tell these organizations to kick rocks if I don't want to play here anymore. I can get fat and out of shape like Zion Williamson or James Harden. And then things like this happen, which aren't going to be a good product anyway. And they're annoyed about the existence of this thing that they just don't want to play anymore.
Yeah.
So I like the juxtaposition of this four-nation replacement of the NHL's All-Star game takes place the same weekend. And little old hockey, which is a northern sport, not even a national sport, completely lapped the NBA to the point where I would gladly trade the Houston Rockets for an NHL team right now. Even though the Rockets play football the way I like my basketball played, I would gladly trade for a hockey team right now.
Yeah, the vibe is just totally different right now, like coming out of these 2 weekends for the two sports. I mean, even back to the LeBron thing, like to bail on it, you're taking a spot from, Devin Booker. And I don't know what, they thought waiting on LeBron was going to save the ratings. Is that what they thought was going to happen?
Good question,
they
man.
they just take as long as they can to bail on LeBron. And it's like, all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, you know what? He's not going to play. People are still going to watch. I mean, the people that are going to watch are going to watch. To me, whether LeBron's out there or not, to me, it's no difference at that point. But Four Nations was awesome. It was different.
It was good.
And in theory, it could work. The world versus USA, you think about the world talent, Jokic and Luka and these guys, and even guys like Alpi versus what you have on the American team would be, Anthony Edwards and LeBron and KD. In theory, it could work.
But the problem is you're not going to get the same level of nationalism for that other side. It's a bunch of guys together. And I mean, I guess, the world versus the United States, that's fun. But I don't know. I think when you have Canada being just pissed at the U.S. and U.S. going to be pissed vice versa, say you had Russia in the Four Nations. What is it called? Just the Four Nations?
Yeah, Four Nations.
Say they had Russia in it too, which is it's kind of, I mean, I get the war's happening, but Russia should be there too. If we want some good old-fashioned hate.
Yeah.
Nationalism's good in sports, not in wars.
It is and that's what hockey did so well. Is they all took it seriously, and I like that it wasn't just the All-Stars too. I mean, you had Jonathan Toews was on the Canadian team. He hasn't even played in the NHL this year. He's pretty much retired from the league at this point, but yet he was still on the team because he represents their country so well. Just the fact their players bought in, and that's what the NBA does not have. And I don't think they will ever have it. As much as they act like they want to care and they can care about the All-Star game, how many times have they been given a shot, whether it's East-West or any version of this, any tournament?
And they're annoyed by it. And it's so funny today. Go to the front page of ESPN, and here you have the alternate suggestions because they saw how well the Four Nations worked. And they're thinking to themselves, oh, yeah, this will work for us too. No, because the players don't care. So why should we care about a game that isn't a real game?
Yes.
You get the occasional cool highlights. Awesome. You know where I can get that? I can get that on Twitter or on any social media app after the fact. I can get my 8-second highlight fix, and I don't actually have to sit through a long game where apparently at one point there was 16-minute of game action over 2 hours and 30 minutes. Someone actually counted that. I mean, that's insane. From on the text line from the 832, I watched Love is Blind season 8 instead of the All-Star game. I heard a couple people brought that up. Another texter says, I watched SNL 50. It was a 3-hour SNL in the exact same time slot of Sunday Night Football. I heard that KPRC cut away from that, so you had to watch the rest on Peacock. Bad job, Channel 2.
Yeah, I saw that too, that they apparently bailed on it. SNL's not for me, so that's not something I watch. It's just something I never got into. My parents didn't really let me watch it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I was just doing things on Saturday night growing up. But
I was so cool.
I don't know. I also just grew up in the era where SNL was apparently at its worst. In the early 2000s, I guess early 2000s, people said it wasn't very good.
No, it was good.
Was it good?
Yeah, that's what I watched.
Oh, see, I don't know. I just never got into it.
No,
SNL,
early 2000s had Will Ferrell on it.
Oh, see, I guess I just missed all that. I just missed SNL. I missed the boat on it. It was not for me. So I didn't watch last night. But I also get why it'd be way more appealing, a 50-year celebration on a historic program like that. It's way more compelling than the NBA All-Star Game, a fake basketball game to 40 points.
Early 2000s Saturday Night Live had an all-star cast. This is basically what paved the way for a lot of future sitcoms, because there was Tina Fey, Amy Poehler, Bill Hader, Jason Sudeikis was on it, among many, many others, and all sorts of random guys who are now doing late night TV shows. Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, among others. So no, you did miss out.
I guess I missed out.
You missed out 100%. I guess I will go back and watch that, because this is one of many things I had no idea was happening over the weekend. Yeah, we got to do that weekend homework assignment segment on Fridays going forward.
I think they all failed the assignment for us. 4 nations. I know we're in Houston. I don't remember seeing any commercials for this.
None, because I didn't know what it was.
Yes.
I just got a
50.
push notification that actually I cared about for a change, because it said the U.S. got in a fight with Canada 3 times in the first 9 seconds of an all-star game.
I still think the best part, though, was I can't remember which players it was, but the hit that the Team USA guy put on the Canadian player that sent him flying into the boards, but he got back up like nothing happened. That was such a great moment. Hockey is just... When hockey is at its best, it is an incredible sport.
It's just better. It's just always better than basketball. It's just as a man. I mean, sorry to be toxically masculine, but I'd rather watch a sport where guys are flying around, beating the hell out of each other, who will play through all pain, including broken limbs, in the middle of a shift and stay on as long as they possibly can. Who will fight one another, and then you got the country club NBA. That's what it is. I mean, they've just become country club, out of touch, unrelatable, unlikable.
Mm-hmm.
And then this weekend happens, and it's half-assed once again. And I like basketball a lot, but it bums me out that this is what it is. And then the next day we're talking about why it sucked.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because there's never going to come up with a solution that actually makes this thing watchable.
No, the only thing they can do at this point is they would have to get together with the players and figure out a dollar amount that makes it worth it. That's the only thing that fixes this. And then that'll lead to a whole bunch of other complaints from people that I don't really care about players making more money and stuff. But to me, that's the only solution that they have at this point, is to find a dollar figure to a prize where only the winning team makes money. And that's the only way to get people to care, is if you pay them, if it's $1 million each, $500,000, whatever it is. That's the only way the All-Star game, I think, would get fixed at this point, to get the players to buy in. It's just to offer them more cash.
But even then, they already get enough.
I know.
F them.
You're right.
That's... You see this happening over and over again. And okay, I can understand a game where you're not playing with that much intensity and you're trying to do wacky stuff over the course of the game. But instead, you have to incentivize them to play a game when these guys barely play 75% of the games as it is, F them. Great text from the 832. WNBA has more balls than the NBA. Yeah, they actually squab with one another and they make less, and it's a little bit more life or death out there. They don't flop. The WNBA does not flop. It might not be the most watchable product if there's no team in Houston, so you might not have a reason to actually watch it. But those ladies beat the hell out of each other, and they just shake it off. And in this one, it's just a smorgasbord of why should I like this guy?
Yes.
And it sucks because I love basketball.
But I think it's why you and I are so much more drawn to the Rockets right now than before
because they don't do that.
Yeah, they don't play like this, and
their coach doesn't allow them to do that.
Yeah, and if
But-
they ever evolved into it, I'd be so disappointed.
How many other teams are like that though? Like Boston sometimes. I mean, I truly couldn't tell you who else in this league is actually. Do you look at it and you say like, yeah, I have. They have my admiration because they care. They love this game.
Yeah.
They're gonna go all out. Like until the playoffs, I just don't get it.
Well, because that's how they play. Like they don't play good defense. Like you talk about playoff defense. That's because players don't play defense in the regular season. I mean, and even like some of the stuff they do in the All-Star game that's kind of fun. Like they don't even do that in the regular season, like offensively. Like they don't do like these like crazy passes and stuff. Like at least if they did that in the regular season, it might be a little more entertaining at times. But yeah, it's a bad product right now. And then this weekend, all it did was highlight it. And largely, I think the worst part for the NBA is it just makes their players more unlikable. I mean, whether it's Draymond Green on TV or LeBron bailing last minute, all of it just makes it unlikable. Even like I saw the clip of that Mr. Beast thing where like it was like Damian Lillard had to make three pointers before a fan made one. Like that's just it's so lame. It like they're trying so hard to be relevant.
Yeah, it's like, hey, this is what the Harlem Globetrotters used to do. How about you play the basketball?
Yeah, just play basketball.
And it's the best stars of the league. Like, how about you actually lock down defense on one another, send somebody to the court occasionally, shove each other a little bit, but it's just not the same. Some text. Adam Silver is so horrible too. Yeah, I mean, he was telling Mavericks fans that they should have faith in that organization going forward. I mean, it just reminded me of that scene in South Park. There's an episode of South Park where it's found out that Earth is a reality TV show. And then there's these executives who, in order to save the Earth, the boys of South Park have to blackmail them into keeping reality show called Earth going. And they do it by showing like these two executives essentially doing sexual relations with each other. And that to me was what the Adam Silver comment about the Mavericks organization was.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's been doing so much damage control. He even begged his way on to Pardon My Take. And don't get it twisted. He might not have sounded like he was desperate there, but you're pretty damn desperate if you're a commissioner of a sports league and you're going on Pardon My Take because you're trying to insist that this isn't going to be the joke that we all knew it was going to be, that it ultimately ended up being.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's the 10-point quarters and all of it, and I think he was asked at one point too, like what would you change about the NBA? And he was just like, I would ask the players to stop complaining so much. Well, you know what you could start doing? Give more text. I don't know. Like
fine them.
I think the funniest thing about that Pardon My Take interview is that the one thing that would like I think was the best idea that they proposed that he shot down was the no fouls week, where there's just no rules for a week. There's just no referees on the court.
I made it through 5 minutes, and I was just like, this guy doesn't get it.
He doesn't
get it. He's bent over backwards so much to accommodate these players because David Stern didn't do it. And guess what happened? You got a crap league comparatively that just is loaded with unlikable stars. From the 409 dunk contest was fun. Mac McClung could forfeit if he wants to. No one can touch him. Yeah, Tyler Herro too. It's good good weekend for white athletes.
It's true.
Hockey is back.
And the right side of that, the American side.
Cooper DeJean is getting pick sixes of the Super Bowl.
That's all positive. But even the dunk contest, like Ja Morant coming after and saying that he was going to do the dunk contest next year, and Giannis is like, I'll do it too.
They all say it. They're not going to do it.
And then they don't do it.
Oh, I'm hurt. Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hard getting paid $50 million a year.
You think Ja Morant would do a dunk contest in which he can lose to Mac McClung? His ego couldn't handle that.
Yeah.
That's, like the ego of these players, like they couldn't lose to Mac.
He couldn't
McClung.
handle a high schooler taking him to town in a pickup game. So he punched him 17 times and pulled a gun on him.
That's true.
As one does. Sometimes it happens. It just goes like that. That would make the All-Star game a little more exciting. A little Gilbert Arenas locker room fun.
Yeah.
It's unloaded. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, that's what we do, Paul. We just turn the All-Star game into Squid Game. Like you miss a shot, see ya.
Boom. That's it. That's real stakes. But then they'd all opt out because they can't.
That's true. That's true.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, live at BB Lemon for Eat, Drink, HTX. You got $25 lunch and dinner menus here. Ooh, the food looks really good. It's a beautiful day outside. You got some heat lamps. So we're outside, but a lot of people here. And at some point, we're probably going to get some food. So it's going to be great. Come on out and hang out with us at BB Lemon as part of Eat, Drink, HTX. Up next, there was an expose on the Houston Texans over the weekend that confirmed a lot of things that we were hearing about how messy this Texans offense was last year. We'll talk about it next. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington.
Just had some pigs in a blanket. Mother of God. They were delicious. We're going to be here at BB all afternoon long as part of Eat, Drink, HTX. And I think they're just going to be providing us food the entire time. So I truly cannot complain like I'm an NBA All-Star player.
No, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe they don't get fed enough.
They need snickety snacks.
Yeah,
when
just
they're
not
out
enough
there.
food. Maybe they get fed like Firefest there, and that's why they're so upset.
Could be. Anyway, Eat, Drink, HTX. It's a fantastic cause. And in case you don't know about it, Eat, Drink, HTX, which is going on until the end of the month. It's a 2-week-long dining event that supports Houston area restaurants and raises money for the Houston Food Bank and for kids' meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. BB Lemon will donate $3 of every meal towards that. So it's a fantastic cause. It's good food. It's cheap food. $25 goes a long way, whether it's for lunch or for dinner. So come on out. It's also a really nice day outside. I know it started off pretty nippy this morning, but out on this little patio, it's nice and toasty.
I know they've the heaters out here and everything. Like,
Mhm.
we're ready to go. Yeah, I love Houston Restaurant Week, so I was super excited to see that they were doing this again. This is like a can't miss thing for my wife and I, because I mean, like, with 2 of us and a kid, going out to eat can be expensive sometimes too. So it's nice to go try some new restaurants that are on their website. You can see all the restaurants that are participating, so you can go out, check those out, and go to a place you don't normally go to, find some good deals. So I'm glad it's back.
Yeah, and sorry if we're distracted during the show. We might be stuffing our face occasionally and talking with our mouth full. You could say that the Houston Texans' mouth was full when it came to trying to figure out how to run an effing offense. And our friend DJ Biename of ESPN had a expose that confirmed a lot of the frustrating things we were hearing about the Texans' offense this year. This is the really telling quote. We simply weren't good enough offensively. We had all season to make adjustments and improvements, and it never happened, said a team source to ESPN. As the struggles mounted, some players lost faith in Slowick, a team source said. Before D'Amico Ryans fired Bobby Slowick, Ryans asked players for their opinions, and he didn't get many ringing endorsements. Quote, I don't think we had a true identity of what the bleep we wanted to do, end quote.
Yeah, that's not great. When your players or coaches, whoever the inside source is, are saying that, you don't want that to be coming out now. But it's also seemed fairly obvious, right? Like, that they never had an identity of what they wanted to do on offense, whether it was short stuff, deep stuff, how often they ran the ball on first and second down to then go 3 and out, all the struggles in the second half that they had throughout the year. It's not surprising. Like reading through this piece, if I was like, this is not at all stunning, any of it, but more of just confirmation of what we knew was going on all season. And that was just a disaster.
And to make it worse, I know a lot of people, especially in our Twitch, are questioning CJ Stroud as the quarterback of this team. Just how good is he? He clearly took a step back last year. Here's more from this piece. There were differing opinions on why Stroud's play tailed off, but none of the sources ESPN spoke to believe it's a talent issue. Multiple team sources believe Slowick was trying to make Stroud a system quarterback against getting him to play more naturally, which is being a playmaker and pushing the ball down the field. Pause for a moment. The idea of pushing the football down the field is said very often. And here's the thing. If your offensive line sucks, you're just not going to be able to do it. So doing it for the sake of doing it, it's like Madden logic. It's playing a video game logic.
No, I do think that, like, while this piece is fair and pointing out the flaws of Slowick, I think it is still hard to fully judge him like it is hard to judge CJ on what happened last year because how bad the offensive line was. Like, you're not going to be able to find Nico Collins deep down the field when CJ Stroud is the most pressure quarterback in the NFL on a consistent basis, when he's the second most sacked quarterback in the NFL this year. I mean, it was brutal all year long for him. And I don't know, like, the idea of, if that's what you wanted your identity to be, it's impossible. And maybe that's what led to some of the sacks is Bobby was unwilling to change that, and that's what they were going for this year. But it's just in terms of like a regression. Yeah, he regressed.
He played worse, right? I mean,
yeah.
that doesn't mean he can't bounce back, but he was worse than he was his rookie year. There's no debating that.
Yeah, not even close.
it's really weird they push back against that, and I don't know why it is. It's because he's black. Like I truly do not understand why so many people are upset about the idea that like he took a step back, regressed, played worse than he did last year. This year,
I think it's just because they want to only blame Bobby.
It's very convenient to blame,
Yeah.
and this article definitely does a good job of it. It continues. One team source said Slowick overcomplicated reads, which didn't allow Stroud to play fast. After that loss on Halloween to the Jets, Stroud said, quote, "There's times I sit back there, I'm thinking too much." A team source told ESPN, "I just feel like the offensive coaches were putting a lot of pressure on him," end quote.
I mean, he is a quarterback. Like, there should be a fair.
There has to be some. There definitely has to be some.
He is the quarterback.
And it is interesting. Like, that is the consensus, though, is that this was all Bobby Slowick's. And I think sometimes when you have a fall guy, you just think everything's going to be hunky-dory after you take the one person out back. But no, offensive line stunk, and Stroud took a step back. So now with the new offensive coordinator, hopefully it gets better. And there's a nice piece about Nick Haley in the Chronicle from Jonathan Alexander over the weekend, like of why he's the right guy. But okay, I'll believe it when I see it. And now that Slowick's gone, and this is finally out of the barn, even though we already knew all these details about how this offense was questioning what they were supposed to do, but still saying the same generic things whenever asked about it at every single press conference. You would have thought, like, at one point, someone would have stood up in this player empowerment era and said, like, we got to do this. No one did it. They kept on saying, we got to get back to doing what we do.
Especially when you look at the staff now, because they're all back. Everyone's back. Gerard Johnson's back. Cole Popovich is now the offensive line coach, and obviously Strausser takes a lot of blame for what happened this season as well. And that's what the Texans and players' view of this seems to be, is they had two fall guys. They blame their O-line coach. They blame their offensive coordinator. So now, to me, the expectation is, maybe it's wrong to view it this way, is it better be a lot better, and it better be better quickly next year. Because if you're going to blame only the offensive coordinator for the struggles of this team along with his offensive line coach, well, then when you replace them, they should significantly improve, or you're being dishonest with yourselves. And I think that is what's happening a little bit here. Like, the part of the article where it outlines again that C.J. Stroud was not allowed to, adjust plays in the offensive line protections and things like that. We all knew that throughout the year. It was, kind of assumed that was happening because that's what happens in a lot of the 49ers style offenses where the center is in charge of who's blocking who and whatnot. Well, if Nick Haley's going to come in and C.J. Stroud's now in charge of that, well, if that doesn't get improved, well, then, what's your next excuse?
He's Joe. I'm Paul. You want to weigh in on this? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, we heard from Alex Bregman, who sent a farewell post on social media and was introduced as a Boston Red Sox over the weekend. What does he think about his time in Houston? It's very interesting what you're about to hear. Stay put for that. Gallant and George.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington.
This place is good, guys. Come on out and hang out with us for Eat, Drink, HTX, which is going on until the 28th at restaurants across Houston. We're at BB Lemon, at least until 3 o'clock. Killer Bees take over. After that, we had some pigs in a blanket, had some wings, both phenomenal. $25 lunch and dinner menus with, goodness gracious.
With spicy, Paul?
A little spicy.
Ooh.
I'm kind of soft. Honestly, it wasn't that spicy, but a little sweating a little bit. It's good stuff.
Yeah,
really
I mean,
good stuff.
it is like, it's a little, I feel like spice plus being a little toasty always kinds of makes it a little bit worse. But yeah, you got your first course. You got like 4 options to choose from. Same with the second course. Same with dessert as well. So you can pick and choose what you want. It's great. These pigs in the blanket were incredible.
Yeah, they were great. No, seriously, thus far, this has been phenomenal. It's my first time at BB Lemon on this beautiful, beautiful Monday. So it's a 2-week-long dining event at Eat, Drink, HTX that supports Houston area restaurants and raises money for the Houston Food Bank and kids' meals. The Houston Astros didn't raise enough money for Alex Bregman. He is now a Boston Red Sox. He was introduced as a Boston Red Sox over the weekend, and gotta say, I'm very curious about how he'd really feel, what he'd really say when asked about his time with the Astros. He was asked 2 questions about his time in Houston. Here is the first one at his press conference over the weekend.
And how difficult was it for you at the end to leave an organization that you had been with your entire career?
Oh, definitely difficult there. I have so much respect for the organization, top to bottom, all the players. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, at the end.
I know he made a post on social media where he thanked the Astros for his time in Houston. It was a long statement. I saw some people who might just be hating for the sake of hating say, oh, this is written in ChatGPT. From the moment I put on an Astros uniform, I felt the love, passion, and energy of this city. Together, we became champions on and off the field. We fought hard each season, lifting each other up in the toughest moments and celebrating our triumphs as one. More than the stats, it's the resilience of this city that has stuck with me, because Houston is a city that knows how to rise, rebuild, and keep fighting. From weathering natural disasters to overcoming the global challenges of a pandemic and rallying behind philanthropic causes aiding our great community, like Eat, Drink, HTX. Huh? He didn't say that. Houston has always come together in a way only this city can. We've faced adversity together, and that's what makes this city and this team so special. The strength is embedded in the heart of every single person who's lucky enough to call Houston home. To the Astros organization, thank you for believing in me, pushing me to be my best, and giving me the opportunity to live out my dream. To my teammates, you always made every day at the ballpark unforgettable. I'll cherish the memories we created together, both on and off the field. We are family. To the fans, thank you for every cheer, every chant, and every moment of support. I'll never take our time together for granted. Houston, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. So that statement, obviously, a lot more in it than what he had to say when meeting with Boston media as introduced as a Boston Red Sox. But, I mean, you heard that clip. Quick, to the point, annoyed maybe even.
I feel like in defense of Alex here, he's never been like the most long-winded guy in terms of meeting with the media. I mean, part of the reason why when you look back to that opening press conference was just how awkward it was. He's always kind of short and to the point. But there's a lot of people who, like, I think disingenuous is the word that people are using a lot for Alex this weekend. From that statement to some of the other things he apparently said. Apparently he said Dustin Pedroia is his favorite player growing up, but he's also in the past has said Derek Jeter is the reason why he wears number 2.
You can't say that when you're in Boston, though.
No,
he knows.
But so he backtracks. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, goodbyes are weird, but that was a very short answer. And the yeah at the end is is not a good. It's not a great look.
Here's another short answer from Alex Bregman. He was asked about Jose Altuve, who literally said this offseason, I will do anything to keep Alex Bregman around.
Oh, definitely tough. You build great relationships with people in this game, and he's a friend of mine for life, and loved every second of being able to suit up with him.
And then the press conference ended.
That was it?
That was it.
That's all you had to say about Hosey?
Yeah.
Nothing more? Nothing less?
I feel like you can't call him Hosey.
Okay. Jose.
It's weird. There's a lot of people that are saying Hosey. It's like, oh, are you boys with them? I feel like that's a familiar.
You're
not the only one that's done
No,
that.
more just in the moment of like that's what I expected him to say. I just expected him to say more than that about Altuve at least. The organization, not so much. He left. He could have come back. He didn't come back. He could have got $156 million. He could have been here for 5-6 years. He probably could have got a little bit more money to the Astros if he was reasonable. If he wanted to be back, he could have been back. He chose not to be. So I'm not too surprised, but they are short answers. And the chat GPT thing is very funny because it does feel very robotic, even his statement, but he feels very robotic and what he just said with the Boston media. So Astros fans seem more glad he's gone at this point, I feel like. I don't know. Like you look at like Will Kunkel or anyone who posted the goodbye, look at the replies. A lot of it's like good riddance. But it probably was the same way with Correa and Springer too, I would guess. You know, where like people are upset that he left.
Yeah. It's strange how many people are already willing to wash their hands, to me. But I think part of it has to do with just how long that process drew itself out. Like, I really do think a lot of it was that. Still, though, then you hear this from him when he's asked about his old team. Something's off. I can't quite put my finger on it. But to give answers like that about that organization and about Altuve, does he not want to talk about his time in Houston because of the cheating scandal? It just felt strange. Does he already want to move on completely? I suppose he does, but he's got to know that this is the first time that he's going to have an opportunity to actually say things from the heart if he wants to. And he gave you nothing there.
Yeah, maybe it'll be different in I think it's like in August when he comes back. Like maybe he'll give a much better answer about what it was like being in Houston as he has more time to reflect on it. Like maybe we'll get more out of that. But yeah, for this one, he just seemed to be like ready to be done with Houston.
From the 409, I'm nominating all of Boston sport media for soft boys due to them not asking Bregman about the cheating. They actually did ask Bregman about the cheating. Here is some Boston reporter asking Bregman about that and about how past interactions with Red Sox fans maybe weren't as warm as Boston's hoping they'll be going forward.
You explained yourself in Houston after the cheating of the Astros in 2017. What is your message to Red Sox fans regarding how they should view your behavior then and since then in baseball?
I just want to come in and work hard every single day, trying to be a good teammate, play hard, leave it all out in the field, and win.
Did you get roughed up in Boston, booed by the fans when you came there in 2021?
Yeah, but it's all good.
What a non-answer.
The last one was pretty funny, but yeah. He didn't really address it at all. He said, "This is what I'm doing. I'm working hard." That reporter didn't exactly ask the question as well as he could have if he wanted to get an answer that was specifically about the sign stealing.
Yes. I think he used that the fan shield a little bit, which a lot of reporters do. Like, what would you say to the fans? Where it's like, well, you're the one asking, so like, be more pointed with your question if like you want to really ask about it. But he tried to shield with like, well, what do you say about the fan? Well, the fans aren't going to care. Like that's really the answer. Is if Bregman does exactly what he said in that quote, which is show up, work hard every day, play good baseball, they will never care. And even then, they will all buy his jersey. And he's a Red Sox. So, like, they're not going to really care about the cheating scandal. So, if they wanted a more direct answer, they could have given a much better question. I also think it's so hypocritical because, like, that team got busted for cheating, too.
Right.
They just didn't use trash cans. So, like, what does it matter? They had to fire a guy for cheating. Like, that's where some of these teams and these reporters, like, it's like they forget their own stories about the Astros. Like they forget that they got in just as much trouble, basically. Really, I mean, they suspended Cora for a year and they kept him. So like, what's the difference between what the Astros did and what the Red Sox did? Like they openly brought someone in who's cheating. And why does Alex have to answer? Your manager's from the Astros. Why does Alex Bregman have to answer about cheating? So,
well, because people probably wanted to ask him about it and they never got the chance to.
Yeah,
because the beat reporters are generally not going to this situation saying like, "Hey, how do you feel about what you did?"
I do think there's a lot of like 2020 was weird and like the media wasn't in the clubhouse and wasn't able to ask questions because that was obviously when the 60-game season happened and they weren't allowed to access the Astros players. And we saw that where like there was like 2 years of like you would go to a place for the first time and they would get asked. So yeah, I get it, but I mean, I don't think Alex needs to defend himself and what happened in 2017, specifically to that fan base and those media members, because I think it's hypocritical.
Will be very interesting to see what happens in Boston about from this perspective. So everyone thought Bregman's going to play second base. Apparently, the Red Sox third baseman Rafael Devers was asked about whether or not he would be willing to play designated hitter at all right after getting a $300 million contract, and he said no. And now Bregman is taking reps at third base.
Like, did they torpedo their relationship with like one of their best players?
I guess they promised Devers that he would never be moved off of third base, but it was the previous general manager. So now that's been the drama in Boston today. Is that Cora might be putting Bregman at third base, and they might have to move Devers because he's being a diva. A lot of divas coming back from the offseason into spring training. Marcus Stroman,
oh yeah,
another one of them too.
Should the Astros trade for Devers and put him at third? Paredes at second?
It's a $300 million contract, though. You know, like how much is Boston going to pay of that? Will be very interesting to see what happens. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can get after us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can watch us eat food. We are here at BB Lemon for Eat Drink HTX, which kicked off over the weekend and rolls until February 28th. It is just like Houston Restaurants Week with benefiting Houston Food Bank and Kids Meal. So come out, hang out with us for a cause. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay there. That's right, voice guy. We are at BB Lemon. If you were watching along on YouTube or Twitch, we were just handed some more delicious goodies. Look at this chicken sandwich.
Oh, it's incredible.
Perfect amount of coleslaw. You got some pickles underneath it. I like to consider myself a chicken sandwich connoisseur. This is some good looking, you know what. It's all at BB Lemon. Guys, make sure that, first off, you just know what's going down these days, and that is, of course, Eat, Drink, HTX, which got started on Saturday. It's a 2-week-long dining event up to the end of the month that supports Houston area restaurants and raises money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities, $3 of every meal when you do eat at a place like BB Lemon. Eat, Drink, HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. You can get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com to see where else you can go. But, yeah, this is pretty awesome, especially considering we were going hungry for legitimate sports this weekend. We did have an all-star game in the NBA of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
I had no interest in watching it. We did have the NHL All-Star game, which I did not even know about, and I found myself being very excited about. Still took me until today to realize that that was actually the NHL's All-Star game. I thought there was just some random international tournament going on. Also, Alex Bregman is officially a Boston Red Sox. We played some comments from him over the weekend as he was introduced with the Red Sox, and he really didn't have that much to say about the Astros, and I am curious if people were bothered by that.
It seems like they were. It seems like people are upset that he didn't give a longer answer. I think it's just more that they all feel like if he really wanted to be here, he could, and no one really seems to be here for the I loved my time so much stuff from him. Because it's like, if you really loved it, you could have just taken the deal.
Yeah, it felt like he wanted to move on. And then those answers where he's not really talking about the past, I think he just wants to only be focused on Boston now. He did put out a statement on social media, which you can read, and the people who are already out on him, they're responding to it in a manner that you would expect. Classic the internet. I mean, I think the guy did a lot for this city, for this team, and he will be missed, and it's yet another void that the Astros are going to have to figure out how to make up for. You lose Kyle Tucker, by trading him, and you lose Alex Bregman in one offseason, and now Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker. They got to have big years if you want to even come close to matching the production that is leaving.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, maybe that's part of this too, is I don't know if there's some insecurities, I would call it, within the fan base of just like how much of what they view the Astros as now without Alex. But I think these replacements are pretty good. I mean, I think you could say Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes, at least that when they're at home, will equal similar production to what Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman gave you. You would think that both of them will not start as slow as Alex did. You would hope that neither of them foul a ball off their shin that takes them out for, what was it, like 3 months?
Yeah, that's bad.
So as long as they don't do that, that's a positive. That's a good thing. But all the nerdy numbers that are out there, fan graphs and these websites are currently projecting the Astros to finish like third in the division.
Wow.
By 0.9. It has like the one that everyone's like harping on this weekend from Fangraphs was like the Rangers winning the division. They're projected to win 84.9 games. The Mariners are projected to finish second at 84.5 games. And the Astros are finished third at like 84.2.
So now all of a sudden it's what, the NFC South of old?
Yes.
Where there's always a team that was winning with a losing record?
That's pretty much like they're like, it's a 500 division is basically what they're saying this year. I don't even know if I agree with that. I feel like one of these teams will have a good year. I think it's going to be the Astros still. I think they're still better than the Rangers and better than the Mariners, and we'll see.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if it's going to be a good year, but I believe you on that one. I cannot see the Rangers or Mariners taking a step past the Astros this year. If it happens, well, them's the breaks, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't see it happening. The window would be closed if it happens, period.
I don't know. People seem to be all upset about this stuff with Alex Bregman, and I get it, but it does feel like they're taking it harder than the previous two. Maybe it's recency bias here for me, Paul, but people do seem to be more upset with Alex leaving than it did with Carlos and Springer. In just terms of like the kind of the vitriol that's going back towards it.
Right.
Like everyone's bummed, but there just seems to be more anger.
A little more anger.
Yeah, in the fan base.
Yeah, I agree with you
before.
on that. So you can weigh in on that if you want. You can also weigh in on some of the changes that the Texans have made over the offseason. We got this big expose about Bobby Slowick, written by DJ Viename for ESPN.com, and it does seem like a lot of the things that we thought were a problem but had not been confirmed via written word, those were all confirmed. But a lot of people have been suggesting this all year. It's just crazy that they never made any real adjustments until the end. They just kept on doing the same thing over and over again, and that going into the offseason, it wasn't necessarily a foregone conclusion that they would move on from Bobby Slowick until D'Amico Ryans talked to literally everyone.
Yeah.
Which he did not seem to do, I guess, before, given that message wasn't brought up about how they need to make adjustments. They need to do things differently. Someone's got to take ownership of that in the middle of the regular season. If that's the way things were going, instead of talking about getting back to having fun, we're saying football is football and stuff like that.
Do you think any of this falls on D'Amico, Paul?
Yes.
Because it feels like he is kind of ignored in all of this.
No, everyone blames Bobby, but I mean, CJ's a part of this. D'Amico's a part of this. I don't understand why these two are untouchable.
Yeah, because like
what have they done? Oh, wow, they made it to the second round of the playoffs twice in a row. Like, oh, you can't talk bleep about them. It's not talking bleep. It's just saying the facts. That's the facts. The offense struggled last season.
Yeah, I mean,
they weren't involved. Oh, the head coach and the quarterback weren't involved. Are you high?
Especially the head coach. It's if your offensive coordinator is not making adjustments, like don't you sit him down at some point and be like, hey, just do something different, dude. Like change
literally
it up.
Anything.
Just change it up. Change how you run the ball. Implement something new in practice. And D'Amico knows, because I think back to you coming in every day after going to training camp with your little notepad, and it was just the offense is getting worked every day at training camp. We should have realized then more that this season was going to be a struggle, that the offense had like one good day, and it happened to be when some of the national media was in town, was like their one good day of practice the entire year. But some of it has to fall on D'Amico of just not just that you hired him, but that nothing changed. Like, you're the head coach. I know he's a defensive head coach, but it does fall on your shoulders, because eventually it would be what cost you his job. This will be the last, unless Nick Caley gets a head coaching job next year, this will be the last offensive coordinator D'Amico Ryans will hire, I would imagine. Like, I don't think he gets a third try at this. I could be wrong, but you don't typically see a head coach get 3 offensive coordinators if they're all fired. Typically, the head coach has gone with the second one.
Generally, yes.
Now, it might be different because it's D'Amico. Like, maybe he has a little bit more of a...
And you have made a second round of the playoffs
For
the
sure.
first 2 years with the team that a couple of years ago was an absolute mess. So I think that, the ties that he has with his organization, having played for them, are going to help him out. This is not us suggesting, like, hey, you fire him or you move on from CJ. It's more just like, I can't believe the amount of people that are just pointing at Bobby Slowick, and now he's gone. They're like, yep. Okay, cool, guys. If that's how things work for you, great. I'd love to live in your fantasy world.
But that's just kind of, I think people don't want to blame the guys that they really love. I mean, if you look at what happened, to kind of compare and contrast the two things we've been talking about in this segment, how many people were like really like pointing the finger at Alex Bregman last year when the Astros were terrible to start the season?
A lot. Pop-outs.
Pop-outs. But it took a while to get there. It took a while to kind of acknowledge that Alex, his slow starts, was a huge reason for the Astros' struggles at the beginning of the season. It's going to take time. I do think we're at that point where people's gloves will come off with CJ,
like in U.S. hockey.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, dude.
But like now that a coach has been fired and a guy has been, blamed, two guys have been blamed, you kind of have to blame the quarterback next. You don't really have a choice. Unless you're just going to blame the new guy for some reason.
Or guess
That's
what?
Just delusional.
You could just blame the guy who's not playing well.
Yeah.
Who I need to have more fun. Okay, I get it. Like, you're under pressure more than Patrick Mahomes was in the Super Bowl every single game. Still, it's one of those things where it's weird. He's immune from a lot of the blame. Some comments here. These are about Bregman from the 409. Who gives a bleep? He's moved on. Fans should move on. He's now the enemy. He's the enemy? He's not on the Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a general disdain for the Boston Red Sox. Not like a hatred.
You played him in the playoffs, but I mean, it's not the same as the Yankees, and it's not the same as the Dodgers.
Yeah, but he is the enemy now.
There is a healthy respect. I mean, I guess like, hey, that's the one American League team that's actually beaten you. So
that's true.
Maybe that's the way that you look at it, but no, man, I don't know about that. Here we go. 713. Get the F out of here. They make the playoffs 2 years in a row, and you want to fire D'Amico if the offensive coaching hire isn't
Not what I
perfect?
said. That's not what I said.
So what you said, dude?
It's logic. It's look at the NFL. That's how things work.
Yeah, it's generally how it works, guys.
Head coaches do not get to hire 3 offensive coordinators.
Right.
That's just not how the world works. It would not be that way in Miami if it was Mike McDaniels and he was on his 3rd defensive coordinator, which I guess he technically is. So maybe I'm already proving myself wrong. But
I did say this on Friday. This is a Nick Caserio move, too. So this also, I mean, Nick Caserio he's the one that to me was more in the pie chart of credit when it comes to bringing this guy in because they've got the previous ties from before.
Yeah, and probably on the hottest seat now.
So I think Casario's seat is probably a little hotter than D'Amico's if we're talking about firing anyone.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's in danger of getting fired.
I don't think so either.
But it's weird that like you can't blame if you're not firing the coach, you can't blame him for anything. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
he's not Belichick, and even Belichick you second guessed all the time.
Yeah, it just worked so well for Belichick for so long that like it was hard to second guess him
But
until he put Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinator.
It's weird though. Like people still like he's a young coach. He's getting better. But wait, we can't second guess the young coach who's getting better.
No,
because he's getting better.
He's getting.
Like, what kind of logic is that?
It's a logic where people have low expectations.
Just like pushover parent syndrome. It's bizarre.
Yeah, no, and I think some of that's going to change. Like now that you've made these changes, your scapegoat's gone. Like the target is going to move.
Oh, they'll find someone else.
Oh, for sure.
They got the
be
expensive
D'Amico.
offensive line this offseason.
It'll probably be Caserio.
Yeah.
If you think Caserio was the reason for this, that will be the number one target for Texans fans. He probably, if someone's going to get fired next, my money would be on Nick Caserio.
That's what's so funny about this. Because I mean, why is the offensive line this bad? Caserio. But Caserio also found C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
And Tank Dell and Nico Collins and Derek Stingley, among others.
Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
But he put the offensive line together. So we'll see again. Like, if they go to the second round of the playoffs and lose again in the same way, like I don't think anything's changing outside of like it'll be an assistant coach that probably gets moved on from. Probably Cole Popovich is the next fall guy.
Yeah, Cole Popovich.
You know?
Yeah, so the offensive line doesn't get fixed. Probably Gerard Johnson and Cole Popovich will be the next.
Yeah, that's what I would think. But and then we'll do the same thing over again. Like, oh, well, just gotta give CJ and D'Amico time. All right, well, give them 3 years. Not to say that they need to be fired. Just saying it's weird the way that sometimes it's framed. Arguments against true struggles that we all acknowledge happen, but random people are immune from it, even though they were the most important pieces on a team. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We are at BB Lemon on Washington, enjoying food. I'm going to take a huge bite out of this chicken sandwich. And we're all here because of Eat, Drink, HTX, which is taking place until the end of the month across the city of Houston. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at BB Lemon on Washington with Paul Gallant and Joe George.
We're here for Eat Drink HTX. Sorry, I had to swallow that chicken sandwich.
Oh, my God, Paul.
What?
You went ham during that break.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, when you've been in the game that we like to call radio for 15 years, you realize that every single commercial break is an opportunity to eat as much food as you possibly can.
That's true.
So I've become a kind of disgustingly quick eater.
Now, does that translate to home life on accident?
Yes, I eat I eat very quickly.
What about date life? Like when you're on a date, you have to think about not eating that fast?
Yes.
Okay.
I literally put my fork and knife down a lot. I do that. You know how the proper way to eat with a fork and knife. This is how the limeys do it. Apparently, this is etiquette. Losers. Lose another war. Lose another war, England. Lose another colony like Canada, who we just kicked the ass of in their best sport over the weekend. But in England, yeah, you're supposed to have the fork to the left of your plate.
Okay.
You're supposed to have the knife to the right of your plate. But when you use the knife to cut, which you hold the fork in your left hand and the knife in your right hand, once you're done, you have to pick up the fork with your right hand and eat with your right hand. If you stay eating with your left hand, then you're considered to be a barbarian savage.
Oh.
This is again stupid rules that the English created, and apparently it makes you seem like a little more civilized because you're not eating like an absolute monster like I am. And okay, fine, I get it. But yeah, that's something I have to do on dates to keep myself from eating as quickly as I possibly can.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, I realized I used to eat very fast, and then I had a kid, and you just become responsible for cutting food. It slows the whole process down.
That would make sense.
Sometimes it's bad though.
You don't want him to
sometimes
choke.
My food gets cold.
Yeah, that's
because I'm being a good dad.
Should have them cut it up before they bring it out. That is funny. All-Star game was over the weekend, and it was a tough watch. Everyone agrees on that. I'm sure there are some people who had some fun watching the NBA All-Star game, but a lot of downtime, a lot of commercials, a lot of Kevin Hart. Sorry, Kevin Hart's been done for 5 years. We don't need any more Kevin Hart.
Totally agree.
To each their own. Not my cup of tea. Whatever the case. Everyone's dumping on the NBA All-Star game and the NBA as a whole, which led to this tweet from Kevin Durant about an hour and a half ago. Quote, I think it's more fun to complain about the NBA than to actually watch it. Crazy. Cancel All-Star weekend, and let's just give everybody a break since we're so miserable around this time. Durant responded to someone who responded to him, who laid out hey, man, watch this broadcast and try to tell me it wasn't god-awful or worth complaining about. Durant responded, I get it. My point is fans complain about everything. Nothing is good enough for the fans right now. Only thing they enjoy is playoffs, trade deadline, free agency, and when players beef with each other, LOL.
Correct.
He is right.
But whose fault is that?
Exactly.
It's their fault. It's their fault. It's the people who have had the signs up for years of I've traveled X amount of miles to see my favorite player play, and that guy is in street clothes. Look, LeBron didn't even get dressed for the All-Star photo shoot. If you look at the team photo, he's in street clothes. He didn't even take the time to put on the uniform.
How dare he? Unwritten rules.
But it's the players' fault. It's that they don't care, that they don't try, that they, if we ever try to drop it down to 70 games and people act like that would solve the problem with players, not taking games off, we all know that's a lie. They would just play 50 games instead of 60 games. None of that stuff would work because the players are the problem.
The players
are soft.
Complain about everything too.
Yes.
And go back to Steve Kerr, who ex-player, now a coach, complaining about a back-to-back in Dallas and in Houston. And, I think about the complaining of today's players compared to everything that the guys of the last generation had, from just less salary to, I would imagine, worse hotel rooms, worse team travel, all of those things. It has changed so much. And instead of appreciating how good it has become for players, it's not even frowned upon generally for players to take nights off. It's not. This has become widely accepted that, like, hey, on a back-to-back, like the second game of a back-to-back, if your team loses, it doesn't really matter. It's the second night of a back-to-back. If a player doesn't play, it doesn't really matter. It's the second night of a back-to-back. We've gotten to this point where you're like playing a game back-to-back nights is too much for these guys, when a decade ago, 2 decades ago, these guys were making less and and they were playing every single game.
Yeah.
And like how as they have become more compensated, has life become so much easier for them. And that is a part of, I think, why there's a large portion of people who look at the NBA and say, F these guys. And I think merited. It's annoying more than anything. And like that's in the background of every single game, is like, is this guy going to play?
Mm-hmm.
The best player out there? And then imagine you bought tickets to go to the game, take little Jimmy, and you got some sody pop and some popcorn, maybe a burger or something like that.
That are extremely expensive.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden the guy that you went there to see in person, because it is cool to see basketball in person if you're sitting close enough, but you're up there in the 300 level and the guy you came to see isn't there.
Yeah. I think the reason why the NBA, like why I think why their ratings and things are struggling so much is it's an isolated problem. It's not like the NBA players are all a different age than the guys in the NFL and in Major League Baseball and in the NHL. They're all the same age. Like, yeah, there's some younger guys in the league, but they're typically not the problem. Amen Thompson, Jalen Green, like these young kids are not the problem. They're not the guys who are sitting out back-to-backs. It's your vets. So in baseball, you got guys all the same age who, yes, it's probably it's not as taxing of a sport. I get that.
Right.
But they play 162 games. They'll play 6 games out of 7 days, and they might take 1 day off. Altuve's out there all the time. And they don't complain like this. The NFL, they're adding games. They're going to add an 18th game. Yeah, they complain about training camp. Like, that doesn't affect the fans.
But what's going to happen next with the 18 games in the NFL? Just watch. Like, this opens the door for football to have this similar problem. And this is really where I look at all sports, and it's just become so acceptable to not play in every game, and that some of these games don't matter. Like, at least in the minds of these players, like, competitiveness is not a constant. It's not a absolute, and it should be. That's what this thing's all about, beating the opposition. It doesn't feel like that's the case anymore across sport, especially in a regular season for basketball, to a degree for baseball. And I mean, I don't know how you get it back, but it bums me out just as a sports fan, because like, you do want to relate and empathize with these guys. And then you have a bunch of like just turning up your nose at playing in an all-star game where on paper, like, wow, you're getting to play with the best players against the best players.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that pretty awesome?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be fun? Like, growing up as a kid, like, isn't that what you always wanted? And when
you're an all-star,
and when you're doing it for people who are paying a ton of money to watch these games, you're like, but it's a practice for Team USA. Oh, it's different there? Wait, what?
I know, that's what's crazy. It's like the reported practices that happen before the Olympics are so much more intense.
Right, than the game.
Yeah. And
that people watch.
Because
they don't give a crap about you.
Yeah, exactly. And, I think the most concerning part for me about the All-Star game and more like the future of the sport itself is, besides, from what it sounds like, besides Victor Wembanyama, who apparently was going hard in this game, which as he should as a second-year player in the NBA. We saw this last year, which is really the last All-Star game I'll ever watch. We saw some of the young players were some of the guys who are the most guilty of this. So it's like the guys who are making their first All-Star games are the ones who are partially the most lax. That to me is a huge red flag. Like, it'd be one thing if it was LeBron and Chris Paul and KD who are being like the most chill. But if you have guys who are in first and second All-Star games who are like, that's really concerning, because like they should be the guys that are trying the hardest. Think back to Kobe and Michael. When Kobe made the All-Star game and got to go one-on-one with Michael Jordan. Like, that's only 25 years ago. Like, Kobe's barely been out of the league for like a decade now at this point. And like, I mean, these guys all played with Kobe. LeBron was in the league for most of Kobe's career. The biggest problem for me is they let a group of players go too far with this league, and they have to course correct it. They can never, ever let.
How do you do it, though?
I don't know. You have to wait until the banana boat's gone. Chris Paul, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, those guys are responsible for the NBA. They're the ones that started the player empowerment movement. They're the ones that use their position in the union, specifically Chris Paul, to alter the contracts so guys like James Harden can make $50-60 million a year when they're terrible. Paul George played 37 minutes the other night, Paul. He scored 2 points. He makes $50 million this year. And that's all because of this banana boat crew that they changed the NBA. I don't know how they fix it.
I don't either. I mean, because their solution to fix this has regularly been, well, let's give them more incentives to play. Oh, we got the NBA Cup. You can win $1 million if you give a crap about basketball during the first couple of months of the year.
But that kind of worked, right?
For now.
Yeah, for now.
And you know what? There will be other moments where all of a sudden the players think to themselves, "Oh, we can get more. Let's squeeze them."
Yeah, but like,
I just want to wet my beak a little bit. Oh, you're not wetting it already with your Supermax contract that you only play 70 games a year to earn?
I do think like that is the easiest solution, honestly, for all of us. Is like they're like, "What's the solution? Dude, just move the NBA Cup. That's All-Star Week. Just put all the teams in one location, like the bubble. Go to Las Vegas." And just put all these games in one weekend and have a basketball tournament in 5 days. And just like, you're still playing games, but like make the NBA Cup a condensed thing instead of trying to figure out when it's happening. You know, you're playing the same team. You're playing the Clippers in back-to-back games. One game's regular season, one game's NBA Cup. But like, imagine if the entire basketball world was in Las Vegas and they just had the NBA Cup in 1 week, like, and it capped off with this around the dunk contest, 3-point shootout. Like, you could at least, that's like the Four Nations thing, kind of a little bit. Like, at least you could sell me on that instead of the current version.
It seems like it would be logistically impossible, though.
Yeah, they could figure it out.
They
could. They did the bubble.
But then this is the problem that you run into. Then you make the rest of the things around that game, the rest of the games around that game, they become meaningless by comparison. And that's the big problem, is that this league, more than anyone, the games just don't feel like they matter at all because the players don't play. Baseball, there's 162 games. So you can make that argument just because of the sheer volume of games, but that it's like that. But this it's unfortunate, but they've done this to themselves. And like, I don't pity them. Like, I just wonder if there's anything that can be done to fix this. Someone suggested on the 832, get rid of the back-to-back games.
But they've already done some of that. They've already cut down significantly.
They should be able to do it more. I've never thought that you need to have this season wrap up when it does during a dead month of the sports year. They clearly believe that no one will watch the NBA Finals if it's in late July or early August. I disagree with that. I think people would. But, that's always been the reason that they have, tried to get the season done by a certain point of time. But I actually agree with this, getting rid of the back-to-backs. But I just think anything that you do going forward to make players, play, whether it's in the All-Star game or in this NBA Cup, this idea that players need to be incentivized to do what they're already paid way more than anyone else who ever played the game before them it's ridiculous. We'll see what happens, though. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are live at BB Lemon. I'm going to polish off the rest of this chicken sandwich. So good, dude. I mean, slaw, pickles, buttermilk ranch. Let's go. BB Lemon, we're here until 3. Killer Bees take over from there as part of Eat Drink HTX, which is going to take place until the end of the month. If you want to have yourself an awesome lunch or dinner for $25 with proceeds going towards charities like the Houston Food Bank. And on top of that, you've also got kids' meals being benefited by this too. And come on out here. Help out the kids. Help everyone eat. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. We're at BB Lemon for Eat Drink HTX, which benefits the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Not a lot going on across the NFL unless it's more Justin Tucker allegations. Good God, the number now up to 16 allegations of inappropriate sexual behavior at 8 different spas. 16 at 8 after 7 more therapists came forward in the Baltimore banner. He is getting close to Deshaun Watson territory on that front.
Yeah, it feels like the story is just like the snowball hasn't really started rolling downhill yet. It feels like for this story because it kind of goes quiet and then all of a sudden we get a bunch of allegations added quickly. Where like Deshaun's, I felt like kind of built up over like was like slowly building up. So it feels like we're just at the beginning of the story right now.
We're also getting more details on a story that was one of the biggest ones in the NFL about a decade ago. For those who don't remember, Jonathan Martin was an offensive lineman for the Miami Dolphins. A report came out that Martin left the Dolphins due to bullying, and Richie Incognito, a teammate of his, who you might remember from during a Texans and Dolphins preseason game, swinging his, having Antonio Smith remove his helmet and then swing Incognito's helmet at Incognito. You might remember him from that, but he was also known as a bit of a bad boy, a-hole-ish kind of guy that you'd love on your team across the league. And he was essentially railroaded with all blame for this bullying scandal. Fast forward to this past week, ESPN put out a piece about Jonathan Martin, talking about what he's trying to do in life and how he's trying to move on from this incident. And along the way in the article, he basically says, yeah, I never was bullied. This led to a Miami Herald My column, which goes into further detail about it, and then led to Richie Incognito doing victory laps on Twitter afterwards, feeling like he had finally been vindicated in this story where he was blackballed by the NFL for a sizable amount of time with everyone coming after him. It's crazy, Joe, to think that this story became what it was per the article because Richie Incognito's mother framed it as bullying when Martin himself had never framed what he was going through as bullying.
Yeah, I mean, basically this guy was a quitter and was a loser. Basically, it was like his career was falling apart. He got a very angry voicemail.
Loser's a strong word on that, but continue.
I mean, I don't know at this point now. Like,
I think he looks
to admit it this long. I mean, Richie Incognito, bad dude for the most part. Like he lost out on $10 million when he got blackballed. Like he got cut and then he didn't play for an entire season. I don't think this will be the end of the story because my guess is a lawsuit now that it's been admitted publicly that he was never bullied is probably on its way.
If there's anything to get mad at Martin for, it's why come forward with this now in this article that seemed to be framing him as some sort of successful businessman when in reality he's doing TED Talks about Bitcoin. Like,
yeah.
Great. We need a feature piece for some a-hole like that. Like, forget the Incognito stuff. The last thing any of us need is another like ex-athlete who has some money that's talking about how you need to invest in some sort of BS Bitcoin. But for this situation, it took him this long to come forward with that as part of some puff piece about how he's trying to move on from this 10 years later. Like, well, that's what kind of grosses me out is that ESPN put this puff piece about him out there. And it took a follow-up article by the Miami Herald with Omar Kelly to really get everybody's attention in said piece. Some of the things that he just casually mentioned along the way as part of that interview.
Yeah, to act like you just want people to move on. Well, it's like, well, it was one of the biggest stories in sports for a while. It's hard. It's not really possible. I guess I would get why Jonathan Martin would want to pretend like this didn't happen, but he essentially let his mom run a story and, run a guy and others, Joe Philbin, the coach of the Dolphins at the time. Like, it wasn't just Richie Incognito. I mean, Joe Philbin was basically ruined by this because it was basically interpreted that he allowed this kind of behavior to be allowed. And yeah, there are things that got cleaned up from this and are probably for the better. Not letting, someone cut a donut basically into Tim Tebow's hair when he's a rookie, like all the rookie head shavings and stuff like that, it's gone away. So there's some good that came out of this, I would say, because their bullying can be a problem. But yeah, all these years to admit it. But like what's your real motivation to get people to watch your TED Talks about Bitcoin? Like,
yeah, I mean, I see an article about a guy in ESPN, and it's about how this is what he does now, and he wants to be known for something other than this. Well, he had an opportunity to be known for something other than this if he had actually come forward with what he's coming forward with now.
Even if he just did it like 5 years ago. I mean, because he had some issues after this. There was a Instagram post. I don't remember the exact details, but there was an Instagram post where guns were involved.
Right. He seemed to go off the deep end for a little bit.
So I think this is all about trying to repair his image. But even then, he kind of looked like the victim in all of this. So to do it now is strange. And again, Richie Incognito is not exactly the choir boy.
Certainly not.
But to do this now, it's just it's kind of bad for everyone involved. It's bad for future issues of this stuff because it makes all of us more skeptical about what's happening. In a weird way, it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Duke lacrosse stuff, where once those guys were vindicated, it put a weird purview on what was going on in these situations, and Jonathan Martin did real damage now to people who are actually bullied because he just admitted to lying for a decade.
We'll see if there's any more fallout out of this. It has been amusing looking at Richie Incognito's Twitter over the last day. I think the last thing he posted was a picture of him photoshopped into a gladiator arena asking, "Are you not entertained?" Like he's Maximus from the movie Gladiator starring Russell Crowe, arguably the greatest movie ever. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George. We are at BB Lemon on Washington. It is a beautiful day outside. Little nippy, but we have these heat lamps nearby, and we are very, very full after eating some of the fine victuals that you can get at BB Lemon. We had pigs in a blanket. We had some wings. I had the fried chicken sandwich. You had the smash burger?
I'm eating the Reuben.
He's eating the Reuben. Gotcha. It's a towering Reuben. And if you want to come out and hang out with us, you can as part of Eat, Drink, HTX, which started on Saturday, a 2-week-long dining event that supports Houston area restaurants, raising money for Houston Food Bank and kids' meals. Up next, the Astros have all reported to spring training. There are a lot of questions about this specific player and what his role should be. We'll discuss next. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lebanon, Washington.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We're here for Eat, Drink, HTX, which is running till the end of February. Benefits kids' meals, benefits the Houston Food Bank. Very cool stuff and very good food. I'm a little full right now.
I've never been here before. I think this might be a new spot.
I haven't either, honestly. This is
good food.
It's a nice little part of town, too. It's a really pretty environment that we're at. It's got a nice patio. It's maybe not the warmest day for the patio, but we're in a covered area outside. Got some heat lamps, some TVs. It's a pretty good spot.
Yeah, we're watching the this new weird golf league thing.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, but I do know it's better than the NBA All-Star Weekend, which
there's a lot of money on the line, so they care.
It's so ridiculous. It's like, oh yeah, the game. It's a game, and it's a game that you get to play for a living. But thank goodness that we have enough money on this so that they actually will care about this game that they're already paid handsomely to. Whatever.
At least this is a new league that like you have to give them a reason to play.
I'm really so it's basically video game golf.
Yeah, they hit into a simulator. They've got a driving range, a rough, like a normal area, and then a sand trap. And then if they get it onto the green here, there's a green where they place the ball and they putt into a real hole.
Losing my interest. That's just stupid. Just
I think it's
actual golf.
Yeah, I think it's Tiger Woods League.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's neato. Lance McCullers is a pitcher for the Houston Astros, and he is slowly working his way back to pitching again. We hope.
Yes.
He had some interesting comments from West Palm Beach over the weekend when asked about, hey, are you going to be preparing to be a starter? Are you going to be preparing to be a reliever? Here is that full answer from Lance McCullers, about a minute, 20 seconds, talking about that.
I'm asking this only because Dana at the winter meetings alluded to could be some talk about it. You plan on building up as a starter, correct?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but I don't think that's an easy job. And being a reliever, I think a lot of times, people almost say, "Well, just make him a reliever." I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. To be a reliever at the big league level, it's not like a fallback position. I think that it's doing a disservice to the guys who are in that role. It's very specific. It's very hard. And I don't think pitching, back-to-back days or even, 3 out of 4 days, for me, I think it's physically harder. I think the things that the guys in the bullpen have to deal with throughout a long season, the ups and downs in usages, not really knowing when they're going to be called upon sometimes, that's a harder, in my opinion, it's a harder job. It's a harder way to stay healthy. And so, like I said, it's not just something that you can just decide you wake up one day and feel like, being a reliever. It's a very specific job. I think suggesting otherwise is a disservice to the guys in the bullpen that have, in our pen and in every pen around the league. And so, for me, I'm interested in doing what I've always done. It's what I know. It's what I feel like I can give this team, the most success in.
Okay. That makes logical sense. That if he doesn't feel like, if he's going to build up as a starter, probably makes more sense to keep him that way. If you're going to do bullpen, you probably should do it from the very beginning. That does make sense. I know he's trying to make it sound like it's the hardest job in the world to transition into the bullpen, but if that's what's best for the team, that's probably what he should be doing.
This is the thing that's tricky. He's right in that the way he pitches with that curveball he throws and with the elbow injuries he's had, it doesn't seem like it would tax the body particularly well. It feels like if you're doing this on a nightly, semi-nightly basis, you're going to be gassed or you're going to potentially risk re-injury. But here's the other thing. There's a lot of pitchers that are injured on the Astros right now, and even then, there is so much competition to be had. He has to earn any role he can get, and he has to earn it. He's had 8 appearances since 2021. He's had 47 appearances since 2018.
Yep.
Just think about that. That's insane. And he was a big part of the 2017 team. Since then, his availability has been a massive issue. which is multiplied by that contract that the Astros signed him to. And look, it's more on the Astros than it is on McCullers that things have gone this way and that he's had the unfortunate injury luck. The Astros should have been perhaps a little bit more aware of this as a possibility. There's been a lot of Tommy John surgeries that have happened here, and of course across baseball. But to bring it back to McCullers, at the very least, he wasn't like Marcus Stroman when asked about potentially moving to the bullpen, but I don't think he really has as much of a choice as he'd like here. He has to just figure out a way to continue to pitch. And as a starter, do we think that's going to happen in a rotation that's got a lot of guys that you actually feel okay about? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. I think the key words you used there was he has to earn it. Because what if he doesn't? Then, what do you do with Lance McCullers? If you go through spring training, he's got this new pitching mechanics that he's rolling out, which maybe that will help some of it. He's topping at 90 though, right now. What if he doesn't get much past 90 miles an hour, and that's kind of a new version of what he is.
Don't want him in the
rotation.
Then
no, exactly. I don't really want him anywhere. But I don't really know what the outcome is for Lance McCullers if he doesn't have a good spring training, and then a good couple minor league performances, as he said this year. Does he stay in Sugarland? Does Lance McCullers have the credibility within the franchise at this point to automatically get a spot in the rotation? If Hayden Wesneski is pitching well, but McCullers is ready, does Wesneski automatically get bumped into the bullpen for Lance?
Good question.
I would say no. But if you're not going to put him in the bullpen, then the answer is automatically yes, it feels like. It's a very strange situation.
For those who didn't hear Marcus Stroman, this is how Marcus Stroman of the New York Yankees was asked a similar question about potentially working out of the bullpen.
Here, Super Bowl 58 Radio Row, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, two of the best up-and-coming receivers in the NFL. How you guys doing?
Real good. How you doing?
Hang on, that's not it. I must have sent the wrong link in again. Great. But anyway, Marcus Stroman essentially in that situation.
He said no.
He said, hell no.
Yeah, he said he ain't moving to the bullpen.
Right.
And this is a guy, situation is a little bit different. Marcus Stroman, the Yankees tried to trade him this offseason. So he's not exactly a willing mover on a team that doesn't want him. He wants to be a starter. Lance, if they told Lance we're moving you to the bullpen, I don't really know what else Lance McCullers does. It's not like he's a tradable asset. It's not like he could demand to be moved. Who would, unless the Astros have to eat 16 of the $17 million he's probably owed to be traded to another team. So he's just kind of stuck. It's probably still best for the Astros though if he can get healthy.
Yes.
We all have our doubts, and I'm sure Lance McCullers, he might not publicly say it, but he probably does too.
Yeah, I would be pretty nervous. He's changed up his rotation entirely. Apparently, he's throwing in a more compact motion now, and you got to wonder with that, is he going to have the same stuff that he used to? And if he's not throwing with any velocity, where do you use him? You almost have to use him as a starter.
Yeah.
I want my bullpen arms to have cannons.
And the advantage for Lance here is that the Astros have been one of the more forward-thinking franchises in terms of a six-man rotation. With all the injuries that they've seen that have happened to this team over the last couple of years, including all the ones to Lance, they've been more open-minded to a six-man rotation. The biggest reasons why, to me, it felt like they had not done that was because of Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez. Specifically, though, JV. He's the one that's constantly was like, I want to pitch on my day. I don't want to get out of my rotation. But it wouldn't shock me if they moved to just a six-man deal this season, if you factor in Lance. If other guys are performing well, we'll see what it looks like. Because he's going to start in the minors, because of where he's at in his timeline, the good thing for the Astros is that he can spend more time there. You don't have to make the move right away. And so he can stay in the minors for as long as possible, as long as he's willing to do that. So he might be a space cowboy for a while and be going back and forth between there and Corpus Christi or something like that.
Sugarland's going to rule. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. One more hour from BB Lemon as part of Eat Drink HTX from February 15th through 28th. We've had some awesome food today. Chicken wings, pigs in a blanket, pretzel. We've had a spicy chicken sandwich. I'm not going to lie. Little mini food coma taking on right now. But come on out. We're here all afternoon. It's Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A very full Paul Gallant and Joe George. We are hanging out here at BB Lemon for Eat Drink HTX and are very pleased to be joined right now from the Cleverly Stone Foundation. Katie Stone. Katie, thank you for setting this all up for us because, like, selfishly, I just love to come out and eat food while I blab about sports for a living. It's a really tough job. Someone's got to do it.
I know. You guys look like you're really traumatized right now.
Oh, yeah. Just saw a bunch of free food. I mean, when the pretzel came out, I was a little nervous, which we haven't really touched yet. It's massive.
I'm so surprised that you dug into those wings. There was a lot of sauce and juice around those. Who got those?
We all split them, the three of us.
Apparently, I got some on the microphone, so I might be in trouble when I get back because I'm a pig.
Got to, come prepared, guys. Put some protection on the microphones here. Let's go.
They did give us some hand sanitizer. I don't know if either of us used it.
Nope, I didn't. No.
Yeah. So this is your guys' first year doing Eat Drink HTX, right?
No, actually, it's 4 years old.
4
4 years.
Okay.
See, I feel
I didn't know that.
I'm completely in the dark.
Yeah, because obviously we all know about Houston Restaurant Week.
Of course. Yes.
But So what's the difference between the two? Is it pretty much the same, just different time of year?
Yeah, so my mom, Cleverly Stone, who you know, longtime broadcaster, TV and radio here in Houston, throughout her career as a broadcaster, she understood that the last 2 weeks of February were really tough for casual dining restaurants in Houston. A little bit tougher, more so in Houston, because we've got Valentine's Day, which is great for fine dining, so they do really well. But then we have something else that happens in March that tends to take a lot of the other discretionary dining dollar pool away from the casual market. And so she, back a few years before she started to get sick, had been talking to Houston Food Bank saying, hey, let's maybe do something for casual restaurants to help give them a little bit of a boost. Unfortunately, she got sick and wasn't able to implement it. But we went ahead and named it, implemented it. And so 2022 was the first time that we launched it. We added a beneficiary, though, that we decided to swap out every year just to kind of share the love a little bit. Everybody knows and loves Houston Food Bank. But there's so many incredible nonprofits here in Houston that are doing really amazing things. And so I figured, why don't we share the love a little bit and give some love to these other guys that maybe you haven't heard about. So first year was Star of Hope Mission was the other beneficiary. Second year was Houston Food Bank and also Children at Risk. Last year was DePelchin Children's Center. And then this year is Kids Meals. And so this is one of the fun parts about it is highlighting the other beneficiaries. And then, yes, it is very similar to Houston Restaurant Weeks. It's just cheaper and shorter, lasts for only 2 weeks.
I'm glad it exists. I think this is the city with the best food in the country. I know some people from where I'm from in the Northeast push back on that, but I don't think there's any debate about it. And as someone who, as you can tell, is not exactly the most on top of it, this is something that to have just all these other restaurants that I never would have necessarily thought of through your website and through the Eat Drink HTX event, it's really cool. Like, I'm not kidding. I'd never heard of this place before. It is awesome. I love it. The sun outside is fantastic. It's a nice patio. And, of course, all the food we've had. Good God. Again, I'm borderline food coma right now. I got to make it through the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, and that really is one of the goals of the event is to introduce people from all around Houston to all of these new restaurants and to give them a little bit of an incentive to get them in the door.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston has grown quite a bit and expanded quite a bit over the years, and that is exactly what we hear. It's a very strong sentiment of the public every year in August and every February now is that these events bring people together. So families who have moved apart, friends who've moved apart, they agree we are meeting in the middle. We're going to go and have a good value meal, and we're going to feed people at the same time.
Yeah, I know. My wife and I, we love it. We got a 3-year-old right now. So, like, sometimes going out to eat with the three of us can be a little pricey.
Yeah, you're kind of out of the restaurant game right now.
Yeah,
I was also out of the restaurant game.
But this brings us back in. And that's what I love about it. Like, it's not just, like you are helping people, but like it's great for families with like, if it's, a little pricey to go certain places, there's certain restaurants that like we would love to go to all the time when it was just the two of us. But now we can bring him along too. And like, it just makes it so much more affordable for everything. So it's phenomenal. So I guess like through the process of choosing like the other, partnership through it. So you guys change it every year. Do you have like a long list of people that like, you're like, okay, we have to do this for the next like 30 years to get everybody in, or is it going to start back over at some point?
You mean for beneficiaries?
Yeah, for beneficiaries.
Yeah, I kind of just keep my ears open for good causes and good missions around Houston. It's important to choose a good partner because there are responsibilities. You want to make sure the money is being used for what they say it's going to be used for. So we, as a foundation, do our own internal vetting process when it comes to choosing the beneficiaries. But yeah, I sometimes I even put out a call on social media like, hey, anybody know of a good local, org that's doing some incredible things that could just use a little bit of help? Send me a message, and that call is always there. If you know a good nonprofit that's doing some fun things, let me know.
How do restaurants get involved? If they're not involved this year and they want to be involved next year for Houston Restaurant Week, like just email you, or what's the best way to get involved on that side?
Yeah, definitely. Instagram is a good way to reach out, email. A lot of places will either know how to get in touch with us because a friend of theirs does Houston Restaurant Weeks or Eat Drink HTX. But the Houston Restaurant Weeks website also has a contact form for anybody who's interested in just sending us a message if you've got a complaint or a suggestion. Or, I mean, listen, I know everybody complains about the expanding waistband situation. It is a legitimate problem. I can confirm. I can't do anything about it, but you can complain about that too. Or, you know, we get a lot of diner recommendations for restaurants too. That's a really fun part of this game, which is, you know, we discover new restaurants because the diners will suggest it. Hey, you guys should participate. And then they come out with a killer menu. So it's pretty cool.
Katie Stone with the Cleverly Stone Foundation with us for Eat Drink HTX. We are at BB Lemons on Washington. We've had some really good food today. So this is the 4th year for you guys. What this year is the new thing that you guys are trying out? Like, how are you taking this to the next level in 2025?
Oh, that's a great question. You know, this is an event that has its own challenges as they relate to running Houston Restaurant Weeks. And so HRW is more of a fine dining event. There's plenty of time to look at the menu, choose the menu that you are going to, you know, dine from. Whereas this event is more of a fast casual event. So there's not a whole lot of time to pitch these menus and to get the attention of the diner. A lot of times they're coming in the door. They know exactly what they're ordering. It's on a big board and fluorescent, you know, writing above them. There's no time to pitch. And so that's one of our challenges is how do we get the word out about the menus? And so we did a few newer things this year with our, you know, little 4x6 cards, putting them on the tables. We did some window posters. We did a lot more social media. We got you know, thankfully you guys, you know, got involved this year. We were so thankful that you came on board, you know, for Houston Restaurant Weeks as our official radio partner. So yeah, like kind of things like this. And again, this event is only 4 years old. So people are still getting used to dining out and doing good in February. But I will tell you, I'm getting some very, very interesting messages from restaurants from this recent weekend kickoff. And they are very, very good numbers.
Good.
That they were very busy, and it is a very good thing. I was texting my board this morning. I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys, like everybody's booked, and this is what we wanted. So
do you get nervous like waiting for those updates then, like constantly?
You know, that's such a great question. I try not to be too reactive to any one thing because, you know, you got to have a thick skin when it comes to you know, there's so many variables, right? You have, for example, HRW and Eat Drink HTX is probably 650 restaurants that you're dealing with, between 1 to 7 people per restaurant that you're, you know, so just knowing that things are going to come up. Don't worry, don't panic. Everything works out in the end. But in the end, everything generally works out. Knock on wood. Where's some wood?
There's some wood. This looks like wood.
Yeah, I think
You
it's
know.
good. It counts.
So for all the info, it's eatdrinkhtx.com. What are the socials to follow on that people want to slide in and say, hey, we want to be a part of this too? Where would they go to do all of that?
Oh, yeah. So we are Eat Drink HTX everywhere. Website, Facebook, X, Instagram. And yeah, send us a message for sure. eatdrinkhtx.com has the menus. I think there's 137 restaurants participating. The deals this year are pretty phenomenal, though. When you look at some of these $15 lunch deals and some of these $25 dinner deals, there's a lot of value. And, you know, a lot of these menus, the a la carte value is much higher than the prefix number that you're paying, right? So you might be paying $15 for lunch, but a month from now, you're going to be paying $25 for that lunch. So that's something to consider too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this food today, $25 for all the things we got. It's a fantastic deal. And I'll say too, just from my experience with it, like if there's any restaurants or people listening that have never done it before, from my perspective, my wife and her father are part of Houston Restaurant Week with Zamides in Kingwood. And it's a phenomenal experience. Like,
oh my goodness,
they love it.
They're Zamides.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
yes.
We love them.
So they love being part of it. They're on like year 2 or 3. So like, it's a great experience for the restaurants too. So like, they love it. So it's awesome as a consumer, but then also from like the business side, I know that they absolutely love being part of it, and they think it's awesome.
That's amazing. Well, that is truly, is why the event exists. My mother was tired of seeing her friends laid off every August. And, our kids are going back to school in the middle of August. So it's not a great time to have no income. And that really was why she started the event. And over the years, it grew into, largest annual fundraiser for Houston Food Bank, on top of being perhaps the most impactful event for restaurants in the city of Houston. I really think it is. We know that more reservations are made for Houston Restaurant Weeks than any event anywhere in the country. So that's a good indicator of how busy they are. But it is kind of incredible what one woman can do, right? Like, that is, at the end of the day, why we are all here. Is she saw a problem and solved it.
When I first got into radio here in Houston, I would help your mom out on the weekend over at the CBS radio cluster. So to see you take on her legacy and keep this going, and now we got Restaurant Weeks and we have Eat HTX. This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Katie, for joining us. And again, all the info on all social medias, Eat Drink HTX or eatdrinkhtx.com. We're so thrilled that we got to get things started here at BB Lemon, and we're looking forward to some of the other fantastic restaurants that you guys are going to be highlighting over the next couple of weeks.
Awesome. Thank you guys
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you so much for the support. Y'all are just amazing.
Of course. Thank you.
You are too. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
She is Katie Stone of the Cleverly Stone Foundation. I'm Paul Gallant. He's Joe Georges. Gallant and George, we are live at BB Lemons. Stick around.
Back to Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at BB Lemon on Washington.
Was very cool catching up with Katie Stone, who's also an incredible poker player.
Yeah, we just learned that.
A woman of many talents. Holy smokes. Yeah, one of the best in the world.
Are you
It's
a
really
poker
cool.
player?
No. I played in high school with friends.
Oh, yeah.
And then since I was going to a little bougie prep school, let's just say all the kids I was playing with had money. So it stopped being about like skill, and at a certain point, some of them, like, they had more money that they would bring to the table. Like I'd have like $20 a week of allowance that I could play with and save how I wanted. But then they all started buying in for like $50, $100. And I'm like, yo, like you're not better than me at poker because you're just calling me all in because you have a bigger hand. And we probably should have done something where we limited what people could buy in for and stuff.
That's what we would do.
But we didn't do that. And there's some serious degenerate gamblers at my high school that were playing online. And actually, it's crazy. Like I had multiple friends who in high school were playing poker and they had made in the high 5 figures up to 6 figures. And then their accounts got frozen.
Oh, with Poker Stars and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost a little bit of money in there. Yeah, we would do the same thing. We would just do like $20 buy-in minimum or like only. And you just got $20 worth of chips or whatever. However we separated it out. But we would play poker like once a month. So
Okay.
yeah.
I want to get back to it eventually, but the last time I played it, I remember I thought I was doing well, and then I had one hand where I got a little cocky right after thinking I did well, and that was it. I was done. I was like, damn, that sucks. It is a fun game, though. I think it's the best card game. I think it's way better than blackjack. He's Joe. I'm Paul. B-Max hanging out with us here, too. We are at BB Lemon. Killer Bees are up next. Alex Bregman introduced as a Boston Red Sox on Saturday. I was struck by how little he had to say about the Houston Astros when asked about them during his press conference. Here he is just being asked about the Astros as a whole by some Boston sports media goofus.
And how difficult was it for you at the end to leave an organization that you had been with your entire career?
Oh, definitely difficult there. I have so much respect for the organization, top to bottom, all the players.
Yeah. So much respect. Yeah, that's all he gave us.
I'm surprised at how quick that answer was, and I do think it's telling. It has to be telling.
I think the other part that's telling with it too is if you look at that and the statement that he put out, typically, I think you would see some specific mentions. No mention of Jim Crane. No mention of a general manager since he had 3 of them. No mention of a manager since he had 3 of them.
But no mention of a player. No mention of Jose Altuve. No mention. And I understand in this statement, okay, you want to talk about all the teammates that he played with. And Altuve was the one positional player who was actually there as long as he was. But he was asked about Jose Altuve in the very last question of this press conference. And again, it's a quick, short answer.
No, definitely tough. You build great relationships with people in this game, and he's a friend of mine for life, and I've loved every second of being able to suit up with him.
I mean, he's already turned the page.
Turned the page.
That's at least the impression I got from that.
He's trying to figure out if he's taking Rafael Devers' job now or not. He's trying to figure out what's next for Alex Bregman. And as one of the texters said earlier, he's the enemy now.
Are you saying that seriously?
It sounds like an enemy. I mean, no, I don't. People are gonna be upset when he they'll cheer him when he gets his 2.5 minute montage before the first game in August, and then they'll probably boo him after that first at bat. He'll get one more standing ovation, and then he'll be gone. But he does seem to just be ready to really move on from it, and I get it. Like, you don't want to. It would it be weirder if he just went on these long tangents about how great Houston was in that press conference versus giving a short answer?
Well, I think it's weird that he didn't. I really do.
Yeah.
I get it. Like, hey, you're with Boston now, and maybe you're not a man of many words anymore. You're going to keep everything short, sweet, concise. But he sounded miffed there. I don't know how you can read it any other way. And is that an issue? No. I mean, he's gone. It's over. But there's a reason that he feels that way. It's probably because he felt like the Astros didn't offer him something fair. To be perfectly honest, I mean, just based on what the market was, they did offer him a fair deal.
I totally agree. I think it's a very fair deal.
But I think there are some who would look at it and say, oh, well, he's been here such a long time. If he asks for something, you got to reward him. But, I mean, look at what Boston's doing. They're paying him $40 million a year for the next 3 years. And, I mean, he hasn't been a $40 million a year player since 2019. And even then, that would have been a bit of a reach.
Yeah, like half of it's deferred, and that's stuff that Jim Crane probably is not going to get in the business of now or ever. And, yeah, there are, could they have offered him more? Yeah. Could he have taken less money in his mind than what his value was? Yeah. I don't think any side's in the wrong here in the way this played out. I think the Astros offered a fair value deal, and I don't think Alex Bregman should have taken it, because that does seem to be the other sentiment among fans. Is like, well, he owed it to the Astros to take that deal. I don't know. That's not really how it works. Like, you hit free agency. If a team doesn't lock you up for a long-term deal, then you're going to take what you think is the best. And he now has a chance to make $120 million at a minimum over the next 3 years. And my guess is in the long run, he will make more than what the Astros originally offered him, whether it's with the Red Sox or with the Red Sox and someone else. So I get why he left. It sucks. I was hoping he was going to come back. I'm also kind of glad it's over. Those updates were getting tough, Paul.
Well, yeah, the updates sucked, but I mean, yeah, what, you're replacing Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker in one offseason?
They're going to try.
Yeah.
I mean, at least one, they got something for him. They got nothing for Alex. I mean, at least with Tucker, they were forward thinking and they moved on from him. For some reason, they didn't do that with Fromber. And you're not going to trade Alex Bregman. Like, that would never go very well. Like, I understand why you wouldn't do it, but yeah, they're hopeful that these replacements can equal their production or be better.
Do you think they have to trade Fromber now?
I would have.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. I don't understand the approach, Paul. I don't get it. You trade Kyle Tucker because you're not going to re-sign him. We now know on record from Fromber, they have not even approached him about a contract extension. So why is Fromber on this team? Honest question. Like, why is he here, but Kyle Tucker is not? I don't really quite understand the logic. If you're going to trade one of them, you should probably just do both of them and get a pitching prospect and suitable player in return. Like, what if you got an outfielder? Like, that could fix your outfield problem if you traded Fromber now. I just don't quite understand the philosophy behind doing it a half effort at that point.
Well, if you trade Fromber and you get rid of Kyle Tucker and you get rid of Alex Bregman all in one offseason, I mean, to the fans, we're not trying to win this year. It's making Jim Crane saying the window's always open while I own this team a lot.
Yeah.
If you move on from Fromber, even if the team does better without him, without Bregman, without Tucker, eventually, like, the writing is on the wall. Like, hey, we're cutting costs. And no organization wants to see that. So as far as the reason as to why they wouldn't have done it this offseason when they did do it with Kyle Tucker, that's my guess.
No, I think that's totally fair. Like, if you trade him, you're making it way, way more challenging to win this year. But, you're not bringing Tucker back. You haven't approached Fromber yet. Maybe next offseason it will change with Montero and Abreu and all these guys off the books. Like, maybe they will pay $20 million a year to Fromber Valdez, but it's a half-measured approach, in my opinion, to
but you want to win. Like, he helps you win this year.
Well, then, yeah, but so did Kyle Tucker.
I mean, I feel the same way about that.
Yeah.
I don't see I think they should have just let it go and seen if they could have gotten him in the offseason. I mean, we'll see if Cam Smith is good. I don't know. He brings energy to the table, and he's huge.
He is massive.
But, like, that's cool.
He's an aircraft carrier, Paul.
Yeah.
Are you over that one already?
Yeah, I don't know what it means. So.
He can carry the franchise.
Okay, well, why not just say he's like a cornerstone?
Totally agree.
Why aircraft carrier? No, you don't get rid of pitching, and Twitch brought it up. There's dealing with so many injuries on that front. Who can you rely on? And for what it's worth, Fromber's been actually the model of consistency from a health perspective.
No, I totally agree.
So you do need that. And I mean, the top of your rotation is pretty damn good with the way Hunter Brown pitched at the end of last year. From May on, after he developed a sinker, and what Fromber did this past year too. So you got to keep those guys going into the year.
I mean, look, I just don't understand why he's not under contract then for next year.
I think part of it for Tucker also is, he's pissy. Were they ever going to negotiate in good faith after they said he had a bruised shin and were basically trying to make it seem like he was soft? Because that's what they did. If you were constantly saying it's a bruise and he's of the belief it's a fracture, and the Astros never said it was a fracture, then there's no such thing as a shin bruise, by the way. My sister's a doctor. I asked her. She's like, well, that's not real. What are you talking about?
I thought at some point we were going to get the expose we just got on Bobby Slowick. I thought we were going to get some more insight at some point from Kyle Tucker.
No, I think we've gotten some of it along the way, and it really was as simple as, hey, Kyle Tucker had a broken leg.
And they just lied to us.
And they just portrayed it as something else entirely.
Yeah.
And Tucker never talked about it. And would you want to talk about it?
No, because it sucks. Because
he seemed to be pissed when he first met with people just to speak about what had gone down, and then he brought some of those things up, and people were like, "Oh, what the hell's going on here?"
Yeah, they're obviously their injury approach has been so strange the last couple of years, and I get that's why you don't trade Fromber. I'm just saying, I don't quite understand why you trade one and not the other. And if you are going to trade these guys, then when do you reinvest the money? Because if you're not going to trade Fromber, then it also logically to me says then you should reinvest that money into him. That's the kind of guy you would want to keep. And they can come at me for this take, and that's fine. And then next offseason when Fromber's gone, all they're going to talk about, the people who don't like my take right now, is that he wasn't good in the playoffs. They're going to do the same thing they're doing about Kyle Tucker and the same thing they're doing about Alex Bregman right now, is right now I'm wrong, and next year I'll be right, because he's going to have another poor performance in the playoffs, and people are going to come after him and say, good, glad he's gone. Because that's what Astros fans do. They love their guys when they're here, and they all say they're terrible when they leave.
I don't think it's unique to here, but you're right.
Yeah, if you're going to keep him, then I'd rather keep him at this point. That's more. That's
but
really.
You'd have a chance. Here's the thing, and this is the divide culturally between the American-born players like Alex Bregman, who think that they're going to get $200 million, or Kyle Tucker, who thinks they're going to get $500 million, versus the guys who are truly thankful that they are out of their, no offense, but as Trump would call them, bleep hole countries to go play a game for a living. I don't think you're going to have to bend over backwards to give Framber Valdez the same kind of deal that you would with some of these American players. And whether that's fair or unfair, that's besides the point. It's more, that's probably the way the Astros are looking at this, and they think that they have a chance. Where with Tucker, they knew we're done. We're forked. We have no chance to potentially keep him around because he's going to want an outrageous amount of money. And the interesting thing is, too, to what you were saying about the postseason performances, Tucker stunk in the postseason.
Yeah.
And, that should be a big mitigating factor for any team that's looking at him going forward and saying, hey, man, this guy has regularly struggled this time of year. You really expecting that to change? So we'll see. But, no, you can't. I get you looking at it from, the just – cold number side of it, and you think it might be a little difficult to bring it back. But if they got rid of 3 of their best players in one offseason, it's just a massive FU to the fans here.
I totally understand that.
And I think that they're at the very least self-aware to know that if we do that, people will maybe not overnight stop giving a bleep, but last year interest was down.
Mm-hmm.
There's no denying that. This is a bandwagon sports town. I have no issues with that. You are what you are. If the team's not good, you are not going to show up. When this team stunk, we didn't talk about baseball at all when I first moved here. Then they got good.
And they're a topic of conversation. And I do think with the Bregman stuff, while the social media reaction to Alex Bregman can be pretty severe at times in terms of the disdain for him leaving, I do think the more casual, non-social media fan, you will see a potential lack of interest come with that, because that's another guy that you buy jerseys of that's no longer on the team. A lot of money spent on jerseys that they got to get rid of.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are live at BB Lemon for an incredible event over the next 2 weeks. We just spoke with Katie Stone, who runs this. It's Eat, Drink, HTX. EatDrinkHTX.com to check out all the restaurants that they will be at. $25 dinners and lunches. It's fantastic. We had some really good food. I'm in a bit of a food coma. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Rather boring NBA All-Star game, it seems. A lot of criticism of the entirety of said event, especially with the NHL's All-Star game, the Four Nations being fun. So I want to talk about that. I'm not going to act like I watched the hockey with a lot of intensity when I was out at Easy's Liquor Lounge on Saturday watching sports, but I did pay attention to the last couple of minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I stood up in my seat, started chanting USA, especially after the U.S. scored that goal to take the 3-1 lead. And then when they won, I did the exact same thing. So I was being like a drunken a-hole in a bar, getting the people going because I was so proud of the U.S. And, look, in our country, we have a little thing called freedom of speech. I don't know how many people watched that 60 Minutes documentary yesterday about how you can be arrested in Germany for putting a meme up online.
Oh, no,
or
I
for
didn't see
trolling
that.
people. And then you have these Germans who are like, yes, if you insult somebody, actually, it can be very harmful. And if you do it online, it's even worse. Like they were doing. We have free speech, and we should allow Canadians to boo the national anthem. That's what we allow. You can take a knee for it, you can boo it, whatever. But Canadians talk trash about the United States more than perhaps any other country. And while we are a country that certainly has a lot of things that we could do better, we're a very self-reflective society. Other countries can't say bleep. So to see those flappy-headed, beady-eyed Canadians get shoved into a locker at the one sport they're actually good at on Saturday night was effing glorious.
It was pretty great. I wish there was an equivalent for this for all sports, because it just, I don't know.
Well, it would involve fighting.
Yeah.
And nationalism.
Yeah, dropping the gloves when the game starts, such a great move.
I kind of like this booing anthems.
I do too.
Like, screw it. Like, if now I don't know if there's many anthems for the local municipalities across the United States of America. I mean, I know that we've got Deep in the Heart of Texas, which you play in the 7th inning and stuff.
Yep.
So I don't know if will we play that before a game, and like some random jamokes in New York or Boston are booing it before. I think it would be kind of cool.
We missed our opportunity. I forgot they just played the Raptors. We could have gone to the game.
Oh, we could have booed.
We could have led the charge.
We could have booed the Canadian national anthem
next season.
Would we have been kicked out for that?
Great. We should try. We won't get credentials.
I mean, so these NBA arenas, they're not allowing guys to like say fire the bad general manager who fired our generational player.
I think we'd be okay at a Rockets game. Like, if for some reason they played the Italian national anthem, we might be in hot water now because of Tillman. Because he's got to, be an ambassador to Italy as well.
What is the Italian national anthem?
No idea. I don't know.
Meatball spaghetti. By the way, I'm just going to make a brief comment and call this offensive if you want. But I saw it was very funny hearing Spencer Arrighetti say, like, yeah, last year I just was trying not to talk. I was like, that's the least Italian thing I've ever heard. An Italian not talking? Italian card revoked, Spencer Arrighetti.
Well, now he says he's going to talk a lot.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's going to be the vocal leader the Astros clubhouse needs.
Yeah, I honestly, I'd never heard him talk, so it was cool to hear him talk, but I was like, wait a second, are you Italian?
I mean, that's how you replace Alex Bregman, is Spencer Arrighetti. Like, he's just that dude,
Yeah, right?
He's the guy that fixes all the problems for the Astros pitching staff.
We'll see on that front. But just to bring it back, it would be nice if we actually could get up and care about sports in the way that game, which, most people don't really like hockey that much, made us really care on Saturday. I don't know how you get more of that, because it did feel like there's a lot of different factors that all lend themselves to this.
Yeah, I mean, it's
because Canada's relationship with the United States right now.
Well, you think about like World Cup, like that's the only time like I care about soccer is during the World Cup, men or women's. Like I don't care about soccer. Like no offense to the Dynamo and stuff. Like,
I also
it's not for me.
With soccer, I never feel like the U.S. has a chance to win.
Yeah.
Where with hockey, even though we're not the best at hockey, but we're close to it. With hockey, I do feel like we have a chance to beat the Canadians or a chance to beat the Russians.
And soccer, yeah, it does not feel that way right now.
Soccer, like I don't know how many European countries we could beat, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't know. But in hockey, you're top 2 most of the time, top 3 with Russia. So like you can really do like whatever you want and celebrate. It's just fun. Like I remember like being at bars for the World Cup is always a good time. Like when like it's on at a reasonable time. I can't wait for it to be here in Houston. I'm excited to see the World Baseball Classic next year here in Houston. Like I think that's gonna be cool if Team USA is here. Like the only thing I think that comes close to like nationalism in terms of like celebrating your team is your football team. Like that's why like it's not the same. Like everyone gets behind a football team. Everyone gets behind a country. Not everyone gets behind a baseball team or a basketball team. Like it just doesn't happen. That's why the NBA All-Star break was not good.
No, it was very disappointing. And I mean, it's not surprising that it was disappointing. I know it would have been very hard for them to have gotten people excited in this game in the way that people maybe once were. But I think we've gotten to this point with basketball and football's all-star game, the players don't seem like they really want to play that bad.
Mm-hmm.
They don't seem like they want to compete that hard. And I think for anyone who watches this sport, like you want the guys to seem like they care or not seem like they're bothered in playing. And that's what I really hate about it. And I don't like the NBA more than any other league. Like that is their biggest problem. Like, why are we constantly trying to incentivize you for something you're already incentivized for?
Yeah.
How much more do I have to incentivize you to play?
Well,
like, oh, I can't play the All-Star game. Oh, so now we got the NBA Cup at the beginning of the season, as I was saying earlier. Like, what else do we need?
Well, apparently, Front Office Sports just reported that they might do $1 million one-on-one tournament next year for the All-Star.
For the All-Star game?
Yeah, or at least during the All-Star week. I don't know. I mean, like it's. Not,
I mean, that's an idea, but it almost.
Are they going to play hard? Are the best players going to play?
Some will, some won't. And
Like,
yeah, I
is
think
KD
some
gonna
will
play?
opt out. Some will opt out. You're right.
But then, like, do I want KD to play?
It's so like,
No.
how did we get to this point where many regular season games don't matter at all in the grand scheme of things because these teams are telling us they don't when they're resting their best players.
The players just got their way. I mean, and their approach was very different than the NFL. The NFL players said, we don't want training camp. We don't want pads in practice. We don't want doubles. We want to start the season where the offensive line has barely touched the defensive line going full speed, and we're going to start a little slower. The NBA, I mean, Paul, they had to put in rules restrictions of like how many games you play to qualify for awards.
Yeah.
Like you have to play 60 games or whatever it is to, be considered for MVP and Defensive Player of the Year. Like that's where we're at. Like the players, they got their way and whatever they wanted. And again, like I think it was a select group of players that really started this movement. And because the main one was LeBron and his friends, everyone just kind of was like, yeah. And now I feel like we're at the point of no return. How do you go backwards?
I don't know.
Even like earlier, you said like
it's more incentivization is what they need. Like the NBA keeps going back to like, oh, we'll give them more. Well, if you give a mouse a cookie, we've all read that book.
The only thing you can do is if you take away their ability to get new contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Like in terms of like how to qualify for these supermax deals, if like without a season-ending injury, like you have to play a certain amount of games to qualify for that stuff. Because even what we were talking about earlier about like removing the back-to-backs, you can't convince me that these NBA teams would not just move the goalpost and say, well, I know Tari Eason can't play in back-to-back games. And no offense to pick on Tari here because he actually has real reasoning. But just as an example, and then if they played every other day, like, well, he's not going to play on a Wednesday if he plays on Monday. Like, there's no way you can convince me they wouldn't just move the goalpost again if they did that. So
he's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are live at BB Lemon for Eat, Drink, HTX. Come on down. $25 lunch and dinner menu. We've had some of the food. It's really, really good. Up next, we have a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. We are at BB Lemon on Washington. Really pretty day outside. I think it's warmed up a little bit too, but if you want to feel extra toasty while eating some fantastic food at BB Lemon, there's a nice little deck area with some heat lamps. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like the addition of the food plus the heat lamp.
Make you a little sleepy?
Oh, yeah. Nap time. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah.
No live stream today?
No, there will be a live stream, but I'm just saying, like right now, like I would love to curl up like a little kitty cat.
I gotta
take a little nap.
Nap during the live stream.
Some people actually they do live streams and they sleep.
I know, it's crazy.
People watch it. Like now, as always, it's like generally some creepy stuff that involves women. But I don't get it. I don't get it. It would be nice though. I'd do that.
If you're gonna sleep and people watch you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would. Although probably would be awkward. I'm just like hot boxing. Like that's the only highlights you'd get is like the occasional toot from under the covers. That's like resonating through with the shivers of 1,000 thunder strikes. Anyway, it's that time. Let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. You know how Drake keeps taking L's?
Yeah.
Well, he might have gotten a dub this weekend.
Really?
So Drake bought a bunch of people Valentine's Day dinner at Galleria Area Steakhouse Juliet. Drake, who has some Houston ties, reached out to to restaurant owner Jamie Allen and said he would cover everyone's checks on Valentine's Day. So he did that.
How nice, Drake.
Drake is back.
At least he's trying to get back in Houston.
Well, I mean, he's got to have a base of operations to build off from.
Yeah, somebody's got to like him.
Right. Stephon Diggs and Cardi B were seen together.
Saw that. That's
on Valentine's Day. So perhaps they are an item.
Stephon Diggs, there's a lot of rumors going around about him and like what he partakes in with the ladies.
Well, what he partakes in? What do you mean by that?
He was with Cardi when she was with another man.
Oh.
Yeah.
All's fair in love and war,
yeah, so
as they say.
He's the man now.
Listen, Stephon Diggs, no one trusts him with their sister. No one trusts him. That was a very funny clip from before he joined the Texans this past season. A highlight of the NBA All-Star Game, Victor Wembanyama is pulling a LeBron James, bringing a book to the actual All-Star Game itself. I guess he reads before every single game. Nikola Jokic thought it was very embarrassing and put his head in his hand when he saw that Wemby brought a book.
Yeah, he thinks Wemby's a sophomore now already.
He's just a nerd. I don't know about soft.
He's like, you're reading books?
How dare you?
I bet on horses. That's what real men do before games.
I rip heaters and do zins at the same time.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Man stuff. More in garbage time. Oh boy, the Mavericks just keep on taking L's. Assistant coach Daryl Armstrong was arrested Saturday on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Yikes.
A 56-year-old Armstrong and another party were arguing when Armstrong allegedly hit the other individual with a gun, pistol whipped him, and threatened to shoot the person.
But hey, Adam Silver says,
trust the Mavericks ownership.
Trust the Mavs.
Trust the Mavs. I don't know if he specifically mentioned the coaching staff. I definitely feel a little worse about that. Saturday Night Live had its 50th anniversary special last night. Some people are mad that it didn't stay on the air in Houston. I don't know how many people are familiar with the Culp Family musical that would be a regular occurrence on Saturday Night Live, where Will Ferrell in a bald cap and Anna Gasteyer, they would sing songs like pop songs as if you would hear them at like some sort of religious Christian event. I don't know how many people have been to places like this where it's like CCD or like an After Hours thing. So anyway, they did a version of Not Like Us during the SNL 50 special.
The only one to get your hand-me-down. Everybody at the party playing those sounds. What a weird thing to hear around. Certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Wop, 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 wop. I'm gonna do myself. Why you throwing like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Try second chord and it's probably A minor. A minor. A minor.
I gotta watch this.
I feel like this is like. Are you sure it's not you?
What?
I feel like that. Like very.
I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I would love to absolutely ruin some popular music and sing it like that.
I think that's just another L for Drake then. No, like he gets the W from buying
You're right.
food, but then like SNL singing your song about, the diss track about you and minors. It's not great, Drake.
So between that on Friday, that was, I guess, a concert, and the
Yeah.
actual SNL 50, I've got a lot of things I got to watch this week.
What are you gonna watch all? I guess there's no basketball. So what?
There's
Friday?
nothing this week.
It's so weird.
There's literally nothing.
Yeah.
Except for the Four Nations tournament.
Yeah, I think that's what's still going on. I think there's a game going on like right now.
Yeah,
actually.
I think as we speak right now. It's
Yeah,
taking
so we'll have
place.
the final of that. So we'll be a hockey show one day this week.
Hockey talk. That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant and George radio program. Big thanks to our YouTubers, Twitchers, texters, callers, and everybody else who listened. And, of course, to BB Lemon. This has been such a fun afternoon. I am very full, feeling very, very cozy because of the amazing food that I had. The Killer Bees are going to be here at BB Lemon for the next couple of hours. Come out and say hi. It's all part of Eat, Drink, HTX, which benefits kids' meals and the Houston Food Bank. For Brian McDonald here, for Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, and for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Monday. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian on Site Engineering. It's AJ at Gal. It's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. As you heard the big voice guy say, broadcasting live from BB Lemon on Washington. Set the scene for us, Blankers. How is it out there?
It is beautiful. It's an unbelievable afternoon, but you got indoor, kind of outdoor, and in between seating. We're out on kind of like a deck area that has a complete surrounding, but great environment, unbelievable food. BB Lemon on one side, B&B Butchers on the other side. They are associated. If you've ever been to one, you've got to try the other. They're absolutely phenomenal. It's great being out here for a great cause, but even if it wasn't anything going on, you need to come out here because the food and the environment is fantastic.
All part of Eat, Drink, HTX benefits the Houston Food Bank, benefits the kids' meals. We'll have a special guest a little bit later. Dine out, do good. I took a look at this menu that they have for the Eat, Drink, HTX. $25 lunch and dinner menu. You get 3 courses. 3 courses. You can't beat that. I love a wedge salad. I don't know if you're going to partake in that, Blankers, but if you would eat a wedge salad for me, I would be very happy.
Okay.
But this menu looks fantastic.
Yeah, and of course, as we normally know how it works, they just said they came over and said, yeah, unfortunately, you missed all the great food that Paul and Joe got, but that's kind of par for the course. But they left half of the pretzel, which comes on this rack that stands up almost like a clothes hanger, and it was massive. They left part of it still there, but yeah, like you said, the menu looks phenomenal and it smells fantastic, and again, all for a great cause as well.
Yeah, so come on out if you're in the area, BB Lemon, whether it's for the remainder of our show, whether it's just for your enjoyment, whether it's dinner tonight, dinner tomorrow, whatever the case may be. Eat, Drink, HTX running through February 28th, and it's, of course, it's associated, too, with Houston Restaurant Weeks. It's a little sister company of that. So great cause, great food, great time. Blankers, how was your weekend? Did you have a good weekend?
Good weekend, very, very busy, and then I pulled a story worthy of Jeremy Branham last night, which was phenomenal. We had softball practice last night, and to kick off the season, we had an after-practice picnic, which included kickball. And my players were talking a lot of mess and talking a lot of smack that they were going to get the best of us. So, of course, I really wanted to kick the hell out of the ball. And I did, and in the process of doing so, I probably popped my quad muscle, which was phenomenal for the rest of the evening.
Was it like kicking and screaming where you're yelling at little kids?
Oh, no, yeah, no, and I'm not going to show it to them. So, like, I'm pretending like nothing happened as I kind of get to first base. And I'm like, okay, you parents, you guys got the rest of this one. I'll be coaching from the dugout. Not going to do anymore.
Did you get any black and blue? Any bruising? Any swelling?
No, I talked to a buddy of mine that's a trainer this morning, and he looked at it and he was like, you might have dodged a bullet, that it might have just been more of a spasm and a little bit more. So I can do everything but run. I can walk. He said, if you couldn't do stairs and squat, you'd have serious problems. And so far I'm there.
The solution to this is just don't exercise like me. That usually solves everything.
Yeah,
it's just not exercising. My weekend was great. Thank you for asking.
I was going to follow it up if you give me a chance. Yes.
Beat Arizona in Tucson. That was a lot of fun. Going into the McKell Center, coming away with a victory. Then went to Sedona. You ever been to Sedona? Went to Sedona yesterday.
I've heard great
did a little hiking. Yeah, it's beautiful. Sedona.
Sounds beautiful.
I feel like the dude from what's that? What is it? Step Brothers, where they're like going to the Catalina wine mixer on the island of Catalina, which of course is on the island outside of LA. This is a little different. But going to Sedona, it feels very elitist of me. Not something I would normally do. Yeah, I went to Sedona. Spent my Sunday afternoon in Sedona.
It does have the sound and the ring of an upscale environment, but it is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous out there, though. I highly recommend if anybody's in the area, go to Sedona. It's a great time. Really enjoyed it. Did you see this article? Our guy DJ Big Anime, who absolutely buried Bobby Slowick, I think.
Yeah, I read it. And, I don't know, because DJ was always fairly, guided and guarded a little bit. But he was very honest with us whenever we talked to him, just about, talking to players and what was going on during the year. But it didn't seem like he kind of opened up truly until this article. And this article was very, very telling. And I think it told the thing that, the first takeaway for me is it just seemed like the more players you talk to, no matter what we heard and we commented on that we heard publicly, it seemed like internally a lot of the players were feeling what we saw from afar.
Yeah, they were done. They were they were done with Bobby Slowick. Just some of the excerpts, and I would highly recommend everybody to go read this. DJ Bieniemy has it posted on his site. You can find it at ESPN. It's not hard to find. Not hard to find. There's certain pieces that I pulled for this that really looks bad from Bobby Slowick, and I hope Bobby Slowick lands on his feet. Like everything I've heard, a good guy. I'm not rooting for him to have failure in his next stop like I am for Alex Bregman. I want Bobby Slowick to have success, land on his feet, which he is. He's in Miami, but, get an OC job, have success, learn from the first stop. So I don't wish, ill on Bobby Slowick. But a few of the things that I pulled from this where it's a terrible look from Bobby Slowick, first and foremost, getting fired by a good friend has to suck. Because a good friend is going to do whatever it takes, like whatever is possible to find a way to keep you. So if you get fired by like a really good friend who really likes you, I think you've done a worse job than if you got fired by some dude you barely know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there can't be more of a stressful situation than taking someone that you've worked with basically your entire coaching career and built up such a friendship with, but knowing that for the betterment of your own job and the longevity of your own job, you're going to have to make a change, and that, you probably have a lot of questions about where does the friendship go when you're done, because it is a business decision, but we all know that business decisions, when made amongst friends, can be devastating to the friendship.
Like, I think that you've done a worse job. Like, just relatively speaking, generally speaking, I think you did a worse job if you got fired by one of your good friends versus like a rival. But here are a few of the quotes that talk about Bobby Slowick that kind of bury Bobby Slowick. A team source told ESPN, "We simply weren't good enough offensively." Okay, everybody can figure that out, right? Like, look up the numbers, the yards, the points per game, what C.J. Stroud looked like in year 2 versus year 1. Anybody can figure out we're not good enough offensively. But it's the second part of that. We had all season to make adjustments and improvements, and it never happened. What did we always say about Bobby Slowick throughout the year, whether it was in game or whether it was just, trying to evolve during the season? It felt like he didn't have any feel. He didn't have like the vibes of being able to change on the fly in game or even through the course of the year. And this kind of reaffirms that from a source within the team.
Yeah, and that's I guess what's somewhat disturbing is the fact that, if we could see it from afar and they could see it, well, then how come it isn't being addressed? There's so many meetings and everybody's talking throughout the course of the week. Why isn't there any kind of discussions going on where you can actually have someone at least broach the subject of why aren't we making more adjustments at halftime? Why aren't we doing the things that, most teams are doing in this league, especially guys that have had experience with other teams?
Homie didn't have feel. He had no feel. He didn't feel the game. Another quote, as the struggles mounted, I guess this one isn't a quote, kind of paraphrasing, but as the struggles mounted, some players lost faith in Slowick, a team source said. Before Ryans fired Slowick, Ryans asked players for their opinions and didn't get many ringing endorsements, multiple sources confirmed. You brought up the idea of, like, do you talk to Stroud? I don't really care if they talk to the players, but I mean, I guess it's good to get intel. So here's a clue, and we kind of knew this before, but here's a clue that D'Amico did talk to key players, did get some input from the players. Not to say that it swung the decision one way or the other, but here's a piece of evidence that say the players did have a little bit of at least, getting asked, and then it also shows that they lost faith in Slowick. So it sounds like he lost the locker room, Blankers.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Jeremy. And I think the other thing about that is when we were talking about this before we knew inevitably that his fate had already been sealed, you remember those press conferences at the end of the year, and it seemed like a few of the guys, particularly Mixon and even CJ, were almost like coming to make that last-ditch effort to kind of come to the back and have the defense of Bobby Slowick. And we were like, it sounds like they're almost fighting hard, like whether a decision had already been made or not, but something had been discussed, and maybe they were making a plea. But then if, I would imagine of the key players, at least Mixon and or CJ were probably involved in that mix.
Yeah.
But maybe what they were saying publicly was just to save face personally with their relationship, but yet behind closed doors with D'Amico, they were telling the honest truth.
Yeah, it was weird because Stroud had like that quote where he said that tough conversations need to be had, but then Joe Mixon was like ringing endorsement. So maybe you're right. Maybe that was like, hey, we like the guy, but we also kind of realized that he's not the best for our future OC going into next year. So let's talk highly of him, even though we know he's not going to be back. Although the timing of that, like, would they have known yet? I don't know.
Do you remember?
Maybe.
The weird one was Damian Pierce, and I want to say it was right at the end of the season, or maybe it was like right in between playoff games, where someone had him on a podcast, and he was just gushing about how every player just would go to war for Bobby and run through a wall for Bobby. And I'm like, it's coming from your backup running back. How much are you taking that with a grain of salt? But he was just over the top.
Yeah. I do remember that because the players were asked about it on Monday when they lost Saturday. So like I tend to think that it wasn't quite done yet, but maybe I could be wrong. We're totally guessing on that. Another quote from this article of DJ BNME kind of just burying Bobby Slowick. This kind of talks to what Brian loves the identity conversation. We'll have the identity conversation in a little bit. I think sometimes we overblow it, but this article did not. One player telling ESPN, I don't think we had a true identity of what we wanted to do. Not great.
Not great. That's not solid at all.
I think that identity can be a little bit overrated, but I don't like hearing that. And then last one from a player, when teams would take away what we wanted to do, we didn't have answers for it. And that goes back to the lack of feel, lack of being able to adjust in game. Really, Binary Bobby, really good getting ready for a game, might look good early in a game, but Binary Bobby, not very good at making adjustments that eventually cost him his job.
Yeah, and I think that, at the end of the day, look, as much as we heard about the camaraderie and we heard about the togetherness, at the end of the day, these guys want to win football games. And if they feel like, their offensive coordinator on their side of the ball is not doing everything in his power to give them the best chance to do that, then they're going to be honest and they're going to call it like they see it. And maybe it's just unfortunate that it took till the end of the absolute season for anybody to speak up to this level, because you would think with some of the veterans in that locker room that aren't afraid to talk, that maybe this should have come up before the end of the season.
Yeah, very, very well could be. All right, 713-780-ESP. Just getting started on this. If you want to weigh in on this, you can. Lots to get to. There's some drama in Boston, and I love it. I'm also petty about the entire Alex Bregman thing. Jose Altuve moving to left field. It's a Monday, so Mailbag Monday. And Lance McCullers latest. Or is there some good news on the Lance McCullers front? Lots to get to. 713-780-ESPN. We're on the twitch.tv/ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. How about the CJ Stroud element of this? I haven't seen anybody talk about this, but this article that absolutely buried Bobby Slowick, I don't think it paints CJ Stroud in a great light. You guys tell me if I'm nuts next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Killer BB Lemon on Washington.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, for $25, 3-course meal, lunch or dinner, all part of Eat Drink HTX. Runs through February 28th. And for every time that anybody orders this menu, BB Lemon will donate $3 of every meal. But you can get a first course jumbo chicken wings. You can follow that up with let's not go chicken. We don't want to double up on that. How about a Washington Avenue smash burger? And then third course, a little banana pudding with some toasted marshmallows.
No,
Not bad
sir.
for $25. Not bad
No,
for
sir.
$25, Blankers. You don't like
Brian
banana
and I
pudding?
were just
What's wrong with
talking
you?
about the go-to of all go-tos, the New York cheesecake. That would absolutely have supremacy over banana pudding.
Well, there's different ways that you can play your course here for $25.
Yeah.
I was going to give a different combination for every bump back of the show.
Okay.
Don't speak for all of us, Joel. I would take the banana pudding. Me and Chaz McCormick would both take the banana pudding.
And Jeremy.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
like
not
all of
surprising,
them.
but I love
I
cheesecake.
would kick the
I do
New York
too.
cheesecake out of bed, but I'm just saying I would take the banana pudding.
Shouldn't eat in bed, Brian. It's a bad habit.
Well,
it's a really bad habit. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Chris from Humble says, how about USA beating the brakes off the Canadian team? Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. USA, USA, USA. Did you watch any of the Four Nations?
The fighting was unbelievable.
Yeah.
The fact that I saw bits and pieces, but I was coaching and all over the place all weekend. But the fact that they dropped the gloves for a one-on-one, followed by both teams just fully engaging, was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch any of it because I was in Sedona. I don't think that this article for DJ with it buries Bobby Slowick. I actually think it's bad for CJ Stroud. And a lot of people don't want to have this conversation. Why? Because CJ Stroud's the poster boy. He's the franchise quarterback. And look, don't get it twisted. I love CJ Stroud too. I think that CJ Stroud's going to do a lot of great things for the city of Houston. I think he's going to win a lot of games. I think he's going to have a lot of individual success. I'm hoping that Nick Caley, who talks like Sean McVay, brilliantly dumb, and with the speed of Jimbo Fisher, I think he'll be good for CJ. I think. I'm not going to do the whole winning press conference thing. But there were some parts of this article where I'm like, I don't think that's a great look for C.J. Stroud. Here's a few of them. You can nitpick this, 713-780-3776. I'm willing to go at even some of my favorite players. We know that this article is not new in the sense that we know that C.J. Stroud wasn't allowed to change protections to the line of scrimmage. But why wasn't C.J. Stroud allowed to change protections at the line of scrimmage? Don't you think an offensive coordinator who is having trouble getting into the right protections against a specific defense, if the quarterback was going to help in that area, don't you think an OC would give the quarterback that sort of control?
Yeah, you would think so. And then it kind of lends itself to the bigger picture issue of was Bobby a control freak? Was Bobby afraid that, maybe everything that we had heard wasn't exactly what he was willing to trust, which is CJ is an X's and O's guy that's a footballaholic that can't stop studying and diving deep into everything with the playbook. You would think that part of that, and then because he wants to be one of the best to play the game, and he knows of late the best that have played this game in the NFL are guys that, end up almost basically calling their own plays and reading their own defenses and audibilizing and all those things. It seems like he was kind of limiting his own quarterback in a way that maybe was a hindrance to his own career.
Or was he limiting his quarterback because he's terrible at doing it?
I lean the other side. I lean
it could
the fact
be either
that,
way. It could be
you're
either way.
right.
Like, I'm not dismissing you at all. Like, and I hope that you're right, quite frankly. I hope that Bobby Slowick is a control freak and he just refused to let CJ Stroud do. I hope that's the case. But we cannot rule out the possibility that CJ Stroud just wasn't good at it. Because if they're struggling getting in the right protections and your quarterback can help in that area, why wouldn't you let him do it?
Yeah, I hope that from that angle, I hope that it's more my line of thinking, which is he just wouldn't give up the reins or he wouldn't trust CJ and allow CJ to develop. But you're right. At this point, because we don't know that, either thing could be true, I hope for the sake of this franchise and CJ Stroud that it's more me than you.
Same.
But yeah, we just don't know.
Look, I'm even willing to say that could be the likely scenario. All I'm saying is we can't rule out the alternate scenario. That's all I'm saying. Another piece of this article where I thought it could potentially be a bad look on C.J. Stroud. Multiple team sources believe Slowick was trying to make Stroud a system quarterback versus getting him to play more naturally, which is being a playmaker and pushing the ball down the field. Okay, couple of ways you could look at this. I want my quarterback to be a system quarterback. Which quarterbacks in the NFL are not system quarterbacks? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, maybe Jaden Daniels, and that's probably the end of the list, right? That aren't system QBs. Love C.J. Stroud. Love his ability to improv. C.J. Stroud ain't Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson.
No, you're right. And I don't think we want him to be. And I think that, yeah, I mean, this is, and a lot of times, and I understand from DJ's perspective, you really can't do this until there's a decision made and he's no longer around and in the building, because, you know, it could create a lot of reactions. But again, this is why I wish a lot of this could have come to light while we were all kind of looking at everything happening in a week-to-week basis and hearing about a change at center because of the fact that we need to get into our plays quicker and get to the line of scrimmage faster and all these different things. And I look at the season and the fact that they were able to at least, you know, win a playoff game and get to a matchup with the Chiefs, and wonder what would have happened if this did come up at a more timely fashion, so that maybe they could have worked through some of it before we got to the end of the season.
A lot of it, I mean, I'm sure it did come up internally, right? I don't think they let it get out of the locker room, maybe. Because, I mean, certain players probably waited until after the season, just being like good locker room guys and good team guys, which I would respect. I would hope that wouldn't come out in season from a player perspective. But, like, what do you want C.J. Stroud to be? Like, you and I having this conversation. Like, do you want C.J. Stroud being Tom Brady, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff? Not saying he's like those players, but those guys are system quarterbacks. How many guys in the NFL are not system QBs? So I don't know that I blame, because it says multiple team sources believe Slowick was trying to make Stroud a system quarterback. Is that wrong? I want C.J. Stroud to be a system quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's the best of both worlds. I think that you'd love to be a system quarterback that also, a la a Patrick Mahomes and you know, and several others of the top quarterbacks, that you can be a system quarterback, but when the situation calls for it, you can also go off script and you can execute. And we've seen CJ be able to do that. And we know that getting off script, he can absolutely kill you. So yeah, I would like to see the best of both worlds, but I hate to think that Bobby Slowick was limiting him in any way.
Yeah. I mean, look, again, it's one of those things. Like, there's a lot of theories, like there's a lot of scenarios. I'm just pointing some holes out that maybe don't paint C.J. Stroud in the greatest of lights. Next one that I noticed. One team source said Slowick overcomplicated reads, which didn't allow Stroud to play fast. What? Like, the reads are so complicated that Stroud can't play fast? Like, do you think that Pat Mahomes has trouble with overcomplicated reads? Would Pat Mahomes have trouble with Bobby Slowick's overcomplicated reads? Would Joe Burrow have trouble with Bobby Slowick's overcomplicated reads? I don't love that. Like, I don't love that Stroud was slowed down because of complicated reads. A quarterback should be, no matter what's being thrown at them, should be able to play fast, even if the reads are overcomplicated.
I don't disagree with that, Jeremy. And again, I don't know what I don't know,
Sure,
but I
we
would
don't
throw
know.
out,
We don't know.
but I would throw out there too, when I hear that, of a lot of OCs are, you know, up until the final, before the microphone is turned off in their ear, they're trying to continually communicate with the quarterback to where that can limit you. If Bobby's saying, hey, don't go until I absolutely get done. And he's trying to do what we heard what McVay was doing early in Goff's career, and trying to maybe do too much in his ear. Maybe that's something too. I don't know, but that would just be one of the other theories that I would throw out.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I don't think that's reads, you know? I think that reads is more like what you're doing with the ball post-snap. Like, that's what I think of whenever I think of reads. And, like, I'm sorry, but I want my quarterback that can handle every read. I don't want him, like, because defenses are very good in the NFL. Defenses are very good in the NFL. So they're going to do things to you that are going to make your reads complicated. So if you're struggling with overcomplicated reads, I think it limits who you can be as a quarterback. That, to me, tells me that you could be very, very good whenever the defense is like above average to good. But whenever the defense is starting to throw things at you that make it difficult for you, you're going to have a lot of trouble being able to beat that defense. And I think that does lower the potential of what a quarterback can be. Tom Brady didn't have trouble with any sort of read. Joe Burrow doesn't have any trouble with any sort of read. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are different, that they can out-athlete any sort of read. So I don't love that part. I don't love the part that Stroud's getting slowed down because he's thinking too much. Like, I want my quarterback in control and calm. It can adjust to anything.
Let's also take into consideration, too, that, for a lot of good defensive coordinators that realized that Bobby was very predictable and Bobby wasn't going to make adjustments, and they knew what they could do, but they kept it in their back pocket until it was a key situation in the game. You look at Spagnuolo. Spagnuolo in that Chiefs playoff game waited till the fourth quarter and then just absolutely flat out coached Bobby Slowick and had the entire offense literally on the seat of their pants with the quarterback because of the fact that they waited and they knew Bobby wasn't going to adjust. Bobby and CJ had a hard time when they started to do different stunts and different things. And the next thing you know, hey, when we need it, when it's a one-score game in the fourth quarter, let's do the things that they have shown on tape that they aren't capable of adjusting to. And boom, they capitalized all over the place, and Karlaftis was, getting home, and they were getting results.
No, I mean, that's true. It is true. CJ Stroud had that comment after the loss to the Jets. There's time where I sit back there and I'm thinking too much. Don't love that. And then the one from a team source, I just feel like the offensive coaches were putting a lot of pressure on him. He's a quarterback in the NFL. When is a quarterback in the NFL not going to have pressure? There's always going to be pressure on the quarterback. Yes, an offensive coordinator can limit it. Yes, an offensive coordinator can ease the pressure on said quarterback. And maybe Slowick, and probably Slowick, failed miserably on that account. But if I have a quarterback and he's feeling this type of pressure and he can't handle it, I don't think it's a great look.
Yeah, I mean, you can only help your quarterback so much, right? To your point, like you can change coverages and you can adjust to blitzes, and you can buy an extra second here or there or buy him some time. But at the end of the day, it still firmly rests on his shoulders to be able to do what he needs to do. And you do have to at least start worrying about the fact that you want to say that it was more or less it was Bobby and the offense falling off than it was CJ in year two. But yeah, I mean, as much as DJ wrote this to kind of focus on what Bobby wasn't doing, It does at least shine a light that there's a lot still left to be done if you're CJ Stroud.
And look, maybe it's all just potentially there and it's not real. And I'm not dismissing that as being the case. Like maybe this is 100% on Bobby Slowick. Not dismissing that. But there's probably a little bit of truth that it could be on the quarterback as well. And I'm just saying, let's keep an eye on it. Let's keep an eye on it to see what it looks like under year one of Nick Caley. Let's see if he has to limit some things for CJ Stroud. Like this article says, Bobby Slowick was limiting things on CJ Stroud. I hope it's all Bobby Slowick. I hope it was control freak, binary Bobby. I hope that was the case. But I'm not ruling out that it could be a small piece of CJ as well.
Oh, I don't either, because you know what? This is a gut check time for everybody in the building. This is for D'Amico to make the change to get in a new offensive mind. You hope that that's going to have make a big difference in terms of everybody's performance. But we've already heard that CJ was going to skip a lot of the off-season stuff because he needs to dial it back into focusing on football and really kind of reinventing the way that he goes about his craft. Let's hope that maybe some of that is by the fact that he is taking ownership as much as Bobby's going to take the brunt of the blame, so that he can be better and maybe improve on a lot of things or the things that he was less than at last year.
All right, so people want to weigh in on this. How much do you think this paints CJ Stroud in a negative light? You might think it doesn't at all. Tell me I'm an idiot. Why am I an idiot? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live. BB Lemon on Washington on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lebanon, Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
$25, which part of the proceeds will benefit Eat Drink HTX. You get yourself a wedge salad. Love me a good wedge salad. How do you feel about a wedge salad, Blinkers?
I'm good with it.
Love
I mean,
a wedge
I'm not big
salad.
on blue cheese, though. If I can change the dressing, it's better.
Okay, that's fine. You get the wedge salad with fried chicken, and how about a brownie a la mode with a marshmallow fluff? Fantastic, all for $25. Little 3-course meal. And you're benefiting kids' meals in the Houston Food Bank. It's fantastic. There are no losers here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We will be talking in a little bit to the CEO of Kids Meals, Beth Harp. So looking forward to that conversation coming up in a little bit. 713-780-ESPN. A few people weighing in on the CJ Stroud conversation. Big Dobbs on Twitter listening to the show. To answer your question about Stroud, it has to do with the Shanahan-Kubiak system. If you remember back, the same question used to be asked to Kubiak about Schaub being allowed to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Okay, maybe it's a scheme thing. Maybe it's a total system thing where Bobby Slowick isn't allowing CJ Stroud, which I think Stroud could audible, but I think it was very specific in certain situations, not like 100% autonomy to change the play. So there you go. Maybe that's a factor on the Bobby Slowick thing, which would discredit the C.J. Stroud changing the protection to the line of scrimmage. It wouldn't discredit the other things, though, about overcomplicated reads and thinking too much and not being a system quarterback. 713-780-ESPN. A couple of text on this. Slowick was limited on his coaching knowledge. Do we think that? Do we think Slowick was limited on his coaching knowledge?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we know the systems that he's come up in and you know what he's learned along the way. I would think that he's a sponge. If he was a sponge at all and he took in enough, that I don't think he was limited.
Yeah, I don't think I would say that the furthest I would be able to go saying that he was limited is maybe he was limited to specific scheme. You know, like maybe because he was just always in San Francisco that he never really got the experience of outside of that scheme that could have limited him. But I don't think he's dumb. I think he does have trouble with adjustments. Bobby did have enough experience to know to coach out of his system. He could pull from any reference to be better at being a better coach. It is lack of experience, the main reason why the offense failed. Bobby couldn't coach up players because he didn't move past his knowledge. I hope that's right. I hope it's a theory, but I hope it's right. Now, he did get fired, so D'Amico probably shares some of that sentiment. Texter, if your offensive line is bad, you don't have time for complicated reads. Yes, that is true, but you're probably also calling things that are quicker and faster.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we had an issue with timing, you know, throughout the entire CJ Bobby relationship, and it came to a head this year too. But again, I would like some of these players, these anonymous players, if they're willing to give these kind of tidbits to DJ along the way, it would be nice at a certain point to kind of at least give a little bit more detail as to where the breakdowns were happening or how they were happening, whether the linemen speak up because they took the brunt of it for how bad they played and their lack of communication and all those things, to the fact that you can have some of the skill position players or the receivers that are looking like, hey, you know, whether their numbers were down or, you know, they didn't pass the ball as efficiently as they did the year before, step up and say, hey, look, we were dealing with a lot and this was going on. So there's at least a little bit more clarity and understanding that we wouldn't be still sitting here after the offensive coordinator was fired, pointing fingers or scratching our temple going, maybe it's more the quarterback or this guy or that guy than it was all the coordinator.
That would be great, especially for our line of work, to have that context provided to us. But if these guys are employed by the Texans and Bobby Slowick no longer is, and CJ Stroud's the franchise quarterback, I think that those comments can be a bit skewed.
They can be, but at the same time, you know, we've seen enough of the diva receivers and guys that once they're secure, when they get their contracts, they're not shy about saying anything. And you know, we've seen, you know, McDaniel take his hits when his offense wasn't going right. And we've seen other guys where, hey, if it's not going right, normally someone in the building is willing to take a stance and say, you know, it's not just this, it's that.
Yeah. It'd be great to have that information. There's no doubt about that. Texter, I'm a Browns fan. We have lots of history trading for quarterbacks. Go ahead and trade me your quote, trash now. Well, don't take what we're saying out of context. No one quoted and said trash. No one called CJ Stroud trash. What I'm not even we. What I'm saying is that I don't think that this article that buries Bobby Slowick paints CJ Stroud in a great light, and it does pose questions that I have about CJ going forward. And I'm not even saying it's like the majority of my opinion. I'm just saying, that's interesting. That caught my eye. Oh, it's overcomplicated for him. That's not great. He's having trouble not being a system quarterback. Don't like that. He's not like, and maybe the changing the play, changing the coverage is totally scheme specific. So maybe we can dismiss that altogether. But the other things still hold true. Texter, things like play calls getting in late and receivers not knowing where to line up tells me Slowick overcomplicated things way too much. Sure, the quarterback should be able to adapt, but things weren't working and the OC changed nothing. Okay, that's a good point, Texter. But how many great quarterbacks do we see that gets everybody lined up, even if the offensive coordinator gets to play in late? How many times do we see an elite quarterback? Oh, this receiver's lined up over here to the left. Move the guy over here to the right. That's part of playing the position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's just simple at X's and O's, but it really is. I mean, and these guys have such a feel for the game that you see frequently Rodgers and Mahomes and Josh Allen take it right to the play clock when it hits zeros. But they know that it's more important, and it's of the utmost importance to make sure that, from the coverage of the back that is going to have to chip to where the receivers are and where everybody's aligned, that you get the play right, or it's already set up for disaster. And they know exactly what they're doing. And you would like to think that in the progression of the career of CJ Stroud, that's something that is going to come natural to him, or that he can work on so that it becomes second nature to him very quickly. This doesn't paint that picture.
And look, it's fair to be like, well, it's only year 2. What do you expect? That's fair. But in year 5, he should be that guy. Like, you are the extension of the coaching staff when you're the quarterback, especially on the offense. It is your offense. Like, take control. Do you think the pre-draft interview ruined their relationship from the start? This is the Lance Zierlein, Slowick having the confrontation with Stroud. Do you think that interview ruined their relationship?
I don't. I talked to Lance pretty extensively about it, kind of a couple of times after it came up, and just kind of tried to pick his brain on it and everything. And I don't think that played a major factor, and I don't think Lance did either. I think at the end of the day, that was more one of those things. And again, things we don't know, but whether it was that Bobby was testing the mettle of CJ or whatever it was, that it never became an issue with them once they were both in the same locker room. So I'm going to dismiss that. I'm not going to think that it all goes back to that. I think more so than anything else, this might be, you don't know anything about a coordinator until he actually starts to run, call the plays and run the entire offense. Maybe this was an experience. Maybe this was getting a little big for yourself when you started getting coaching interviews after your first year as an OC and starting to believe the hype. But then with it, also starting to look over your shoulder or being a little bit more, tight in terms of giving up the trust and doing things with your quarterback. I don't know, but I don't think that pre-draft interview had anything to do with it.
No, I don't either. I think they were actually pretty close. I think that they had a good working relationship. I don't think that it had any. I think they looked past that immediately. And what's interesting is Slowick's first year as an offensive coordinator was widely admired. His second year was widely criticized. So the truth probably comes somewhere in the middle. He's probably not as good as he was in year 1, but he's also probably not as bad as he was in year 2, which you start to say, why? Texter, do you think CJ's S2 scores played a factor in Bobby having to dial it back?
No, I don't at all. I mean, I think the more we see, look, if the S2 scores were bad, he wouldn't be the X's and O's guy that has, what everybody said from day back at Ohio State all the way through to anytime you heard Bobby speak publicly. It didn't sound like CJ was having a tough time grasping, the offense, the playbook, things like that. I don't believe that from that perspective. I don't believe that S2 score had anything to do with any of this.
Yeah, I don't either. 713-780-ESPN. There was the one quote in this article talking about the offense. One player telling DJ Bieneme, I don't think we had a true identity of what we wanted to do. Does that matter? Is identity something that is tangible? And what does new offensive coordinator Nick Caley have to say about identity? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees from BB Limit on Washington on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How about pigs in a blanket, the Reuben, and then a New York cheesecake for lunch or dinner for just $25 at BB Lemon? And then part of the proceeds will go to Eat Drink HTX, which benefits the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Can't beat it. Sounds fantastic. It is awesome. We'll be joined here in a few minutes by the CEO of Kids Meals, Beth Harp. Pick her brain about all the good that they're doing for everybody throughout the city of Houston. Now, identity is a question whenever we talk about the Houston Texans. And I think sometimes we overblow, like somebody talking about identity. Like, well, we want to be tough. Cool. Like, we want to be smart and good. Yeah, who doesn't? Now, it was interesting at times throughout the year. We're like, hey, Bobby Sloyd, what's your identity? Well, football is football. Swarm. CJ Stroud, what's your identity? Well, we're playing a Houston Texans brand of football. What do you want the identity to be for the Houston Texans offense going forward?
I think the easiest way to answer that is I want it to be a week-to-week decision-making process that involves who you're playing, what they do, and how you can capitalize, and even to some degree what you did the week before, because you know what you did the week before and put on tape is going to be the first thing that the team you're playing is going to focus on. If you had it, and we've talked about this during the course of seasons, like if they run the ball really well the week before with Joe Mixon, then I would expect that the defense is going to really try to focus on Mixon, and that's where I'm probably going to try to exploit some of the short pass game instead of just focusing on the runs. I'm going to try and open things up, do things a little differently. But I don't think that it's as much as we see, some of the teams over the years that have just been either pass happy or like the Baltimore teams that are just dominantly runs in the past. I really would like to see it be more of a week-to-week thing than like you're forced to say, our identity is we're a running team. Mm-hmm. No, your identity should be is that you're a creative offensive system that can adjust based on who you're playing week to week.
Yeah, game plan specific. You attack the defense based on your playing. Kaylee's referenced that too. I do like the fundamental aspect of it though. Like no matter what we do, game by game, week to week, we're going to be fundamentally sound. We're not going to make mistakes. That's awesome because the Houston Texans were not that last year. Now, time will tell. A texter from the 917, by the way. Thank you for listening. Identity matters, but also don't think that point is anyone's fault. Hard to have identity with all the injuries this year. First few games, we had a run game first identity with big pass play potential. Mixon goes down, Nico goes down, Diggs goes down, Tank goes down. How are you supposed to have an identity? I think it's fair, and that probably speaks to the Slowick, not as good in year one, probably not as bad in year two. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. Another texter, certain playbooks don't work for certain teams with specific weaknesses. Bobby doesn't have enough experience to know how to tailor plays to current conditions. I think that's a good point too. Like, and I think, and it kind of speaks to what you were just saying, Blankers, like not only the defense that you're facing that week should be how you're getting ready for that game, but also your strengths, right? Like if you have a team that's really good at doing A, but really bad at B, you shouldn't be trying to bang your head on the table to execute B when you know you don't have the pieces to execute B. I think that's part of also being able to adapt and adjust. And Kaylee's experience would be good for that because New England, which was very game plan specific, opponent specific, went to McVay, who I think adapts about as good as anybody. They're probably a little bit more pigeonholed into what they do specifically. Like they'll adapt from year to year, but they're going to do what they're really good at. Whereas the Patriots probably are more multiple than we've seen in years past. Go ahead.
When you think about it too, Jeremy, it's the fact that at least from his experience, it's multiple systems that have multiple characteristics that you want in your football team. Going back to what you said about the 2 messages ago, the fact that they said, look, and Kaylee even said, I want to make sure that we are not hurting ourselves. That's a New England staple. You're not going to shoot yourself in the foot. You're not going to have penalties. You're not going to make dumb plays. Mm-hmm. You're going to rely on the other team to make more mistakes than you are. And we know that there's going to be accountability. If it's a Belichick-type system, accountability has always been top of mind and top priority. When you talk about then getting into systems where they have the offensive game plans that work, that's the best combination for anybody to bring into this locker room. Have accountability, have the fact that they're going to stop shooting themselves in the foot, and it's going to be on them to make sure that they do the things the right way and then take things a play at a time. So I'm good with all of that.
Now, talk is cheap. Like I could also sit behind a microphone at an introductory press conference and say, we're going to be disciplined, fundamental, and we're never going to be penalized ever again. Sounds great. I would never be able to get NFL players to do that. Now, Kaylee obviously has way more experience than I do, but talk is cheap. Like, I want to see the action. I want to see them be about it. I don't want to hear about it. Now, I've liked what I've heard, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, what he says is going to translate to the field. That's where coaching comes into play. You can have the goal, but then to get these highly paid players to do what you want them to do is where coaches make their money. That's where the coaches are great. Coaches don't get paid millions of dollars because of what they say on a microphone. Coaches get paid millions of dollars by executing what they say on a microphone and then getting the players to do it. So I think talk is cheap when it comes to that.
There's no doubt, but at least from the standpoint of when you know that this is the job that whether you identified and you wanted or you knew that they wanted you, in doing any kind of research and watching any kind of tape at all, and then probably talking to the guys directly, you understood, hey, there is a problem with accountability, maybe a problem with discipline, maybe a problem with the fact that, hey, penalties set you back behind the sticks. A lot of things could have been fixed internally that weren't. So at least he's wise enough to realize, hey, look, you're right. You have to get the players to actually buy in and do those things. But even when you hear about systematically how Bobby and everybody was running things, it didn't seem like that there was a lot of direct communication with the players, especially the offensive linemen in a lot of ways. And Strasser was evidently delegating the way it seemed Bobby was delegating.
I think that's coaching, though, right? Like, I don't think it's that wise to be like, hey, our offensive line sucked and we committed a lot of penalties. I think it's rudimentary.
Right. But I think that hopefully because of the Belichick kind of background and everything that we're talking about, that he knows right from the jump, no matter what we do, we have to have a better system in place with better communication on a basically a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, for sure. Texter, there's a difference between an identity and being able to do multiple things. Philly and Baltimore run first. KC is conservative yet optimistic to complement their D. Cincinnati's an air-it-out team. All can do multiple things, but those offenses have identities. Texter, biggest thing on identity is it shows the team has the same goal in mind, score points, right? Identity could be anything as long as the entire team has the same vision and focus. All the good teams adapt and change with the flow of the game, but identity at least creates the foundation for their team. What makes Burrow so good, says another Texter, with a Swiss cheese offensive line. I always have this question when quarterbacks struggle with bad protection. What does he do that's so special? I think he's an elite talent with a very high football IQ. I think that's what set Burrow apart.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that, again, Joe was dealing from a different systematic situation with maybe more experience because your head coach is deeply involved in the offense too. But I think that he came from a very pro style offense in college at LSU. And I think he's always had a grasp of that offense, coming in. And I think he's a special talent. We all know, but I think that he grasps the game mentally about as good as anybody in the game right now.
So here was Nick Caley. He was on with Rock and Roll and John Harris, and they asked him identity question. Here was Nick Caley on the identity that he wants.
Yeah, tough, physical, getting the ball to our playmakers and being connected and playing smart football, not beating ourselves, taking care of the football, being disciplined, and competing for 4+ quarters, however long it takes us to get the job done.
Sounds great, Coach.
Sounds great, John.
That's
great,
Coach speak.
Like, I mean, no, I think he really does want to do that, but I think it's a very simple thing to say. It's a very difficult thing to execute.
Right now, he's just trying to, say the easiest thing to appease everyone until, he kind of gets into who his roster is going to be, who's going to be on his roster, and then what he truly wants to do to create that identity. And I think that, that's just the right thing to say at this point in time. But like you said, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. We got to see this on the field. We got to see the execution. We got to see from week to week, the adjustments, from half to half, the adjustments. There's a ton more before we get, when we really start getting into it, than we have to deal with right now when we're just getting the kind of, first date out of the way.
Yeah, I like what he says. Gotta go do it. I'm not anti Nick Caley. I like Nick Caley. I think he's going to be good, but I'm not going to freak out over what he's saying on interviews. 713-780-ESPN. We'll step aside for a moment. We come back. Let's have the conversation. Let's chat. with CEO Beth Harp, CEO of Kids Mills here at BB Lemon. Is Eat, Drink, HTX going on right now, all for a great cause, all for you to get good food. We'll talk to Beth when we return. Skiller Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. And broadcasting here is part of Eat, Drink, HTX, Dine Out, Do Good. Runs through February 28th. Benefits Houston Food Bank and Kids Mills. And being joined now by the CEO of Kids Mills, Beth Harp. Beth, thank you for taking a few minutes to chat with us today. Such a great event, raising money for such a good cause. Tell us the Kids Mills involvement with this and the desire to be behind Eat, Drink, HTX.
You know, we are just so grateful. This is the first year we've been selected to be part of Eat Drink Houston, Texas, and this is our first year, and we are so excited about all the restaurants that are involved this year, and really encouraging all of our supporters to get out and enjoy these incredible restaurants, and knowing that a portion of your proceeds will go to help children that are living food insecure, that are living in severe poverty, and many of whom may not know where their next meal is coming from. So again, we are so grateful to Katie Stone and her team for selecting kids' meals, because right now we are serving more than 9,000 preschool age children each weekday in 56 zip codes in Harris and Montgomery counties, and many of them are just wondering where their next meal is going to come from.
Beth, talk a little bit more about that, because I think that everybody looks at this as, oh, we can save money on food, at great restaurants and things like that. But I think that Houston is such a great community about coming together that maybe there's not enough realization about how many kids are actually in need on a day-to-day basis, and how that not just affects like they're hungry, but that can affect school and the way their thought process and their concentration levels and all those things.
Right. Think about it for you. If you don't eat, how do you feel? You can't concentrate,
Grumpy,
just like you said.
yeah.
And then, so children, I don't know if most people know this, but our human brain develops 90% before the age of 5. And if we don't have critical nutrition for our brains and bodies, we are starting literally behind in every way. You're not going to be able to meet those developmental milestones. You're going to have a host of health problems, and you're not going to be able to learn like other children once they get to school. So our goal is a healthy meal directly in the hands, delivered to their home apartments or trailers, Monday through Friday, to those little ones 5 and under, to make sure they have that healthy meal. Because I think our government does a good job making sure kids who are needy or in school, the older children, have meals. But what we're talking about is little ones, and there's a gap in services, and Kids Meals is the only one in the nation that's doing this model.
That's fantastic.
CEO Beth Harp, CEO of Kids Meals, joining us on the HRNP guest line. And Beth, you mentioned, think about it from ourselves. And yes, Blankers is right. Whenever we're hungry, we get very hangry. I think everybody does. But both of us are fathers, and we think, we're fortunate enough and blessed enough, we don't have to think about that sort of thing. But how do Kids Meals pick those kids that don't have the meals, that don't have the food? What's that process like?
We focus on reaching out to families in identified zip codes where we know children are living most food insecure. And in our city, unfortunately, the zoning is kind of all over the place. If you've lived in Houston in a while, you know that there are so many zip codes and areas where children need help. But anybody that needs help can go directly to our website at kidsmealsinc.org and click that link up in the right-hand corner that's need help, and you can fill out an application. It's a low barrier application. You just need to be in one of our zip codes that are listed there, and then have a child that's 5 and under, and that child will qualify for the National School Lunch Program once they turn 6. And so those are the qualifications. It's very low barrier, because we know so many children are suffering without food in our city. And for sure, we all know most of the time, healthy foods are a lot more expensive.
No question. And I think the other thing, too, that I've noticed, and I've worked with your organization in the past, as well as the Houston Food Bank, and I think that a lot of times this is a great couple of weeks to be able to get involved and give back. But I think it's a year-long process that a lot of time people lose focus on, too. So I'd like you to tell the people about how they can get involved, to stay involved, so that they can be a part of the positive change you're trying to create. Because I know you need volunteers. I know you guys need donations and things. And I think sometimes people, out of sight, out of mind, when this ends, people are going to forget, hey, there's still a need for these kids.
Yes, you're so right. And we are totally volunteer dependent. We use anywhere from 60 to 100 volunteers a day.
Wow.
In our current facility, which is in Garden Oaks. And we need people. We need people just like me and you that care about kids. It can be, you can come with your company, you can come with your organization, you can come individually, you can make sandwiches, you can pack full meals, you can help us in our warehouse, and you can go to our website at Kids Meals Inc. and sign up. Just go to the volunteer tab, and we need you. And we also are so grateful for this event, because Kids Meals has developed this model that's so efficient that we can deliver from our facility to the home, apartment, or trailer of a child a healthy meal for less than $2 a day. And that's an all-in organization cost. So every time somebody goes to Eat, Drink, HTX, one of those restaurants, those wonderful restaurants that are participating, and you participate with their menu, you are making a difference because less than $2 a day feeds a child.
That's I think the fact that sorry, Jeremy, real quick, but I think the other thing that's big about this too is these families a lot of times are limited in their transportation. The fact that you deliver to them takes another step out of it so that they can be guaranteed a meal.
Right. You're so right. If you think about it, poverty is heavy. And when you're having money problems, low income, it's heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times there's transportation problems, and we want to be that hope. We call ourselves Hope Delivered. It's not just a meal. We are delivering it right to them. So at least you don't have to worry, is my child going to eat today? And is my child going to have something healthy to eat today? And with kids meals for those kids 5 and under, yes, the answer is yes. And we are actually building a building. You and I were talking about that before. And our goal is to serve 26,000 children daily in our city by 2031. And we know we can do that. You were mentioning about the spirit of Houstonians. I've never seen anything like it. People love to give back. They love to take care of their own. We see this with every disaster that we're in. And there's just something unique about Houstonians. And when we build this building, I know that there'll be great opportunities for people to partner with us with their volunteer hours, with their dollars to make a difference. Because right now in Harris County, on any given day, there's about 100,000 children 5 and under that are living in food insecure homes. And, that just shouldn't be in our beautiful, prosperous city. And so Kids Meals is on a mission not to only deliver the healthy meal, but because we're the only ones that are there every day, we refer resources out so that we can, if you will, be the fish and teach them how to fish. So many people need resources to help build better lives for themselves. And we want to do that. And we're trying to do it on a daily basis. And so grateful for this opportunity with Eat, Drink, HTX.
Beth Harp joining us, CEO of Kids Meals. To find out more information, kidsmillsinc.com. And Beth, I can tell based on how many times you said a healthy meal, how important it is to get the right nutrients, to get these kids healthy food instead of cheap processed food that's not really any good for you as well. Why is that so important for you in Kids Meals?
It is so important because, like I mentioned a minute ago, affordable foods aren't necessarily the most healthy foods. And if you have X amount of money per month and you're really having to watch your budget, you can buy a lot more top ramen or pork rinds just to fill your belly. But what happens is you're not starving because you filled your belly, but you're nutritionally starving. And your brain and your body cannot develop like it needs to. So our goal is that healthy food in the child of a hand, delivered in one of our vans. We have 23 vans that go into 56 zip codes, and they're honking the horn with a driver that we call a hope provider. And they've got healthy food, and they're putting it right in the hands of a child in need. And you know what? You mentioned healthy food. We are so grateful to partner with the Houston Food Bank and others that help us get fresh produce. So many times our families cannot afford that fresh produce. And so we several times a week are able to put that fresh produce either in the lunch or do specific grocery bags to the families to get that fresh produce. I want to tell you a real quick story. When we started being able to do this about 7 years ago with the fresh produce, we got some donations of some big pears. And I always say that I looked at them, they looked like they were just big, beautiful pears, almost as big as my head. And I wanted to go out on route that day. So I went out on route. We went to a trailer park. We pulled up. We honked the horn like we always do. And I got out to give them a meal and a pear. And this little boy ran out, 4-year-old little boy. And he had a big smile on his face. He took the lunch. He looked at the pear and he goes, "What is it?" And I thought, oh, that's cute. Haha. But then I thought, you know what? That's not cute. This little precious little boy has never seen a pear. And we don't want that to be for our little ones. We really want to make sure that they have access to healthy produce, just like their other privileged peers to be able to grow and learn and really be able to learn in school like others.
Yeah, look, before we get out of here, too, I just want to remind people one more time. Go to Eat Drink HTX on all your different social media outlets and understand this is big. This is an opportunity for you to give back by capitalizing on getting a great deal on some very, very good restaurants that are phenomenal. The food's going to be great. But then don't lose focus on the fact that as a city, you owe it to all these kids. If you're a parent, you know how important it is and how much you worry about everything with your child. You should be focused on doing something so that more children can get the nourishment they need. And just, again, remind people one more time how to volunteer and how they can contribute.
Anybody can volunteer or contribute by going to kidsmealsinc.org, and you'll see a volunteer tab on there, and you'll also see a donate tab. And again, every dollar counts. Feed a child today for less than $2 a day. You'll make a huge difference. We cannot do this without the partnership of individual Houstonians and companies and corporations in our city, and we're so grateful for the
And you
support.
mentioned that, too, the fact that the companies can get do a day of service.
Oh,
come
yes.
out and volunteer. It
Yes.
helps you. They're helping the kids, and it's great for everybody.
We like to say we have one of the most fun volunteer opportunities for companies in the city. So you come to us as a group. It's a great team building opportunity. We have facilities where you can even have a lunch and then volunteer. I mean, it's not huge right now till we get in the new building, but really it is. We're going to put on some jam and music for you. You can get a style and hairnet on.
Oh,
And
sweet.
just have
Jeremy needs one of those. I'm good.
and have a great time with your employees. And we always get feedback that people really enjoy it. And one other thing is this opportunity is so impactful because you will leave there knowing that the meals that you have packed with your hands that day will be in the hands of a hungry child within 24 to 48 hours.
That's fantastic.
And so you can feel so good, give yourself a pat on the back, and know that you are making a huge difference.
Beth, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all that you're doing, you and Kids Mills, for kids in our great city. Anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Okay, thank you again. I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk with everybody today.
CEO Beth Harp of Kids Mills doing some great things. Find out more information, kidsmillsinc.com. Volunteer, donate, whatever it takes, kidsmillsinc.com. Alex Bregman, he's gone. He's in Boston. There's some drama brewing in Boston. And this Bregman departure, it has me been out of shape. I'll admit. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. Allstate Siding and Windows are the best in the business when it comes to exactly what their name says: siding, windows, front doors, and so much more. But look, my wife and I bought our new house a little over a year ago, and we wanted to do something that was energy efficient to upgrade the house. We also were kind of hoping we could upgrade the look and feel of the place a little bit. The curb appeal went up immediately when we got new windows from Allstate, and they made a huge difference. Yes, it makes the house look more modern and fresh, and they are experts at saying, based on the year it was built and the architecture, these would be the ideal windows for you. But the more important thing is you're going to watch your energy bills and the savings add up to about 30 to 40% in some cases. In our cases, we saved about 30% on our energy bills because of our new windows. And they're storm tested. In Houston, we're going to go through hurricane season and all the ups and downs of the heat and the cold. And these windows are going to help to provide the protection your house needs while you as a family get the protection of keeping the elements out and keeping the environment and the temperature just where you want it inside. They're fantastic, and they love Houstonians. They've sponsored and been a part of ESPN 97.5 for a long time, and they've been in business for almost 50 years. They want to help you, too. All you got to do is mention ESPN 97.5 and get in touch with them for a free estimate. They come to you, tell you what they can do to help you. No cost to you, nothing out of pocket. All you got to do is call them. 832-204-1936. Set up a free estimate. 832-204-1936. You can check out all the different products that they offer at allstatesidingandwindows.com. Right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a siding job. Tell them I sent you by. Go see the good people at allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Thank you to BB Lemon for having us out. All part of Eat, Drink, HTX. Runs through February 28th. Benefits the Houston Food Bank. Benefits kids' meals. EatDrinkHTX.com. Dine out, do good. EatDrinkHTX.com. So I'm a little bit in my feels about this Bregman to Boston thing. I didn't think I would be, Blinkers. I'm not really an emotional kind of guy, as you know. I have no problem when players leave. I have no problems when teams break up with players. I think it's part of the business. I had no problem when George Springer went to Toronto. Had no problem when Carlos Correa went to Minnesota. I didn't even have a problem when Garrett Cole went to the Yankees. I know he left in that whole, representative myself, Scott Boras hat, but I always viewed Garrett Cole as kind of a mercenary. He was always kind of a hired gun for 2 years to try to get you another title. I never really saw Garrett Cole as a pillar to the golden era of Astro baseball, like I thought with George Springer, like I thought with Carlos Correa, like I thought with Alex Bregman, like I think with Jose Altuve. I always thought Cole was kind of a hired gun. So Cole going to New York didn't even bother me. I think what's bothering me about this one is Bregman has went to a team I do not like. That I don't like Boston. And all this East Coast bias stuff, too, where like Alex Bregman all of a sudden is like everybody's favorite player. Everybody's calling this guy a cheater for the last 7 years. And then now he's like the chosen one. He's the savant that's going into Boston that's going to bring back their winning culture. It kind of makes me sick. It's not so much that Bregman left at all, I don't think, but it's the reaction to Bregman being in Boston, because I think there's East Coast bias, that makes me want to throw up.
I hear you. I mean, I understand it, but like we talked about too, and the Cole thing to me is interesting simply just because of the fact that when you got him from Pittsburgh, I don't think anybody knew what he could truly be, and I don't know that anybody thought that he was going to turn out the way he turned out in his time in Houston. But at the same time, we knew that he had a big arm, but we knew that he was kind of rough around the edges, and there was a lot of polish that needed to be done.
I think you're selling him short. I'm not gonna. I'm trying to bite my tongue a little bit. I think you're selling Garrett Cole very short when you say that.
I mean, I understand he was on a bad team, but I also don't think that anybody thought that he was going to be a Cy Young Award winner and be as dominant as he was when he was in Houston. But I kind of thought that once
he was
they got him,
the first pick of the draft.
I realized that, Jeremy. But again, when he didn't put it all together in Pittsburgh, and I know that the team around him matters too. But when I look at the fact that what you get, you didn't have to. I don't think you ended up giving up hardly anything. But at the same time, when you got him, I don't think fans in this city looked at it and thought initially and immediately they were getting a guy that was the caliber of one of the best 5 pitchers in baseball.
He was 19-8 with a 2.60 ERA and finished 4th in Cy Young voting in his 3rd year in Pittsburgh.
I don't think and maybe people, it's tough to pull him now. I think when he joined the Astros, I don't think people thought that was immediately what they were going to get. I thought that they were getting a good arm. But okay, that's fine. Yeah, but overall, then we'll just dial it back to the Bregman conversation, because from the Bregman conversation, we talked about this. Once you wished him his farewell and said thanks for the memories. I'm loving every bit of what's going on in Boston right now. It's already started, and I hope it just becomes a bleep show all season long. And I hope that the drama and all of the different characters that are going to start, making their voices heard and taking these stands makes for more entertainment than results, because I already think that it's going to be tough for him to give you the return on investment that 40 years is supposed to give any franchise. But when this stuff starts happening too, before they even play a regular season game, I love it, because now, out of sight, out of mind, I'm not booing you, but I am rooting against you, and I hope to God that the Red Sox and Alex Bregman suck.
Yeah, it's again, like Springer didn't bother me. They left. Correa didn't bother me. Cole didn't even, because I never really thought Correa was going to be, or Cole was going to be a long-term Astro. Like, it seemed like he was going to be a Yankee the moment the Astros traded for him. Like, let's get 2 years out of Garrett Cole and hope we go win a World Series. And you almost did. Probably should have won. Should have won at least one of those years that he was with the Houston Astros. But it's the Bregman going to Boston, and then all of a sudden this perception of Bregman goes from being like a cheater to like one of the faces of baseball, and it makes me sick. And I hate Boston, and I hate Alex Cora. I'm not a fan. I shouldn't say hate. Hate's a strong word, but I really, really dislike Alex Cora. So this whole saga has made me sick, and the drama going on there is awesome. It is awesome. One, Bregman looks a little chunky, I think. He looks a little bit like me. He's going to get that chowder. He's going to be overweight a little bit. But Rafael Devers today reported to camp, and he's like, yeah, I'm the third baseman. That's the position I play. And then Alex Cora is like, well, our former GM who promised you that's no longer here. So it seems like there's some drama going on in Boston.
And take it a step further, then they asked Devers, so if they ask you to play designated or to just DH, no. And then through the interpreter, he said, I'm here. I'm a third baseman. I play third base. And part of it, he didn't even need the interpreter for. He was just that adamant to state exactly that. And then for Cora to have that kind of commentary too, it's like you're going to have so many egos and so many personalities involved. And this is before you even see how Bregman plays. And to your point, I really believe that in a lot of cases, as much as the Astros were the center of everyone's hate, as long as they were wearing an Astros uniform, it is ironic how Dodger fans have just accepted all the cheaters that they've gotten because they know that they're a better baseball team because of it. Now suddenly, the Red Sox are expecting, hey, we're getting Alex Bregman, but they're expecting vintage prime Alex Bregman. And I think that for more people than not, they were hoping to hang on to Alex Bregman, one, for the memories and all that he's given as a member of the Astros, and then two, hoping that he finds a way to avoid what happened last year and prove that he really isn't on the downside of his career yet. So I think it's going to be really fun to watch it unfold now, and you should be thankful that you didn't pay $40 a year for Alex Bregman.
Yeah, look, I didn't even want to go $1 over 120. So this isn't that he left. It's just like this reaction to him now that he's in Boston, and it's like, oh yeah, he's great, all this stuff. Like everybody thinks he's the guy that's going to totally change Boston's plight in the American League East, and I just don't see it. XX Bregman's numbers have declined since the cheating scandal. That is true. That is true. He's no longer the player that he was back in the late 2010s. King says cheetah, not cheater, because of the way they talk in Boston. Do you get it? Alex on the Twitch, Bregman, meh. He went to Boston not to make the playoffs, but he got money bag emojis. And then XX, can't wait to see how Boston reacts to Bregman's pop-outs to shortstop for the first third of the season. It's going to be great. Although pop-ups on the infield at Fenway is kind of like doubles off the wall almost.
Yeah, they might carry. They might get you a high carom off the green monster. But I mean, I'm very, very curious to see how it all unfolds because I am not expecting him to have like this resurgence and this breakout. And I think that, they grasp at straws a lot, Walker Buehler, and trying to all of a sudden go from a team that used to spend money to a team that's trying to spend money again. But how they spent it and how much they spent doing it, I don't think made them all that much better as a baseball team.
Omega Man and Humble, wasn't Bregman one of the worst offenders of the trash can? I remember Tony Adams did the counter with like how many times people or Astros got the bang on the trash can. He like went back and pulled all the information, did all that sort of thing. I do remember Bregman being pretty dang high. Now his numbers were still good in 18 and 19. Major League Baseball would tell you that they found no evidence of the Astros cheating in 2019. So he was still good post trash can banging, according to Major League Baseball. But since 2019, when he should have won the MVP, he's been a shell of that guy. He's been nowhere near that guy. He had an over 1,000 OPS that year in 19. He's never been above 820 again in his career. So
that's why I think, for as much as I understand the whole emotional ties to Alex Bregman, I think fans need to realize they dodged a bullet because, if there was any truth at all to the fact that the Astros were still internally having conversations and that, Ari Alexander reported that they had upped their offer. I hope to God they didn't. And I hope that everybody realizes that at the value that he signed for, good luck getting the return on that investment if you're the Red Sox.
Remember the language on that, though? Like, I don't think that the Astros upped the offer. Because remember they said they improved the offer, which, look, maybe they upped it. I don't know. I wonder if they did the whole opt-out game. We're like, hey, okay, like we had 156 for 6. Maybe we moved it to 160 for 6, like whatever. But I wonder if they also threw provisions in the contract that better suited what Bregman wanted, where the improvement wasn't all financial.
And, and we've seen, whether we know that they're completely accurate or not, a lot of people have speculated on what the actual offers were out there, and that it looked like that there was at least 2 teams that had bigger offers on a 6-year type deal for Bregman. But I think maybe if there was conversations and Boris was letting people know, hey, look, we're thinking about a short-term deal. if the Cubs or the Red Sox were interested in the 30 to 40 range. Maybe the Astros decided, hey, we'll go 2, or like you said, and shorten it, but also avoid the fact that it's a huge pitfall to think about Alex Bregman on a 6-year deal, and in the final couple of years of that deal, trying to give you anything of value in return.
Bass is saying he wouldn't pay a second baseman $40 million a year. I wouldn't pay any player unless it's Shohei Ohtani $40 million a year. I think Shohei's the only player in baseball worth 40. Now, the Bregman contract stuff is weird. He's deferring half of it. He's deferring $20 million a year, which is a lot, which kind of throws you like, I'm not an economist. I'm not a financial guy. I have a sweater vest. You would think I might be a financial guy, maybe more oil and gas, but I'm not. But like the present value of the dollar, he's deferring 20 million of it. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, look, I think to your point, aside from a Shohei Ohtani two-way player, I think that the Juan Soto deal could be disastrous for the Mets. I'm going to love every minute of watching how that plays out, because even if he has good years at that price tag makes those good years not as good on the return on investment side of things when you're limited in what else you're going to bring in and how much money you're going to spend. Not that Cohen has many limitations, but still, when you look at it, I'm intrigued as hell to say that anybody thinks he's going to come even close to being worth what they're spending on him.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, we have these conversations all the time when these players sign the big deals. I think like 1% of these big contracts are ever worth it. Texture, I don't think Bregman ever wanted to come back to Houston. Feels like he wanted a new start somewhere else. You know, I right when he signed the deal, I kind of poo-pooed that take in that opinion. I think now that time has kind of gone by a little bit since then, I don't think it's a bad take. I certainly think it's plausible that he wanted a fresh start. I think that it's very plausible he just wanted to go to Boston and nowhere else.
I think that's part of it. I think that he had a destination or a couple destinations in mind that would have really intrigued him. I think he was also probably a bit put off, and we know that he can be sensitive. We also know he can be emotional. We've seen all that when people loved it when he was doing the things he did for the clubhouse. But at the same time, I think that he was kind of hoping, or at least expecting to some degree, hey, this is the team that I gave so much to. I mean, unlike the other guys, I'm different. I would hope that I don't have to take a pay cut. I would hope that their offer would have been bigger. And when it wasn't, and that they decided to play more hardball than maybe he expected, maybe that got him to start being a little bit bitter to the point of saying, I don't want to go back there now, because I don't want to go back there unless they were going to do the things that I wanted that they're not willing to do. Now, do I want to go to Toronto or Detroit? It seems like no. It seems like where he really wanted to go was, somewhere like Boston in a bigger market.
Boston. And apparently his favorite player is Dustin Pedroia all of a sudden. He said that Pedroia was recruiting him and that who's his favorite player growing up. And then somebody on Twitter, I forgot who it was, sorry to not cite you. You know why Bregman wore number 2? Because his favorite player was Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
And because he was drafted second. But it's funny how he, all of a sudden Pedroia is his favorite player, even though it was Jeter before he signed with Boston, you little liar. You little liar, Alex Bregman. King of Twitch says someone ticked off Alex Bregman. Find out who. Maybe it was a lowball offer that could have ticked off Bregman, if that is
I think
true.
So. I really do.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, I'm not dismissing that at all. Alex said that. What did Alex say here? I scrolled too far. It makes no sense to defer, but he wanted a lot of money. See, he wouldn't have gotten $40 million unless he deferred, though. Like no one was giving him $40 million unless a good chunk of that was deferred, which is why he deferred a lot of it. And Vermont says it's okay. Bregman called J.G. Wentworth. I love that line. I have a structured settlement and need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
That was very well done, Jeremy. There's a sponsorship in the waiting for you.
I'm channeling my inner Larry David, which I think I have a lot of similarities with Larry David. All right, both that were hilarious. 713-780-3776. Killer B 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also, Jose Altuve, you know what he was doing in left field today in West Palm Beach? He was catching fly balls in the outfield. Transitioning Altuve to left field is in everyone's best interest, short-term, long-term, and Jose Altuve talked about the expertise he's received since moving to the outfield, maybe. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees live from BB Limit on Washington on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Spots are filling fast. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbog Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com. under the promotions tab. I'm not going to make fun of that read, though, and talk about the amount of holes of golf you're going to be playing for that tournament because, I want to be nice. We're at BB Lemon. Blankers is at BB Lemon. I'm in Tempe. But you can get a $25 three-course deal right now, lunch and dinner. How about a giant pretzel with beer cheese? You can have that as your first course. And then for your second course, how about let's go with a fried chicken sandwich again. And then the third course for Blankers, the New York cheesecake with a berry compote. So good. Just $25 at BB Lemon, all part of Eat Drink HTX, which benefits, again, of course, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Mills. 713-780-ESPN. Texter Altuve was basically saying he'd play any position to get Bregman, and Devers is already saying he doesn't want to DH. Please give us drama out of Boston. I would love that so much. More on Altuve moving to left field, potentially, in just a second. But it does show you how good of it. Even if you don't agree with Altuve playing in left field, it shows you which dude is a great teammate, and it shows you the other guy that is not.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think that, overall, as much as I am personally against Altuve in the outfield because I worry about the pitfalls that might come with it, like you keep saying, look, he's the greatest Astro of all time. And from an offensive perspective, finding a place to have that bat in the lineup is the most important thing. Do I believe that he can figure it out to some degree? Yes. Am I concerned about his throwing arm and, other things? Yes. But it's more so lending itself to the organization of saying that outfield to me is the biggest question mark on this team. And much like we talk about the Texans and the offensive line, it's where I'll point the finger first and foremost every single time at this team and go, it's scary to me right now. I understand you don't know what you don't know. So you're going to start the season. Maybe some guys are going to have a big spring or, step up, or Chaz is going to return to form. But the rest of the team's too good for me not to be concerned about it.
Yeah, the outfield's the weak spot. Bregman and Cora back together. If Bregman starts the season hot, I'm going to know something's up. Yeah, they'll be cheating. They'll be cheating through their gills there in Boston. Texture to the Astros purposely under offer Alex so he wouldn't sign, and the front office saves face with the unintelligent fans. Question mark, question mark. It's sick flex there, 4488. Little brag that you're not an unintelligent fan. And how dare you insult all the unintelligent fans out there. But don't worry about it. They're probably too dumb to catch on. I don't think that it was an under offer. I think it was a fair offer. Yes, it wasn't in the top 3 of offers, but I don't think it was an under offer, and I don't think that it was purposely done so they would save face with the Astro fans. I thought it was fair and competitive, really.
I think that their initial offer put them in the conversation, so it was definitely fair. I think that the fact that they were willing to go where they hadn't gone in the past, which is 6 years, for a lot of the big names we've talked about that have left, makes it more than fair. And then it just comes down to, him, his preferences, what he wanted versus what you were willing to do. Because in any negotiation, whatever you initially offer is probably not going to be what's taken, and the deal's not going to get done overnight. And so you expected that there was going to be rebuttal, there was going to be a counter, there was going to be a lot of things. And that's how we got to where we got. Do I think they were concerned about public perception? Yes, I do. But do I think that they avoided the commitment that was necessary to be in the conversation to have Alex Bregman come back? No, I don't.
Yeah, I guess both things can be true. I was trying to find a pushback there, but if you offer a contract that you think has a shot at being signed, I don't know if that's a PR stunt.
No, I'm not saying it's a PR stunt. I said the fact that, and the fact that as much as we know that Dana really likes to talk a lot, but the fact that whether we don't know to what level their commitment was, but to say that it was the top priority to bring back Alex Bregman and then to put a 6-year deal on the table that wasn't like completely lowballing anybody. And if that's where the conversation at least started and they were willing to do that, then it shows that they were serious about getting into a negotiation with Alex Bregman and Scott Boras.
Yeah, maybe the PR stunt was that you leaked the offer. Like, hey, this is out
Yeah,
there.
I can see
we're giving
that.
it the old college effort. But I don't think that the offer in itself was the PR stunt, because I think that they thought that it had a chance of getting signed, especially as it dragged on and dragged on. Now, it didn't finish top 3 whenever you look at like the total dollar amount or like the best offer. Texter, I firmly believe that Alex refused to play first last year when his elbow was bothering him because it was a contract year. Yeah, I do remember they thought about moving him to first because of the elbow, and then he never played over there. I don't think it's a terrible theory. I definitely think he refused to, I definitely think he wanted to continue to be in the lineup to try to rack up numbers. The first base thing, interesting theory. I'm not going to dismiss it totally.
No, I think from the standpoint of, we knew he was a team player. We knew that, he also was offensively a lot better too. And we knew that he was hitting the baseball pretty well by the, towards the end of the season. But I think that we also knew that with his contract coming up, becoming a free agent, everybody's going to be looking at it going, did they move you to first base? Is that going to be an issue? Do we have to focus on this and wonder about you playing third base for us? I'm sure he didn't want any of that conversation to take place. So the easiest way to do that is dispel it, keep playing third base, which he did the rest of the season.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. This texter says, who cares? Bregman is arrogant. He is. Everybody used to call him a D. He was always our D, but now that he's gone, he's just being a D. But Bregman is arrogant. Best of luck in Boston. We'll be fine. Great third baseman, but we'll be fine without him. Biggest concern is Altuve and left. Too short, weak arm, dang. I think it's best short term. I think it's best long term. And Jose Altuve had some thoughts about taking some fly balls in left field. We'll get to it on the other side. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lebanon, Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
$25 will get you a 3-course meal featuring jumbo chicken wings. You know, I'm a savant when it comes to the chicken wings, aficionado. You can get the Washington Avenue Smash Burger for course number 2, and then the banana pudding for course number 3. A part of the proceeds will go to benefit the Houston Food Bank and kids' meals as well. So take advantage. You got a bite to eat yet, Blankers?
Not yet. They did bring a burger and fries out here, so I deferred because Brian said it was one of the things they didn't bring for them. And you know how Joe and Paul hog all the food. I didn't know what Brian got, so I just, while it came out hot and we were in the middle of a segment, gave it to Brian. He said it was very good, right, Brian?
Yeah, it was very delicious.
That's the first words that Brian said today. Very delicious.
That's not true. That's not true. I weighed in when Joel tried to put New York cheesecake on me. So I'm only weighing in on food today.
Okay.
That's right. You did. Weighing in on food?
Weigh in.
Next level stuff there.
Look at that. That's the kind of humor you get with the Killer Bees. Texter, my concern with Altuve in left field is that he's not stopping many baseballs from going over the wall. How many left fielders are?
Especially in their home games.
Yeah, especially in their home games. Yeah, there's literally 0 guys that can do that.
Right.
Plus, like, you might get one of those plays a year. Like, how many times a year is a guy robbing a home run?
Yeah, I mean, look, we were spoiled, I guess, to some degree with George Springer all those years when he would make, a handful of over-the-wall catches in a season. But for the most part, yeah, and the configuring of the park matters too. But, yeah, I mean, that's the least of my concerns is that Jose Altuve in left field isn't going to be scaling the wall and bringing any home runs back.
Yeah, that is the least of my concerns as well. A texter also, we read it before the break, but kind of teased it. Biggest concern is Altuve in left, too short and weak arm. The arm is a concern, although hiding an arm in left field is not that big a deal. The shortness doesn't matter to me. Like, it's baseball. Like, I don't really get caught up in the fact that he's 5'4" playing left field versus a guy who's 5'8". Like, what's the difference between a guy 5'4" in left and 5'8" in left? 4 inches, I know, but how does that impact catching a fly ball a lot? Like, maybe a liner that might happen twice a year. I don't think that really will come into play.
No, I think that the one thing that we talked about when we used to talk about this with Jordan that relates to Altuve is with his base running. He finds ways to get hurt when he's running fast. And so the concern for me is going to be not how tall he is, but even when he's running fast, like how he plays in the gap, in the alleys, up against the warning track in the wall and doing things that he's really never done before in baseball and possibly getting hurt, because no matter where you play him or try to hide him defensively, offensively, you'd really like him in your lineup for the majority, if not all of the season, though he sometimes gets dinged up and takes a little bit of time off. You got to have him offensively, so you hope he doesn't get hurt out there.
Those are valid concerns. I would 100% say that those are valid. Do you think it's less or more likely to get hurt at second or left?
I think it's more concerning in left field.
Yeah, I would agree. It might not be a huge difference.
He doesn't have to hardly move. I mean, and since the rules have changed,
he doesn't move much.
I was going to say, and you can't take a second baseman out at turning a double play anymore. So for the most part, I think he's way more secure and safe by hardly running or sprinting at all and just sitting there and watching baseballs go up the middle or fielding ground balls between his,
That doesn't sound great that my second baseman's not moving, though. I don't love the idea of that, especially if I'm Fromber or Hunter Brown.
But we've seen enough to realize he loves hogging those fly balls. Maybe that's part of it. But in terms of his range at second base, it's not much.
Texter, I've seen plays where Altuve has a 40-inch vertical. Yeah, they say that Jose Altuve can dunk. They say he's the Mac McClung of the MLB. Another texture, let's wake Uncle Mike up and get him in camp. Should be able to get him ready by mid-August. He can roll out of bed and get you 3 hits, but he's only going to play in 7 games. Jose Altuve was taking fly balls in left field today in West Palm Beach. Looked better than that bad banana angle he took of that terrible footage that Schwab posted a few weeks ago. But here was Altuve being asked by I think it was McTaggart's question. Altuve was asked about any advice or pointers that he's received.
field, and what's kind of been the best?
Just
advice?
basic stuff, catch the ball, drum to the ball, stuff like that.
I love Altuve. Yeah, what have you been taught? Catch the ball, run to the ball. I love me some Jose Altuve. But here's why transitioning Jose Altuve to left field is in the best interest of the Houston Astros. Probably even in the best interest of Jose Altuve. First and foremost, let's go short term. This year's team, I think, is benefited by Altuve playing some in left field. Not necessarily every day, but some in left field. What days do you do that? Well, I think you do it with the ground ball pitchers. I think you do it when Framber Valdez is on the mound. I think you do it when Hunter Brown is on the mound because I think it elevates your defense. Yes, a new guy in left field, but those guys get ground balls whenever you move a Gold Glove to second base. So you take out one of the worst defensive second basemen in baseball and you put in a guy who's Gold Glove. Now you have a really good defensive infield behind a couple of ground ball pitchers. I think that helps your team this year. So starting there this season, and maybe you do it with some lefty pitchers that you're facing because Dubon can hit lefties pretty good. I don't think Jose Altuve is going to be an everyday left fielder. I think he's going to play part-time in left field with the idea at some point long-term that he moves out there full-time. Jose Altuve is going to be 39 years old in the final year of his contract, which runs through 2029. You want to see Jose Altuve at a premium defensive position through 2029? No, you want to hide him in left field. Also, one of your top prospects is Bryce Matthews. And when Joe Espada talked about Bryce Matthews a couple of days ago and where they want to play him, they said they're basically making him a full-time second baseman. So if Bryce Matthews is a good prospect, and jury's still out on that, was not great in AAA last year, how about you start touching the baseball a little bit, Bryce Matthews, shout out to Tascasita High School. If that is his future position and you have plans on him being a big league starter, well, it makes sense that he has second base where he's unblocked by Jose Altuve, who's made the move to left field, where you're now hiding a bad defensive player who signed through 2029 when he's 39 years old. It helps you short term. It helps you long term.
It really does. And I think that the bigger picture issue, too, is the fact that when you look at a guy like Altuve and the fact that, you're going to give way to somebody else, yes, but the advantage is you've got two pitchers, like you said, that are ground ball pitchers. So you know that the amount of time that you're going to be spent, how many baseballs you get in those games is going to be limited to probably about a handful or less. So that's a bonus. If you have the ability to hide him and keep that offensive, potency in your lineup, and like you said, become a better defensive team in the infield, why wouldn't you do it anyway? Because of the fact that he has to at least admit to some point he knows his arm isn't what it used to be. His range isn't what it used to be. But if he's always been team first guy, and if he wants to be team first guy, this is a team first move that, especially when you have pitchers that are conducive to very few fly balls, and you can sit out there and do what you do at second base, just do it, in a different position, and it makes your team better. Of course you should do it. And the fact that he's willing to do it helps this team.
Did I just talk you into it?
I hate it, but at the same time, all I'm really concerned about is keeping the offensive bat in the lineup. I'm not blind to the fact that, and I've been very upfront in the fact that I know he sucks defensively.
Yeah.
It's just that I worry about him, much like I have, bad visions of, just like when we saw Jordan skating, into the gap with his back to home plate, looking like he tore his ACL trying to get to a baseball. I have the same kind of fears of Altuve going straight angle across the outfield instead of bananaing out and taking the right angle to get to a ball in the gap and then having disaster happen with his legs because he's never, or the warning track or the wall, because he's really never played the outfield before. I just need to keep him safe and secure with a bat in his hands.
Yeah, I'd actually tell him, err on the side of caution. Like if you let a ball drop because you're not running to run into the wall in mid-June, that's okay with me. Like if he gives up a couple of extra doubles over the summer months because he's erring on the side of caution, okay, that's fine. Like I'm willing to give up a run or two over the course of 162 to keep him healthy, because I do think that those are valid concerns. I do think that the injury risk increases. I'm not sure how much it increases him in second versus left field, but I would say that it's north of what it would be at second base. Slightly.
For sure.
Slightly.
I agree.
And you'd want him to err on the side of, would you be willing to give up an extra double or two over the course of a few games over the summer months?
That's a business decision that you have to make, that you have to encourage him to make. If he's not in on that right away, you have to convince him that is the play, because of the fact that he's so important offensively, because of the fact that he could make up for that with one swing of the bat, whatever happens on the outcome of a ball that he pulls up on because he might hit the wall or be in treacherous conditions, I'm all for making a business decision if it means he's staying in the line offensively.
See, I think that people that are so anti-Altuve look at it from the individual point of view and not the team point of view. Because I totally get it from an individual point of view. He's played second base his whole life, has never played left field. Maybe the injury risk climbs a little bit. So from an Altuve point of view, looking at it from like those blinders on, totally get it. But when you look bigger picture, okay, ground ball guys, pitching on the mound, way better defensive second baseman. You can hide them in left field, especially with the ground ball guys. It's not everyday left field yet, but probably over the next year or two, he does transition into a full-time left fielder because one of your top prospects in Bryce Matthews is a second baseman, which I don't think we should be guaranteeing that Bryce Matthews is an everyday player yet. He is going to have to. He was terrible in AAA last year. Small sample, but terrible in AAA last year. I think bigger picture, it makes a whole lot of sense. Why not just sign an outfielder and put this whole experiment to bed? Because they don't want Jose Altuve to play second base through the age of 39. They know they can't afford to have him play at second base because his defense is going to kill you. It probably already has killed you already. And then he's going to stay at second base through 2029. Like, that's also not going to help. It's not an experiment. This is to preserve Altuve with the Astros and his defense not killing you. Texture, left fielders are speed and over 6. Got to move, got to climb, and got to have the arm. So, yeah, you can hide an arm in left field. An arm in left field is not the most important attribute. I need range. I need speed. The arm is one of the attributes after that. And also, Altuve, I mean, he's not going to have a great arm, but you give him a crow hop, you give him you don't have to worry about accuracy. Like, I think he's going to be better than you think with the arm, maybe. I do need to see what it looks like.
I think you're more accurate in thinking, you can hide it in left field to some degree. But I think that the same people that were so concerned and hyper-focused on Jose Altuve has to finish his career as an Astro. They have to re-sign him. He did you a solid by the number that he agreed to. But in the process, you also have to realize it's a fluid situation in terms of making it the best fit possible. And if you got prospects coming up that are going to be second baseman, or you realize that his defense has hurt you or it just hasn't helped you, however you want to phrase that, and that that with ground ball pitchers, you need, and it's imperative to have the best defense on the infield you can have, that it's all part of the working process once you do what everybody wanted, which is to make sure Altuve finishes his career in blue and orange.
Jose Altuve, whatever they told you about left field, go catch the ball, run to the ball. Yeah, that's it.
The
Baseball's
best was
not a
Jordan. Did you
complicated
see
game.
Jordan?
Yeah.
That was fantastic. They asked Jordan what advice, and he goes, I don't really think that he should be taking advice from me.
Yeah, I'm not really known for my defense.
Yeah.
I want Jordan batting fourth, Blankers.
Yeah,
I'm going to be obnoxious about it. I'm going to be
I
obnoxious
know.
about him hitting fourth. But I do like that they're making him a full-time DH for the most part. I think he'll play a little bit of left field. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. First one comes from Eric. Who's the next Bregman, Correa, Bregman on the team? I think he meant Springer. But who's the next guy to step up where we have to prepare to lose them? Oh, where we lose them. Okay. So who's the next
Fromber,
Bregman,
right?
Correa, Springer on who we lose?
Fromber, probably.
Yeah, Fromber's the easy answer.
Yeah.
Because Fromber is probably gone
'Cause
next
he's next.
offseason.
Because he's literally next offseason. What about Yiner Diaz?
Yeah, Yiner is
I
probably,
think we have to kind of throw out Fromber because Fromber's the most obvious one. But after Fromber,
well, it's probably Pena. It's probably Pena.
yeah, but that one doesn't really hit like the other ones.
Why?
Because he's an average to slightly below average offensive player. Like I don't think losing. I know Pena, obviously World Series MVP. What happened in 2022 will always be fondly remembered. He'll be a hero here forever. Never buy a beer. That whole thing. But I don't think that's going to hit the same way as Bregman, Springer, and Correa.
I think
well, neither would Yiner though. Yiner's not going to hit like those guys either.
Well, but we don't. I mean, what we don't know is what we don't know yet about Yiner, where he could still be. He's
There's
still
a better
progressing.
chance he develops
that he
into
could
a
blow
plus
up.
offensive player.
Whereas Pena kind of, which we kind of set people up to be prepared for. He's not going to be in the regular season what he was during that playoff run, and so maybe there's not as much shine as the
Does
guys
defense
that
not
left.
matter though? Like Brian keeps saying, not a good offensive player. Like Pena plays the most important defensive position and plays it at a pretty dang good level. He's won a Gold Glove there.
No, I don't think people care about that as much, unless you're just the. No, I don't think the average fan is just going crazy and gaga for a guy that's for a defensive player, unless he's literally like the best in the game, and I wouldn't call Pena that.
Well, he was a Gold Glove.
Yeah, so was Altuve.
Yeah, that was probably 50 years ago.
I'm just saying, Gold Gloves sometimes are given to players with great offensive years who didn't win the offensive awards. I mean,
Altuve's never won a Gold. Oh, yeah, he did. Never mind.
Yes, he did.
15. He's won one. So, do you think Pena's a good defender or a bad defender?
I think he's plus. I don't think he's elite.
Okay.
See,
I think you're dismissing defense, which isn't fair. Jeremy Pena has had a higher WAR than Yiner Diaz in each of the last two seasons. For what it's worth.
I think it's rare that Jeremy and I are on the same page. With the same opinion, but we've both been of the same opinion of defending Jeremy Pena's defense. Yes, he had a little bit of a down year last year, but overall, he is a extremely above average defensive shortstop.
I said he's plus. I just don't think he's so elite that it's going to send people into a tailspin because he leaves.
I mean, he's not Tim Bogar, but I mean, Jeremy Pena's
he's not Adam Everett.
Postseason hero, and he's been better than Yiner in each of the last 2 years. Does Yiner eventually surpass him? I hope so. If Yiner doesn't eventually surpass him, then Yiner's growth has been stunted because we all expected him to pass him, but he hasn't. He hasn't yet. Better offensive player last year, yes, but overall player, I don't think so. So, yeah, probably one of those two guys if we're not counting Fromber, though. 713-780-3776. Key from LA. If you could trade one of the personalities at 97.5, who will it be, and who will you trade them? Who will you trade them for, past or present?
Jeez.
Ooh. I feel like this show would probably trade Joe because he owes us things that he bet.
But then what do you get in return? A bag of chips?
I mean, that's up for us to decide. But I mean, I don't feel like we have any hope at this point for cashing those bets.
So you're going Joe?
I think I'm trading Joe.
For who?
The Baytown Baddie. make my life hell. No, I'm kidding. I think that's the tougher part.
Yeah, who do you want in return? Because we
I'm
know
trading-
so much about the people in the local media.
I'm trading blankers for A.J. Hoffman.
Good luck with that. Y'all would have a lot of fun.
I'm trading Jeremy for Adam Clayton. Pair them two together. Adam Clayton, Joel Blank.
Oh, my
3
goodness.
to 6 afternoons.
Yeah, not for
that's
long.
good.
Not
That's
for
pretty
long.
funny.
Last
You can get
man
some.
standing.
What are those shirts? Those affliction shirts? You can get
Yes.
a lot of looks at those.
Yeah,
Those
and
would
then
be
I'd have
cool.
to get my set of Iverson tattoos.
I like AC. You don't like AC?
No, I don't. And I don't make any bones about it.
Texter says I would definitely bring back the Josh Innes show.
Yeah.
He's trying hard to do something.
Yeah, I've seen that. Who would you trade Josh Innes for?
I mean, how many times can you be fired in the same market?
Yeah.
Man, he just.
I like Josh.
I get along with Josh just
I've
fine.
never met him, but so I feel more free to take shots. But I mean, he's worked.
I think he's good on air. I actually like Josh on air.
He's very talented. There's
No doubt about that. But there's a reason why he's been fired by every station in town.
Yeah, he's probably not easy for management to get along with. I think he'd be the first one to tell you that. I think he's very talented. I think that any station would be better on the air with him.
Agreed.
Now, off the air might be tough.
Right.
I don't know.
What outweighs more? Yeah, what outweighs more?
Trading Gallant for Barry, says a texter. How do you feel about that one, Blankers?
I mean, I'm not going to wish anybody, gets traded away and loses their job. I don't.
Other than Joe,
you're being a little soft with this answer, Blankers. Being a little
okay,
soft.
Jeremy. Thanks a lot, Coach. I need you. I don't hear you. Mean
you are. You got to answer
me,
it.
You traded me for AJ Hoffman.
I mean, I was
Congratulations.
kidding. It was a joke. It was funny.
To me, it's like, do I think the same way that I think that Josh Ennis is talented? Do I think Barry Laminack deserves to be on radio somewhere because he's talented? I do. But,
I do too.
I'm not going to trade away Paul.
Yeah, that's pretty much my feeling too.
I think I'd trade away Lance and Peregrinado with Rich Lord.
Oh my God!
Why are we trading Lance? We're not trading Lance.
I'm just
that was Brian. Brian McDonald's comments do not directly reflect Killer Bees.
I'm just trying to pair together the most toxic combinations I can possibly think of. If you haven't got on,
well, you already did that.
I know.
You already did that.
I know.
Well, the most toxic. Who else would be on that list? Most toxic.
Paul and the Baytown Baddie would be very toxic.
Potentially, yeah. That could be.
Those two worked together and it didn't go well.
What about QB1?
I don't know who he has beef with.
Innis and Salisbury would be pretty interesting.
That would be interesting.
That would be good. Somebody said Innis is terrible. His talent gets stale after a while. Yeah, maybe. I think he's talented. I think he's good. Somebody said Joe is the easy answer. He's the least talented by far. Sean and your producer have more talent than Joe.
Nice. That went further.
Brian, don't do that, Brian. You started it. You're the first one to chop his head off.
You did volunteer. You did volunteer before either one of us commented.
That's not the angle I was taking.
Brian's like, I'm going to chop his head off, but you guys don't go too far. I can do it, but you can't. One goes away forever, rice or beans? That's a messed up question, man.
Beans.
Really?
Yeah.
See,
I think rice is more versatile for more types of dishes. Like I can have it seafood, I can have Asian food, I can have it with Tex-Mex.
You get a little
beans
steak
are like
and rice.
Yeah, exactly. With beans, there's only like a few applications I really want it. So
you can have any kind of beans you want, though. Right?
I know.
So you can have the
I'm just saying
and the black beans.
The type of I'm not really a big fan of black beans. Like really, it's refried beans are the only ones I actually like. So there's just fewer opportunities that I would even have it.
Oh, the refried beans! You have to kick those out of bed. Oh, that'd be tough. I'd probably go beans because I do think rice is more versatile. I eat fried rice.
I eat more rice
rice
dishes than beans.
All of that. But the healthy side of me would want to say beans. You get rid of all those carbs. But the inner fat kid, I just can't do it. I'll get rid of beans.
I'm with you because I don't really care for green beans either. But yeah.
I'll
take the rice for the
the green beans don't count.
I don't know if that
here.
counts as.
I think it should. It's a
green
bean.
beans is a vegetable. It's not a bean, is it?
Well, a peanut.
Well, a bean would be a vegetable.
No, I mean a peanut.
No, a bean's not a vegetable.
So you're telling me that pinto beans and black beans are not vegetables?
It's Google says yes, beans are considered a vegetable.
Yeah,
they're also part of the, but they're also part of the protein food group.
Yeah, because they're protein based.
Yeah,
the verdict is in. Beans are technically a subgroup of vegetables called how do you pronounce this word? Legumes or whatever.
Legumes.
Yeah. Legumes.
Same thing as a peanut.
See, I don't think people think of beans as vegetables though. Like if you pulled 100 people and you said are beans vegetables, they would. I think more would say no.
I think the same way people don't think of tomato as a fruit.
I think if people hear vegetable, they think green beans, and so I think that they would answer that. Yeah.
But I feel like green beans and beans are different.
Yeah.
Man, maybe I'm the idiot here. I don't know. They all have one final destination in my belly. From the big three: NFL, MLB, NBA. Which All-Star game would you cut first?
The
NFL's already been cut.
Yeah, the NFL's
already
cut.
NFL because
NFL
no one. You talk about it. You want NBA players to play defense. Well, you don't want NFL players. They don't want to hit anybody, and they don't want to get hurt if it means nothing. So that's easy.
I guess the next one has to be basketball, right? Baseball is the only one that
baseball's competitive.
The only one that remotely plays a game closest, close to the actual game.
Yeah, now with this new format in the NBA, yeah, for sure. I would say basketball goes next, and then you keep baseball.
Peanut butter or jelly? Get rid of one.
Jelly.
I'd get rid of
jelly. I'd get rid of peanut butter.
This is another
I want jelly
conflict for
my
me.
biscuits.
Like, do I want to be healthy or do I want to be my inner fat kid? The inner fat kid comes out way more than the healthy Branham. I'll force myself to get rid of jelly. That way I make better decisions in my later life.
Soft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting rid of jelly because I always have ketchup.
Wait, what are you putting? What are
I
you
think
putting?
he's being funny.
I'm being funny.
Okay.
Yeah,
Being
for
funny.
certain members of our audience.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's debatable. No one cares about defense. It's hitting and pitching. Okay, casual. Brian is right. Chicks dig the long ball. Okay, casual. Will any team force Jawan Roberts to his right hand? That's got to be Ocho.
It's probably right.
He
let's hope
uses
not
his right.
because he's so effective with that hook off the glass.
No, his right hand's gotten a lot better this year. Like, he had the baseline spin against Arizona where he went with the right hand. I think teams do try to take away his left, but he's really good at getting to it and can just get to it even though teams try to take it away. But his right hand is much improved. Like, he's got
just answering the question. I hope they don't because I hope he
you're
gets
right.
to excel with his left hand all year.
Yeah, facts. Booker T said Branham is the least talented. That's not true. Booker T would never say that about me. But would I say that about Booker T? You're darn right. Texter, Dell, and Jong show. That would be funny. That'd be fun. We need someone to fill in 6 to 8. Don't like National on. We'll write a letter to the suits upstairs. Don't tell us
Tell
that.
John Lance to get up earlier.
Or Joe George.
Just tuned in. No, he meant 6 to 8. I think he meant
At
6
night.
to 8 after our show.
Oh,
Yeah, after our show.
Okay.
Yeah. Just tuned in. What's Blanker's issue with Andrew Carlson?
Wrong AC.
Wrong AC.
That AC. Andrew Carlson's a great dude.
Red salsa or green salsa? Get rid of one.
You already know my answer.
I think we've done this one before, but green.
think so.
I'll take green salsa. I'll get rid of red.
I'll get rid of green.
I'm going to tease the next break. Texture pastor or barbacoa?
That's
What's
easy
the
for
first
me.
part?
Barbacoa.
Tacos a pastor.
Pastor.
What is that?
It's like
Go
ahead.
I'll let
Brian.
Jeremy explain it because we have a drop for that.
You want me to play it?
No, to explain it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, usually you get them in tacos.
Is pineapple usually involved?
You can put pineapple in tacos al pastor. It's a really tasty. It's really flavorful, but I just like barbacoa more. It's a pork blankers.
Okay.
And it's usually served with like onion, cilantro, pineapple, maybe some cilantro.
Yeah,
they usually do it.
like
It's
the
very
pineapple
good.
in there. Okay.
It's very good, but it's not as good as barbacoa.
Yeah, barbacoa is elite.
Barbacoa, the way to go for me.
And Brian Barbacoa.
Barbacoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say
People are playing fantasy program director. It's Dell, and you replace with the Falcon. 2 hours of that would be much better. Add John to the wheelhouse.
Hard to replace him with the Falcon. Just saying.
It's fantasy booking here, Blankers.
Uh-huh.
Add John to the wheelhouse. That'd be funny.
Oh boy,
that'd be really funny.
That would be toxic.
All right. A lot of people are asking us about the All-Star game, but let's just talk about that next. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Did you watch the All-Star game yesterday? Some players took issue with the format. How do you fix it? Draymond Green didn't hold back how much he didn't like it. That's next. It is the Killer Bees broadcasting live from BB Lemon on Washington on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You guys got to take advantage of these deals going on for Eat, Drink, HTX, benefiting the Houston Food Bank and Kids Mills. BB Lemon on Washington, one of the many restaurants you can attend. It runs through February 28th. Dine out, do good. You can find the complete list at eatdrinkhtx.com. You will not be sorry. You'll eat well, and also you'll help benefit a couple of great charities in the city of Houston. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. A lot of questions. So if you could be a GM for any major sport, which would it be? Which one would you do, Blankers?
I think I'd do basketball.
Yeah, I'd go Major League Baseball on that one. Babacoa is cow face. Branham, you like tripas? Babacoa usually, I mean, the traditional Babacoa is cow face, the inside of the skull and the skin, I guess.
Sounds
that meat
delicious.
is usually the Babacoa, but nowadays they really don't do that. It's more about how it's cooked. Some places still do it, authentic and traditional. I don't really like tripas. It's the cleaned, boiled, and prepared innards of a cow, pig, or sheep. I usually stay away from that. Yeah, would you try that, Blankers?
No.
What if you put a little bit of ketchup on it?
I would, if I was forced to eat it, yes. Otherwise, no, because I wouldn't eat it.
Menudo or pozole? Get rid of one. Probably get rid of pozole. I like menudo. Birria, Huey and Spring. I like birria. It's not my favorite though. Like I think that it's good, but I think other people like it more than I do. I'd rather just get some street tacos. Is what I'd rather do. All right, did you watch the All-Star game? Players took issue with the format. How do you fix it? Draymond Green didn't hold back and how much he didn't like it.
Yeah, no, he had plenty to say, and I give him credit for speaking his mind. But at the same time, look, I just think it was hard to watch. And as much as I think if this came from anybody else, it maybe have been more impactful because I think people would have actually considered what he said as instead of a guy that's always stirring it up. Someone that really has some valid points. Like if you're talking about guys that want to make like Alpi Şengün, I mean, you make your first All-Star game and it's not going to be a full game format where you can get, several opportunities to get time on the court, score some points, do some things. You basically are playing a pickup game to 40. And if your team loses, you're done. And I think that was the most valid point of all. And the fact that, they promoted the G League team because they won on Friday night into playing against NBA All-Stars on the All-Star Sunday game. And I think that was something that is not normally what we're used to seeing. I think the format is terrible. I thought, and a lot of the players were speaking up about the fact that the time in between games was far too long and far too drawn out. Even when you could have honored Ernie and Shaq and the TNT guys at the end of all of it if you wanted to, or at some other point. But the whole thing was drawn out. It was forced. And I thought the format was terrible.
I don't think there's any fixing it. Like to the answer to the question, how do you fix it? I don't think you do. I didn't watch. I was in Sedona, so no, I didn't watch it. How do you fix it? I don't think you can. I really don't. I think it's gone the way of the NFL Pro Bowl. Like you won NFL Pro Bowl, you didn't want guys getting hit, so it kind of changes the idea there. But it just died. I think the NBA All-Star game the same way. The best option that I would do is I would just go back to the traditional East-West and just leave it at that. Stop doing the bells and whistles. Just have them play an East-West basketball game. I think that's the best solution, but I don't think that's the fix. I'll
tell you the one that I thought about that I like, that I think would really be, and maybe would get the juices flowing a little bit, but do the United States versus the world. And see a game in which you could have Luka and Giannis and the Joker matched up against, Steph and SGA, and you could have kind of like that international feel, the competitiveness that all the the guys are always trying to say the United States has the best
SGA
basketball.
Be on the world team, right?
He's Canadian. That's right.
Yeah.
He's Canadian. Yeah. So I'm just trying to say, from a matchup perspective, I don't think it would be one-sided. I think that it might add and entice the guys to maybe dial in and play a little harder. You still have the money involved to kind of entice the guys if they need even more. But maybe that is the feel that does something to move their needle to play defense.
As someone who doesn't watch NBA basketball outside of the Rockets prior to the playoffs, I really don't care about the NBA All-Star game. Like, they can try to do all this stuff. I'm probably not watching unless I'm literally doing nothing. I have zero interest. I have zero interest in watching it. If I'm at home, there's nothing else on, I'm not doing anything else, I'll flip it on. But I've lost interest in the NBA All-Star game. Like, that's one way to kind of make it, add a little sizzle, which I think is like one of the best ideas. It still doesn't add the sizzle for me. I do like the NBA All-Star Weekend, though. Like, I still like the Saturday. I still like the three-point shootout. I still like the slam dunk contest, even though it's lost a lot of its luster. I thought this one was good. I thought Mac McClung going toe-to-toe with Castle. I thought that was a fun slam dunk contest.
It was. And I got home in time to see the finals, and I thought, well, I didn't see the prelims leading up to this, but all I know is that these two guys didn't disappoint with the fact that we've seen, back to the Nate Robinson days of like 8 consecutive misses before he finally makes a dunk. And I know that the clock was in play, that it affects some people and their ability to get a good dunk off. But I thought that final was basically as much as you could do short of getting big names to participate to try and save a dunk contest. I thought it was really fun to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I was in Sedona. I didn't really have any interest in the NBA All-Star game.
You were hoity-toity and wine and hikings in the mountains and caviar. I'll tell you this. I would, you know what? The one thing that I don't think ever needed to be fixed, and I could do without the extra like MTV moonball shot, extra points involved, just the 3-point contest. I think the 3-point contest, just from a flat out skill perspective, is what I look forward to most. Is just the best shooters, and again, probably because of the fact you get the big names to still compete, and you can get the Steph Currys and the Damon Lillards and guys like that. I don't think I needed the Tyler Hero ball for 4 points or whatever it is, the deep balls added to the mix. Yeah. I just like the fact that is an unbelievable skill to watch, and it's fun when guys are making threes.
Yeah, I wish they would go back to the old way. I don't like the money rack. I think the money rack is dumb. I wish they should just go back to the old traditional way. I'm probably in the minority, but I like the 170 to 160 games. Yeah, you probably are. USA doesn't have 3 guys that can compete with Jokic, Luka, and SGA. I don't think the U.S. versus the world will happen because the USA will probably get worked. They probably would if you're playing like a best of 7, but one single exhibition game probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, it'd be fun. Like, I'd have to think about, from a USA perspective, like, because Steph's older, LeBron's older. Like, you got to get the younger crew to come in and represent. But I think the USA could hold their own.
Honestly, like,
do win the gold medal basically every year.
Yeah, but this is the entire world, Olympic, not individual countries. Like, that's way different.
I agree, but I think going a step beyond Joel's suggestion, because I think part of what makes the international game, those guys play for such pride and like actually play defense in those games, is being able to wear their flag and their colors on their jerseys. So if it's a world situation, Jokic and all these guys aren't wearing necessarily their flag. They're playing for a world team. So, I mean, we saw, obviously, the hockey has done something now with the 4 nations. I think if Adam Silver wants to keep some sort of tournament aspect to this, I mean, they're off for 7 days. You could play this over 2 or 3 days. It doesn't have to be in one night, but some sort of 4 nations aspect to the NBA All-Star Weekend, I think, could maybe add some more competitiveness and more pride in the effort they put out there.
I don't think anybody's signing up for multiple days.
No, they're not.
I know. But if you actually want to get guys trying and playing defense, I think the only way to do it is to have them playing for country.
Yeah.
At least for the foreign guys. I don't know if that would work for the Americans.
Then the Spurs are cheaters. They were cheating during the skills competition, and they were kicked out.
I do like this one-on-one idea. Like, I don't think it would move the needle a whole lot, but it would be fun.
Who's going to play in it, though?
I mean,
for $1 million bucks, you're going to get guys that are
maybe.
There'll be a waiting list. I believe
guys that are making like 40-50 million a year, are they really going to go all out for an extra mil?
I'd rather see an 8 or 16 person one-on-one tournament for $1 million than an actual NBA All-Star game.
I would agree. I'll give that a shot. I'm just saying I think you're going to run into at some point in time the same problem that the dunk contest had, is the stars are no longer going to be in it, and it's going to be a bunch of backups playing against each other that we don't care about.
I don't disagree with that, but I still think it'd be fun. 713-780-ESPN. Dang it, you were about to read my take. Shut up, B-Mac. I think you stole his take, Brian.
Okay.
Don't do that again.
Did you see, by the way, Oscar Robertson clapped back at Draymond? I was like, I wonder how far Draymond's willing to go, because the Big O carries some clout when he says, I don't care what Draymond says, and I like the All-Star game.
Yeah, I mean, to each their own, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't love that I feel like they started tinkering too much, though. The tournament idea, I'm not a fan of at all.
I'm not either.
East-West.
I mean, I think, and I think Charles was right on, too, in the fact that with Draymond talking, Charles basically said, well, it's your generation that decided to change the whole format by not playing defense. Like, we used to take pride in going up against the best power forwards in the other conference and being able to say a mano at our position, who's better. And then, you had MJ dialing in to want to play D and Kobe.
Magic when he came back for the All-Star game, Isaiah,
They kissed each other that night.
Yeah, the games were still,
Very brave of Isaiah to do that, too, by the way.
At that point in time, yes, with what we didn't know.
I mean, but yeah, the games were still 155 to 150, but there was intensity.
There was
at least in the fourth
intensity
quarter,
and a competitive
at least in the
spirit.
Fourth quarter, there was
yes.
It was very watchable in the 90s, and I can't remember exactly when it got bad, but yeah, they lost their competitive fire.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. You can wait on this if you like. Also, the latest from Lance McCullers. He threw a bullpen over the weekend. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at BB Lemon on Washington. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees from BB Lemon on Washington. all part of Eat Drink HTX. Great cause. Eat some food. Enjoy some really, really good food. Part of the proceeds will benefit Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Runs through February 28th. It's the sister event to the Houston's Restaurant Weeks, which we've all heard about. Dine out, do good. Find out the full list at eatdrinkhtx.com. If you're looking to eat some dinner, BB Lemon be a great spot to do that tonight, any night. A $25 lunch special. You get a 3-course meal. You get to choose from jumbo chicken wings, wedge salad, pigs in a blanket, or a giant pretzel for your first course. Your second course, Washington Ave smash burger, fried chicken sandwich, fish and chips, the Reuben, and then the third course dessert, cheesecake, banana pudding, or a brownie. Fantastic, great deal, terrific food. So keep BB Lemon in mind when you're thinking about your dinner plans. Lance McCullers threw a bullpen, Blankers. Were you excited whenever you heard that Lance McCullers threw the bullpen?
Nope, not at all. I'm way past that now. I can't get excited about Lance McCullers because I know that it's a teaser and that something inevitably is going to happen. That's going to be a setback that's going to prevent it from happening. And I told you I don't care how many times he's in a uniform throwing off a mound. I will only get excited when he is ready to actually throw in a game. I'll even fudge a little and say even a spring training game that shows progress is made and he's throwing against real hitters from other teams. Until we get to that point, nope, not excited.
Yeah. What if it's a spring training game?
I said I'll even fudge a little from my initial I don't care until he throws in a major league game. But if it's a spring training game so I can see what he still has left against other major league hitters, then I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that he's throwing bullpens versus not throwing bullpens. So I'm willing to go there with it.
Yeah, and also I think I'm curious where you're at this, but I think I know. But I even heard Joe and Paul hammering the fact that he's only throwing 89, 90 right now. I'm not concerned about that at all because when you look at normally every year that he's been in spring training when he starts camp, that's about where he starts. And by the time they break camp is when he got into his usual 92, 93. I'm not even worried about that. I'm just worried about his overall endurance and health with his arm to show me that he's healthy enough to throw again.
Yeah. Here was some of Lance talking about like where he's at. Here was Lance McCullers for the latest from Lance McCullers.
So I've thrown 7 pins, which is a good amount just coming through like the off season. I'll throw another pin, I think Sunday, and then probably a couple more, and then looking to face hitters. I'd love to get in some games toward the end of camp, and from there probably break a AAA. It's been a little while since I've really faced competition. Spring training's good, but it's not. There's still a little gap from spring to the season, so I think we all feel it would be the best to try to get a game or two under my belt down here in Florida, and then probably go to AAA before making the decision to join back.
Thoughts?
So the interesting thing to me is I revert back to his comments late last week when he was like, when they mentioned, going to the bullpen or whatever. And he was like, I don't know where that came from. So there's not enough communication to know where that came from or the notion of that. But then they've had conversations about like where he should be and what he could be doing and how he could continue to progress. So there's some BS in there somewhere, but I'm fine with that because right now we're trying to figure out who the 5th starter is. And so if it's Wisniewski, great. If it's not, okay. Show me someone that's capable of stepping up and being that guy. If it's Lance McCullers, I think they're kind of focused right now on Wisniewski being the guy to get the first crack at it, like we talked about. But I think that if that's just, he's holding a spot and then there's going to be a competition or McCullers might play into the mix and maybe it gives you even the benefit of possibly going to a 6-man if you need to at some point. Great. But I'm fine with that timetable as long as he sticks to it and we don't have more setbacks.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't think they're even thinking about maybe they're thinking about it, but nowhere near determining what role Lance McCullers is going to be in. They'll cross that bridge when they get there. Here's another one from Lance, talked about what you were talking about earlier, where the stuff is at with Lance McCullers.
They're great. Yeah, I'm throwing all my pitches, so they're not like waiting on anything. Fastball, slider, curveball, changeup, cutter, the whole thing. So it was like up to 90 the other day in the bullpen, which is really good for me, and been happy with the progress and all that stuff. So it's been a good off season. I'm in a really great spot.
That's what you were talking about earlier, Blankers, which usually you're up a tick too whenever you're a real game. Like the adrenaline, usually you're up a mile or two. Throwing in the bullpen, you're usually a little under where you're going to be at in a game. And Lance McCullers isn't a fireballer anymore. Like Lance McCullers isn't the dude throwing 96, 97. Like he's living on a sinker 91, 92, 93. I'm not really concerned about the velo at all.
No, and I think that, you know what, a lot of guys, and sure, they throw getting ready to go to camp, but at the same time, their arm is getting endurance and it's getting stronger as you get ready to break camp, and you get all the things that he's talking about in terms of, you know, how many days you're throwing and how many situations you're in when you're actually getting reps on the mound. That eventually, that's when, as your arm gets stronger and you get endurance, that's when you get the MPH up, and that's where, you know, that's why I'm not worried about it right now.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, plus, I think he's already close to it. Like he's probably topping out at 92, 93 at this point anyways.
I think the bigger story too, Jeremy, is the fact that he's throwing all his pitches. Because I think that, you know, in the past, they were trying to stick to a lot more fastballs and changeups and then, you know, see how much he can handle in terms of his breaking pitches. If he's throwing his full repertoire, I think that's as good a sign as anything, hopefully, for his arm.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign too. And then the final one, this is what you were talking about a moment ago about Lance McCullers not totally sure what Dana Brown is talking about when he's referring the bullpen.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but I don't think that's an easy job. And being a reliever, I think a lot of times, you know, people almost say, "Well, just make him a reliever." I mean, that's not an easy thing to do. To be a reliever at the big league level, it's not like a fallback position. I think that it's doing a disservice to the guys who are in that role. It's very specific. It's very hard. And I don't think pitching, you know, back-to-back days or even, you know, 3 out of 4 days, for me, I think it's physically harder. I think the things that the guys in the bullpen have to deal with throughout a long season, the ups and downs of usages, not really knowing when they're going to be called upon sometimes, that's a harder, in my opinion, it's a harder job. It's a harder way to stay healthy.
There you go.
That's a conversation you and I have had multiple times, and I think that it's refreshing to hear him say that, which is a lot of what we were talking about. The fact that, you know, people can say, well, you're not throwing 100 pitches at one, you know, in one sitting or setting, but when you look at it, it's a lot more taxing, and it can be a lot more taxing to be a relief pitcher, and I think it lends itself to that. With all he's been through, from his own mouth, he's probably better suited to be a starter.
Yeah, I would agree, and we've had this conversation like you mentioned. I do think it's arguable, though. I do think it is a fair debate, and it's like you can't prove it one way or the other. And I would also argue that the player isn't the resource as like somebody who studied this would be. Like it's very easy for a pitcher that wants to be a starter to be like, well, I you know, it's way easier to be a starter for me. Well, he wants to be a starter. Like he's kind of biased when it comes to this. So I will say that it's arguable. I will say that the pitcher in himself isn't probably as educated as somebody who like studied this, who might have pitching experience. But I do agree.
Well, and here's what I would say. You know, I don't know. You've played with guys too, I'm sure, but in all my years of playing, you know, at different levels and with different teams, you had guys that had rubber arms. You had guys that just somehow, some way were capable of bouncing back even in a day if necessary and being able to do what was needed to be done. And you had other guys that, whether they had medical attention and or surgeries or not, a lot of guys just when they threw and they threw significant amount of pitches, they were done for a minimum of 4 days. And I think that when you start factoring in his medical history on top of it, I just don't think that a relief pitcher scenario is conducive to his arm with his medical history with what, you know, he's done his whole career as well.
Yeah, I want him in the starting rotation if you can get him back at some point. Now, he needs to perform, obviously, and stay healthy. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
U.S. financial markets, federal offices, and banks are closed today in observance of the President's Day holiday. Overseas markets, though, of course, are trading, with Europe and Asia mostly higher in overnight and midday trade. And we're seeing a little action in oil internationally, trading lower while gold is ticking up just a bit. When we return to work tomorrow, we'll get things like housing starts, jobless claims, and existing home sales this week, and a handful of earnings still to roll off the line, but a relatively quiet calendar. One, of course, will be keeping an eye on Washington to see if there are any new initiatives coming out of the Trump administration that have market consequences, whether they're tariffs, trade-related, or anything having to do with the IRS, which is now under fire from the Trump administration and may see a round of rather large layoffs as well. But for today, enjoy the day off. We'll return to work tomorrow. A lot to get back to as major averages are within striking distance of record levels.
Thank you to BB Lemon for having us out for a great cause. Eat, Drink, HTX. Find out all of the participating restaurants, visiting them online at eatdrinkhtx.com. Benefits Houston Food Bank, Kids Mills, and BB Lemon. Keep it in mind. Keep it under consideration when you're thinking about your dinner plans. So thanks for the hospitality. Boston Gloss, 2-hour Boston Gloss coming up after we're done. They'll be on from 6 to 8, so keep it here once we are complete. Car Wrecks of the Day, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
I'm going to nominate the Boston Red Sox, the entirety of everything going on in spring training, from the fact that regardless of whether you were for or against all the money that Alex Bregman got, the fact that Rafael Devers came out and before they could even start playing, said he's not playing anything other than third base. Then Alex Cora dipped the old GM under the bus and said, he's not here anymore, which basically seems like he's creating even more drama and turmoil. I'm here for all of it and a complete implosion of the Red Sox, but way to get it started early, Boston.
Yeah, I love the drama that's happening there in Beantown. Thank you, Rafael Devers, for that. I have 4 here. I'll hammer through these real quick.
Dang.
I come prepared. Dan Hurley. Now, this happened after he beat Creighton early last week, but it surfaced after they lost over I think it was Friday, maybe Saturday, but they lost to Seton Hall, and this is whenever it recycled. This was Dan Hurley talking to the crowd, talking about he has 2 rings and heckling a fan. He said 2 rings, Baldy. The irony, Dan Hurley is bald.
That's right. Yep.
That'd be like
a bit
me.
straight out of Seinfeld.
That'd be like me calling somebody else ugly. Yeah, well, you're ugly too. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, we had that in this town with Bill O'Brien's "You suck too, mother effer."
Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
I
Yes,
saw it
thank
when he
you.
said it, and I had
Called him
thought they
Baldy.
lost that game, but then I went back because I was like, I thought
Yeah.
UConn lost, and they won, and then I ended up seeing that, and I was like, oh my God, Dan Hurley.
It resurfaced after they lost to Seton Hall. I think it became more viral after they lost to Seton Hall. I think the person that posted it kind of made it seem like it happened after Seton Hall. Like he was kind of doing it for clicks and engagement, but it was really after they beat Creighton earlier in the week. But yeah, I called the bald guy bald when he's bald. Chris Paul and Wimby for trying to game the skills competition. Wimby was like actually beat up about this. Like he was really ticked off about it. But Chris Paul and Wimby, they get Car Wreck of the Day nominee for trying to game the system. Daryl Armstrong, assistant for Dallas. Now Zagger, everybody's due their court and day. Everybody's due. Their due
day in
process.
court.
Their court
Yeah,
day,
somebody
got
texted
it.
me and kind of distracted me. But everybody's due the due process, whatever. Daryl Armstrong aggravated assault allegedly with a deadly weapon. According to the police report, he said, "I'm going to shoot you" to this young lady, which is never good.
Nope.
And then this plane going upside down, it was landing in Toronto, hit a patch of ice, and apparently it went head over feet, and it completely did a front flip, landed upside down. Somehow, all 80 people on the flight survived.
We were living in an unprecedented era of plane accidents. It feels like
In the last, 2.5 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know if there was a 25-year delay on Y2K, but
Yeah,
planes are just.
Weren't they saying something about there hadn't been a domestic plane accident in the United States in like this unbelievably long period of time?
I didn't hear the stat.
And then all of a sudden there's like multiples within like 48 hours.
As one who flies a lot, this terrifies me.
Yeah,
I
not
have a
good
feeling
for
I'm
you.
gonna. I have a feeling I'm gonna die in a plane crash. Tell my family I love them.
Thoughts and prayers.
Well,
What do you got, Brian?
There's a podcast now, so we don't have to tell them. You already did.
Yeah, it's true. I love you, family.
We'll just put a link. to the
Yeah.
podcast page.
Hey, never fear. Jeremy loved you. We got proof.
I have a bad
Jeremy's
feeling.
obituary.
I don't know why you are
Jeremy's
getting so.
obituary.
I don't know why you are laughing so much at this. I'm dying.
Joel, we'll have to make sure Jeremy's obituary is just a link to the podcast page.
That's right.
I'm glad you guys find such humor in my death.
Oh,
AJ Hoffman will be there.
Yeah. Definitely so.
What do you got, Brian?
Won the NBA All-Star Weekend, or specifically Sunday, obviously. I think that deserves a Car Wreck of the Day nominee, and maybe even a front-runner nomination. I'm also going to nominate, and Jeremy didn't see this, Joel did. I'm going to nominate our promotions person here on site today, Victoria, who has been moving T-shirts for us, but decided to do victory dances after she moved them. And I don't know if I would call it the full...
Was it the Cabbage Patch? She's
I
over
don't know.
here.
It was full Lane dance from Seinfeld to make the most dated reference possible. But yeah, not the dancing. The food here great. Seeing Victoria dance not as great.
It's messed up. Could
She
you do
finally
better?
looked up. She didn't hear me at all until I said that.
Earlier in the day, too, by the way, to farm engagement, she had an ESPN sticker on her forehead.
She did. She walked up to the
Walking
bar.
around.
She
Yep.
walked up to the bar with an ESPN sticker on her forehead.
It was for the people.
She claims the people liked it, but
She sounds like somebody who is like a good team player, and
she's
you are
just throwing this
criticizing her
crap
for
out
that.
here to
You
get
know her,
clicks.
Jeremy.
Yeah, sounds like a good team player. Why are y'all criticizing her for that?
I didn't nominate her. Brian did.
Yeah, Brian, why are you criticizing?
I'm just
team
verifying the
players?
story.
I'm owning that.
Brian's a bad clubhouse guy.
I've heard that before. Yeah, Baytown Batty, I think, accused me of that at one
Bad
time.
clubhouse guy. Got a teammate over here that's willing to do whatever it takes for the station, and you're being critical of that. You're like Bregman. That's what
Just
you
the
are.
dance moves.
You're like Raphael Devers.
Now, see, now she's
now
dancing
she's
again.
doing
Now
all
she's
kinds of
dancing
pop and lock
again.
we
Yeah,
don't need.
okay.
Yeah, this isn't
No,
dance.
This is not helping.
Oh,
my
boy.
gosh, she went to one leg.
Well,
oh, my
Jeremy,
God.
you're lucky you're not here because Brian has created an absolute catastrophe here in the
that's
restaurant.
not great.
Alex wants to nominate on the Twitch Spring ISD for giving these kids a 5-day weekend. Yeah, what's up with all these districts having so many breaks nowadays?
Yeah, Fort Bend, I responded to him. Same thing. Like my daughter last week goes, she was telling somebody else, and I go, wait, what'd you say? And she goes, I've got 5 days off in a row now. And I go, what the hell? Do you ever go to school anymore?
That's crazy. They need to go to school every day, like 7 days a week, I think. Teach them how to work. This country needs a work ethic again. And then all of the rest of the Twitch collectively nominates your hamstring injury. in a kickball game.
Wasn't a hamstring, but they listen with their ass instead of their ears, which is half the problem with Twitch. Yeah, it's fine. I expected anything more from them.
I'm trying to think of the weirdest injuries I've ever. It has to be the avocado slicing. Not once, but twice.
Multiple.
Avocado 2, Branham
Chef
0.
Branham.
When it hits the pits.
I pulled
You
my
get
hamstring
injured.
playing softball, a beer league softball. What else? That's probably it for crazy injuries or weird injuries. What about you, Brian? You get hurt? Probably not because you don't play sports.
I fell off a golf cart trying to catch a football and cracked my head open.
That's awesome.
You were
That's
in a
pretty funny.
golf cart trying to catch a football.
The story's more than 30 sequence long.
How many
so maybe-
stitches?
Stay tuned tomorrow.
How many stitches?
I don't remember.
CTE.
We'll get it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it for us. What wins?
All-Star weekend?
That
That's
or the
good
Red
for me.
Sox.
Yeah. We'll go All-Star
Yeah.
weekend.
Okay.
All-Star weekend,
That's fine.
congratulations.
Yeah.
There's more of the Red Sox stuff brewing.
It's still coming, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Thank you to AJ for the real hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Have a great one. Coming up next, Boston Gloss on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.